Chapter 18 of Swallows and Amazons by Arthur Ransome. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. Chapter 18. Robinson Crusoe and Man Friday. She looked round the camp and felt at once that there was something wrong. There were 2 tents, and a shipwrecked mariner on a desert island ought to only have 1. For a moment she thought of taking down the captain's tent, but then she remembered that for part of the time she would not be a shipwrecked mariner, but would be in charge of an explorer's camp while the main body had sailed away on a desperate expedition. During that part of the time, the more tents there were, the better, so she decided not to take down the captain's tent. "It's Man Friday's tent," she said to herself. "Of course I haven't discovered him yet, but it's ready for him when the time comes." Then she went into the tent that belonged to her and to the mate. It was still a very Susanish tent. Susan had taken her blankets, but she left her hay bag. It was quite clear that it was a tent belonging to 2 people, and not a tent belonging to a lonely shipwrecked sailor. So the able seaman took Susan's hay bag and put it on top of her own, and spread her blankets over the 2 of them. At once the tent became hers and hers alone, and it would be easy enough to put the mate's hay bag back in its place when it was time to be on guard over a whole camp. She lay down on the 2 hay bags. The sun glowed through the white canvas of the tent, and through the doorway she could see the smoke rising from the smouldering fire. She began to feel that she was really alone. Even the buzzing of the bees in the heather just behind the tent helped to make her feel that there was no one else on the island. She listened for other noises. Birds were not singing much, but a sandpiper was whistling somewhere near. There was a lapping of water against the western shore, and now and again the faint rustling of wind in the leaves, but there were no human noises at all. Nobody was clattering tins. Nobody was washing up plates. Roger was not there to be looked after. Susan was not there to be looking after both of them. John was not at the lookout place, or splicing ropes and Swallow at the other end of the island. Nothing was being done by anybody on the island. Nothing would be done if she did not do it herself. It was like being the only person in the world. Suddenly she heard the chug, chug, chug of a steamer on its way down the lake. On ordinary days nobody bothered much about steamers except Roger. But today, on hearing it, Able Seaman Titty jumped up and ran out of the tent into the sunlight. Through the trees on the western shore she could see the steamer passing the island a long way off. She looked at it through the telescope. There were a lot of people on deck, and she could see one of the sailors at the wheel. Perhaps the people on the steamer were looking at the island. They did not know that there was nobody on the island except one able seaman who had been wrecked there 25 years before. Of course, that was because she had not waved a flag to show that she was there and waiting to be rescued. But who would wave a flag to be rescued if they had a desert island of their own? That was the thing that spoiled Robinson Crusoe. In the end, he came home. There never ought to be an end. The steamer hurried on down the lake, and Titty followed it through the trees on the high western shore of the island. The path to the harbour was turning into a regular beaten track. "It really looks as if I've been here for years and years," said Titty. "But it's a pity I've got no goats. Goats would soon have nibbled off all these branches that hang across the path and catch your hair if you try to run along it in a hurry." She took out her knife and began pruning the branches to make the path better. Every branch that hung across the path and was low enough to be in the way she broke or cut off until, by working hard, she had cleared the track the whole way to the harbour. Then she ran along it both ways, to the camp and back to the harbour again. Now it really was a path. What a funny thing it was that no one had thought of clearing it sooner. Somehow there was always more time to do things when you were alone. At the harbour she reached up to the nail on the forked tree to make sure she would be able to hang the lantern on it. She could not quite reach it, but that would be all right, because she would be holding the lantern by the bottom part of it, and the ring that had to be hooked on the nail was at the top. The nail on the stump with the white cross on it was quite low. There would be no sort of difficulty about that. She began to think that it was going to be a very long time until dark would come, and still longer till the Swallow and her crew would come sailing back. But it would be worth it if only they brought the Amazon with them as a prize. That would show the pirates. And then tomorrow the swallows would sail up to the Amazon River to tell the pirates that they had lost the war, and to bring Nancy and Peggy back to Wildcat Island as humble and respectful prisoners. For a moment Titty wished she was with the others in the Swallow. Now they must be searching the islands by Rio, keeping a good lookout, waiting for dusk before going on to the mouth of the river. She wondered what the river was like. All the same, you cannot have everything, and if she had not chosen to stay at home and light the lighthouse lantern and the leading lights, she would never have had a chance of having a whole island to herself. She took her shoes off and paddled across to the big rock on one side of the harbour. She climbed to the top of it and lay there, looking down to the foot of the lake and watching the steamer swing in towards the distant pier. And just then she saw the Dipper. A round, stumpy little bird, with a short tail like a wren's, a brown back and a broad white waistcoat, was standing on a stone that showed above the water not a dozen feet away. It bobbed, as if it were making a bow or a quick, careless kind of curtsy. "What manners!" said Titty to herself. She lay perfectly still while the little brown and white bird bobbed on its stone. Suddenly the Dipper jumped feet first into the water. It did not dive like a cormorant, but dropped in, like someone who does not know how to dive, jumping in at the deep end of a swimming bath. A few moments later it flew up again out of the water and perched on its stone and bobbed again, as if it were saying thank you for the applause. Again it flung itself from the stone and dropped into the water. This time it dropped into quite smooth water, sheltered by the big rock on which Titty was lying. Looking down, she could see it under water, flying with its wings, as if it were in the air, fast along the bottom of the lake, close under the rock. When it came up, it did not come up like a duck after a dive to rest on the surface, but simply went on flying with no difference at all when it left the water and came into the air, except that in the air its wings moved faster. "Well, I've never seen a bird do that before," said Titty, as the Dipper perched on its stone and made 2 or 3 bobs. "It's the cleverest bird I've ever seen, as well as the most polite. I wish it would do it again." She lifted herself on her elbow to bow to the Dipper when the Dipper bowed to her. It's very hard not to bob to a Dipper when a Dipper bobs to you, but the Dipper did not seem to like it, and flew away out of sight behind the other rocks, fast and low over the water. For a long time Titty waited for it to come back, but it did not come. Perhaps it had gone back to the beck where it lived. Suddenly Titty remembered that she was guarding the island against all attack. She ought to be at the lookout place with the telescope, not here. So she climbed down the rock, paddled ashore, and put on her shoes. Instead of going back by the path she had cleared, she thought she would go by the other path. That was hardly a path at all, the track they had sometimes used between the harbour and the landing place. Here the undergrowth was thick, and the bushes were tangled with honeysuckle. It was like forcing your way through a jungle. Titty once more became Robinson Crusoe on his desert island. She came out close by the landing place and stopped short. Something had happened while she was looking at the steamer and the polite Dipper. She was no longer alone on the island. There was a rowing boat with its nose pulled up on the beach. A moment later she knew what boat it was. It was the rowing boat from Holly Howe. She ran up to the camp, and there was Mother looking at the empty tents. "Hello, Man Friday," said Titty joyfully. "Hello, Robinson Crusoe," said Mother. That was the best of Mother. She was different from other natives. You could always count on her to know things like that. Robinson Crusoe and Man Friday then kissed each other as if they were pretending to be Titty and Mother. "You didn't expect to see me so soon after yesterday," said Mother, "but I came to say something to John. I suppose he's with the rest of the crew in that secret harbour of yours that poor natives are not allowed to see." "No, he isn't on the island just at present," said Titty. "No one is except me, and now you too." "So you really are Robinson Crusoe," said Mother. "And I am Man Friday in earnest. If I'd known that, I'd made a good big footprint on the beach. But where are the others?" "They're all right," said Titty. "They're coming back again. They've gone and swallow on a cutting-out expedition." More than that she could not well say, because, after all, Man Friday might be Mother, but she was also a native, even if she was the best native in the world. "I expect they've gone to meet the Blackett children," said Mother. "Man Friday ought not to know anything about them," said Titty. "Very well, I won't," said Mother. "But what are you doing all by yourself?" "Well, properly, I'm in charge of the camp," said Titty. "But while they're not here, it doesn't make any difference if I'm Robinson Crusoe instead." "I'm sure it doesn't," said Mother. "Have they left you anything to eat?" "I've got my rations in the tent," said Titty. "Well, it's high time you ate them," said Mother. "Will you let Man Friday put some more wood on the fire and make some tea? I can't stay very long, but perhaps they'll be back before I go." "I don't think they will," said Titty. "They've sailed across the Pacific Ocean. Timbuktu is nothing to where they've gone." "Well, I'll make some tea anyhow," said Mother. "Let's see what they've left you in the way of rations." Titty brought out her rations, good big hunk of pemmican, some brown bread, some biscuits, and a large fat slice of cake. Man Friday did not think much of them. "Still," she said, "I think we should be able to make a meal. What about butter? And potatoes? What if we were to make pemmican cakes?" Man Friday rummaged in the store box and found some butter which was rather soft. She sniffed at it and said it ought to be eaten anyhow, and more would have to be gotten from Mrs. Dixon's tomorrow. She found some potatoes, and also the salt. Robinson Crusoe had the tea among her rations, rolled up in a screw of paper. She also had a tobacco box full of sugar. Man Friday opened up the fire and put sticks on it, and soon had it blazing up round the big kettle. She peeled some potatoes and set them to boil in a saucepan at the edge of the fire. She chopped up the pemmican into very little bits like mince. Then, when the potatoes were soft, she took them out of the water and broke them up, and mixed them with the chopped meat, and made 6 round flat cakes of pemmican and potato. Then she put some butter in the frying pan and melted it. Then she fried the pemmican cakes till they sizzled and bubbled all over them. Robinson Crusoe made the tea. When they had eaten their meal, which was a very good one, Robinson Crusoe said, "Now, Man Friday, would you mind telling me some of your life before you came to this island?" Man Friday began at once by telling how she had nearly been eaten by savages, and had only escaped by jumping out of the stew pot at the last minute. "Weren't you scolded?" said Robinson Crusoe. "Badly," said Man Friday, "but I butted the places that hurt the most." Then Man Friday forgot about being Man Friday, and became Mother again, and told about her own childhood on a sheep station in Australia, and about emus that laid eggs as big as a baby's head, and opossums that ran about with their young ones in a pocket in their fronts, and about kangaroos that could kill a man with a kick, and about snakes that hid in the dust. Here Robinson Crusoe, who had forgotten that she was Robinson Crusoe and had turned into Titty again, talked about the snake she had seen herself in the cigar box that was kept in the charcoal burner's wigwam. Then she told Mother about the dipper, and how it had bobbed at her and flown under water. Then Mother talked about the great drought on the sheep stations, when there was no rain and no water in the wells, and the flocks had to be driven miles and miles to get a drink, and thousands of them died. Then she talked of the pony she had had when she was a little girl, then of the little brown bears that her father caught in the bush, that used to lick her fingers for her when she dipped them in honey. Time went very fast, much faster than when Robinson Crusoe had been alone. But suddenly Man Friday jumped up and said that she must go home. "I can't wait any longer," she said. "I must go back to Vicky. But I'm sorry I haven't seen John. I saw he was worried yesterday about what this Mr. Turner had said to him, and I wanted to ask if he would like me to write to Mrs. Blackett to ask her to let her brother know that John had never touched his boat." Titty was not sure. There were the Amazon pirates to think about. It would never do to get the natives mixed up in things. So she said she would tell John what Mother had said as soon as he came back. "I wonder why they are so long," said Mother. "Are you sure you're all right here by yourself? Wouldn't you like to come home with me to Holly Howe? You could watch and shout to them when they come past, or you could come on a visit to me and spend the night, and run along the road to Mrs. Dixon's in the morning to join the others when they come for the milk. We could leave a note here for John to say where you've gone." For a moment Titty thought she would like to go. Somehow, with Mother going, the island seemed to be much lonelier than before she came. Then she remembered the leading lights and the lighthouse, and that she was in charge of the camp. "No, thank you," she said. "I'd rather stay here." Mother took the frying pan and the saucepan and the mugs and plates down to the landing place and washed them while Titty dried them. Then she brought them back to the camp and put them neatly away. She filled the kettle and put it on one of the stones of the fireplace, half on and half off the fire. "It'll get hot there," she said, "and then it will boil up quickly when they come back thirsty for their tea." "I don't think they'll be back so soon," said Titty. Mother looked at her. "You'd better come along with me," she said. "The camp will look after itself all right." "No, thank you," said Titty firmly. "Oh, well," said Mother, "but if you're quite sure you'll be all right. But don't wait tea for them too long. The Blacketts might ask them to stay and have tea with them." Titty said nothing. Mother got into the boat and pushed off with an oar. "Goodbye, Robinson Crusoe," she said. "Goodbye, Man Friday," said Titty. "It was very jolly having you here. I hoped you liked my island." "Very much indeed," said Mother. She rowed slowly away. Titty ran up to the lookout point to wave. Mother rowed past below it. The island was suddenly very lonely indeed. Titty changed her mind. "Mother," she called. Mother stopped rowing. "Want to come?" she called. But in that moment Titty remembered again that she was not merely Robinson Crusoe, who had a right to be rescued by a passing ship, but was also able seaman Titty, who had to hoist the lantern on the big tree behind her, so that the others could find the island in the dark, and then to light the leading lights, so that they could bring their prize into the harbour. "No," she called. "Only goodbye." "Goodbye," called Mother. "Goodbye," called Titty. She lay down on the lookout point and watched Mother through the telescope. Suddenly she found that she could not see her. She blinked, pulled out her handkerchief, and wiped first the telescope glass and then her eye. "Duffer," she said. "That's with looking too hard. Try the other eye." End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Swallows and Amazons by Arthur Ransome. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. Chapter 19. The Amazon River. The sun set behind the hills on the western shore of the lake. The belt of light along the tops of the hills on the eastern side narrowed and narrowed, and at last was gone. The wind dropped. The islands off Rio were reflected in still water. "This will never do," said Captain John. "It may be dark before the wind comes again. We'd better slip across to the western shore and row along it. Even if they are watching, they won't see us now if we keep close to the land." "They'll take us for a fisherman," said Susan. "Except for the mast," said John, "but we can take it down. Anyhow, we shall be sheltered nearly all the way if we come along that side of the lake. I bet they won't see us at all. And if the wind doesn't come again, we shall be too late to see things by the time we get into the river." "Come on," said Susan. "May I row?" said the boy Roger. It had been a long wait among the islands, and they were all glad to be moving again at last. In the morning the fair wind had brought them fast from Wildcat Island down to Rio Bay. They had cruised in and out among the islands, and made sure that the Amazons were not lurking among them, waiting for their chance to capture the island once again. They had made sure that the Amazon was still in the Amazon River, so that the plan was working out just as they had hoped, and they would be able to sail in and capture her in the evening. They had anchored close under one of the islands north of Rio to wait till dusk. From there they had been able to look out over the northern part of the lake without being seen themselves, and all day long they had kept a close watch on the promontory behind which they knew lay the Amazon River and the stronghold of the Amazon pirates. But the afternoon had been very long, and at one time there had almost been a mutiny. "Let's go straight on," Roger had said, and Susan had said, "Why not?" Captain John had brought them to reason. Everything had been planned for an attack at dusk. There would be no chance at all of capturing the Amazon if they sailed up there in broad daylight. Besides, they had left able seaman Titty behind on Wildcat Island to look after the lights for them, so that they could come home in the dark. They could not leave Titty behind and then go and turn the day into an ordinary picnic. Susan had agreed. Roger had suggested swimming instead. The mutiny had thus been suppressed without bloodshed, as they say in the books. The crew had been rewarded by getting permission from their captain to go ashore. They had landed on the island near which they were anchored. They had bathed from it and made a fire on the shore, not for cooking, because they had brought no kettle, but because landing on an island without making a fire is a waste of an island. They had drunk half their milk and eaten half their rations. Then, while John stayed on the island, he had sent the mate and the boy to sail into Rio to buy stores. They had bought a shilling's worth of the sort of chocolate that has almonds and raisins in it as well as the chocolate, and so was 3 sorts of food at once. They had come back. They had visited several other islands and had an unpleasant meeting with some natives on one of them, who pointed to a notice board and said that the island was private and that no landing was allowed. Only once Captain John thought he had seen one of the Amazons moving in the heather on the promontory, but he could not be sure without the telescope. It might have been a sheep. The wait all through the afternoon and early evening had been long and tiring, and though there had been plenty to look at in the steamers and motorboats and rowing skiffs of the natives, they had seen no sails except those of large yachts far away up the lake. For the first time in their lives, all 3 of them had wished to hurry the sinking sun upon its way. Now at last the sun had set. Twilight was coming on. There was no wind, for the wind had gone with the sun, as it so often does. They were beginning to be afraid that the dark would come too soon for them. All was astir in the Swallow. The mast was unstepped and laid on the thwarts so that it stuck out over the bows. There was room for it in the ship, for it was a few inches shorter than Swallow was long, but to stow it all inside it had to lie straight down the middle, so that it was very uncomfortable for anyone who was rowing. "Anyway, why shouldn't she have a bowsprit?" said John. "Besides, it's only for a short time." Roger rowed. John was looking at the chart and the guidebook. Susan steered. "Pull with your back," she said. "Don't bend your arms till the end of the stroke." "I'm pulling with all of me," said Roger, "but I've got too many clothes on." "He's making a fair lot of noise and splash," said the captain. "He'll be tired before we get near enough for it to matter," said the mate. "No, I won't," said Roger. Slowly they moved across to the western shore. No one could row Swallow fast. It was growing dusk. Already the hills were dark, and you could not see the woods on them. It began to seem that after waiting so long because it was too light, they were going to fail after all because it would not be light enough. "Look here, Susan," said John. "I think I'd better row." But just then a line of ripples crept over the green and silver surface of the smooth water. "Thank goodness," said Captain John. "Here's the wind again, and it's the same wind. Sometimes it changes after sunset, but this is still from the south." The ripples grew as the south wind strengthened. "It'll be against us on the way home," said the mate. "There'll be no hurry then," said John. "What about sailing?" said Roger. "But I'm not tired." "It isn't as if Swallow had a white sail," said Captain John. "They'll never see the brown one in this light, especially if we hug the shore, and we can with this wind. Yes, Mr. Mate, tell the men to bring the sweeps aboard." "Easy," said the mate. "Bring the sweeps in." Roger stopped rowing and lifted first one oar and then the other from the rowlocks, and laid them quietly down. "Keep her heading as she is," said Captain John. "As she is, sir," said the mate. In a calm, things go any way in a sailing ship. The little wind sharpens them up at once. John stepped the mast as quietly as he could. He hooked the gaff to the traveller and set the sail. There was a little west in the wind, and the boom swung out on the starboard side. "She's moving like anything now," said the boy. "I don't want to get there too soon," said John, "but I do want to get to the river while it's still light enough to see, but late enough for the pirates to be off their guard and feasting in their stronghold." "Peggy said they had their supper at 7:30, said Susan. "Well, it's ages after that now," said John. "I should think we were all right." Here and there on the shores of the lake, lights twinkled in the houses of the natives. Astern of them, over the tops of the islands, there was a huge cluster of lights in Rio Bay. It was not quite dark yet, though the first stars were showing. Swallow was sailing fast, and in very little time they were abreast of the promontory, and could see its great dark lump close to them. "We must lower sail now," said the captain. He lowered the sail himself. He could not trust even Susan to lower it without making a noise. Then he wetted the rowlocks so that they would not squeak. The Swallow drifted on past the point. Beyond the promontory was a wide bay with deep beds of rushes on either side of it. Somewhere at the head of the bay was a house with lights in its windows. The lights, reflected in the water, showed exactly where there was the opening of the river mouth between the reeds. A moment later they lost sight of the reflections and knew they had drifted too far. "Now, Mr. Mate," whispered John, "will you row as quietly as ever you can? Roger goes forward to keep a lookout. Don't shout if you see anything. Just tell the mate under your breath." "What about the mast?" asked the mate. "If they're watching, they'll see the ship and know her anyhow," said Captain John. "If they're not watching, the mast doesn't matter. If they're in the house in those lighted rooms, they won't be able to see anything at all out here. I'm sure we've done them if we can find the boathouse. They'd have challenged us long before this if they'd seen us." The mate rowed with slow, steady strokes. Her oars made no noise at all. They slipped in and out of the water without a splash. Swallow was in smooth water now, sheltered by the high ground of the promontory. John steered till he could see the lights of the house reflected in the river. That was the opening in the reeds. He steered towards it. Presently there was tall reeds on either side of them. They were in the Amazon River. "The boathouse is somewhere on the right bank," whispered John. "That's our left. Tell Roger to keep a lookout to port." Suddenly there was a splash in the reed beds, followed by a loud quack. "What's that?" said Susan, startled. "Duck," said the captain. Susan rowed on. There was a whisper from the lookout. "There it is! I see it!" "Where?" whispered the mate, looking over her shoulder. "There!" said the boy. High above the reeds, not far ahead of them, on the right bank of the river, rose the black square shape of a large building. "That's it," whispered the captain. "The boathouse," said the mate. "Quiet! Shh!" The boathouse stood deep in an inlet among the reeds. Captain John steered towards it. "Easy all," he whispered. There was dead silence on the river as the Swallow drifted on. There was a noise of music in the house with the lights in it. "Captain Nancy said the boathouse had a skull and crossbones on it," whispered Captain John. "I see it! I see it!" cried Roger. "Shut up! Be quiet!" hissed the mate. "That's it, all right," whispered Captain John. On the front of the big open boathouse, high up over the entrance, cut out of wood and painted staring white, were a huge skull and crossbones, big enough to have belonged to an elephant. "Can you see in?" asked Captain John. "There's a big boat in there," said Roger. "They said there would be. That'll be the launch that belongs to the natives. Will our mast clear that beam? Gently now, gently." Swallow slid into the big dark boathouse as Susan brought her oars in. "There's a rowing boat," whispered Roger loudly. "Look out! Don't bump the launch," whispered Susan. "There's nothing else," said Roger. "The Amazon isn't here." John was standing in the stern of the Swallow, holding on to the gunwale of the launch. He pulled out his pocket torch. "They won't be able to see the light from the house," he said, and pressed down the button. The bright light wavered around the boathouse. It showed a rowing skiff and the big launch and an empty space on the further side. It was clear that a boat usually moored there. Pinned to the wooden stage that ran along that wall of the boathouse, there was a big envelope, white in the light of the torch. Captain John pushed at the launch and Swallow moved across towards the wall. Roger grabbed the envelope. "Give it to me," said the mate, and the boy obediently gave it. The captain and the mate examined the envelope by the light of the torch. There was a skull and crossbones on it, done in red pencil. Under that, in blue pencil, was written, "To the Swallows." John tore the envelope open. Inside there was a sheet of paper with another skull and crossbones done in blue. Under them in red were the words, "Ha! Ha!" written very large, and under them were the words, "The Amazon Pirates," and two names, Nancy Blackett, captain, and Peggy Blackett, mate, also written in red. Captain John thought for a moment. "It's quite simple," he said. "They've hidden her up the river. It's an old pirate trick. We know they haven't put to sea, for we've been watching all day. Come on." He shut off the torch. They pushed out. Out of doors it seemed quite light after the darkness of the big boathouse. "Now, Mr. Bate, lay to your oars," said Captain John. "There's still light enough to find her if we're quick." Mate Susan bent to her oars, and Swallow moved fast up the river. John, staring as hard as he could into the dusk, kept her clear of the reeds. In another minute they were round a bend in the river. Again there was a splash in the deep reed beds at the river's mouth. Again a duck quacked loudly, and quacked 2 or 3 times, till a voice said sternly, "Stow it, you goat! Don't overdo things!" The nose of a boat pushed its way out from among the reeds. Just above the nose of the boat was the head of Captain Nancy Blackett. She watched for a moment and listened. "All clear," she said. "They've gone up river. That'll give us more start. Come on." There was more splashing in the reeds as Peggy Blackett poled over the stern. The boat came out of the reeds into the mouth of the river and drifted out towards the lake. Captain Nancy took the oars. She rowed hard for a minute or 2. "Safe enough now," she said. "I'm going to step the mast. Lucky we thought of taking it down, or they've seen it over the reeds." "Hang on to the main sheet, you son of a sea cook," she said, with great good temper and satisfaction. She hoisted the sail. "Now then, my hearties," she said as she clambered aft. "Wild Cat Island and Amazons forever. We've done them fairly brown." End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Swallows and Amazons by Arthur Ransome. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. Chapter 20. Titty Alone. After Mother had gone, Able Seaman Titty thought it well to go all over her island. Everything was as it should be. The Dipper had come back to a stone outside the harbour and bobbed to her again and again, and Able Seaman Titty bobbed to him in return, but this time was so far away that he did not fly off, but stood on a stone, bobbing 2 or 3 times a minute. She watched him flop into the water and fly out again, and then she went on with her patrol. At last she came back to the camp and put some more wood on the fire. Then she remembered that Robinson Crusoe kept a log, and that she had brought an exercise book in which to do the same. She sat down in the sunlight at the mouth of her tent and wrote "log" in capital letters at the top of a page. It was a pity that she had not been keeping count of the days by marking notches on a stake, but as there was only 1 day to put in the log, that did not really matter. So she wrote, 25 years ago this day I was wrecked on this desolate place. Wind southwest, sea slight, fog at dawn. Met a polite bird. I saw him flying under water. I found a native canoe on the shore. The native was friendly. Her name was Man Friday. In her country there are kangaroos, also bears. It was a joy to me in my lonely state to hear a human voice, though savage. Man Friday cooked our dinner, pemmican cakes with tea. She went away in her canoe to the mainland where the natives are. Able Seaman Titty could think of no more to say. She had caught up with herself. There was nothing else to say until something more happened. She began looking through Robinson Crusoe. Not exactly reading, for she had read it all many times before, but looking from page to page. She came first on the bit about sleeping in a tree for fear of ravenous beasts. I went to the tree, and getting up into it, endeavoured to place myself so as that if I should fall asleep I might not fall, and having cut me a short stick like a truncheon for my defence, I took up my lodging, and having been excessively fatigued, I fell fast asleep, and slept as comfortably as, I believe, few could have done in my condition, and found myself the most refreshed with it that I think I ever was on such an occasion. She wondered whether Robinson Crusoe had often slept in trees, and then whether there was any tree on the island that would be good for sleeping in. But then there were no ravenous beasts. She then read the part about the footprint in the sand, and remembered a number of things that she might have said to Man Friday. Then, turning this way and that through the book, she came on a passage which reminded her of Captain Flint. "All the while I was at work," wrote Robinson Crusoe, "I diverted myself with talking to my parrot and teaching him to speak, and I quickly learned him to know his own name, and at last to speak it out pretty loud. Poll, which was the first word I ever heard spoken in the island by any mouth but my own. Of course, if only she had a parrot, the island would be perfect. She thought of the green parrot on the rail of the houseboat. Then she remembered the jays that had flown chattering through the trees on the day when the swallows had visited the charcoal burners. The jays, like the green parrot, brought her mind back to Captain Flint, for she remembered the message that the old man had sent to the Amazons. She remembered the message that the old man thought that someone was going to break into the houseboat, that Captain Flint ought to put a lock on it. And she remembered that John had tried to give the message, that Captain Flint had been too cross to listen to it, besides calling John a liar. And now there was Mother wanting to send a message to Captain Flint by writing to the mother of the Amazons. And there was John gone to the Amazon River, not to see the Amazons, but to capture their ship. So the message would not be given to the Amazons until tomorrow. "Bother Captain Flint," she said out loud, and put the book away, and went up to the lookout place with the telescope to keep watch. There were plenty of boats on the lake, and looking through the telescope she could see the cormorants on the bare tree on Cormorant Island. Time went very slowly in spite of them. Even making tea and boiling 2 eggs and eating them, and a lot of bun loaf and marmalade, did not seem to take as long as it does when there is something else that you are in a hurry to do next. It seemed that she was only in the camp and cooking and eating and washing up for a minute or two before she was back at the lookout, wondering what was happening to the swallows. She knew they would not be back for a long time because of waiting for dusk to go into the Amazon River. Dusk seemed a long time coming, even longer for able seaman Titty on her island than for the captain, the boy, and the mate far away by Rio. At last the sun went down. The last steamer, Roger's bedtime steamer, went down the lake. The last of the native fishermen rowed away into the twilight and disappeared. Titty became the keeper of a lighthouse on a lonely reef. She lit the big lantern and hauled it up the tree and made fast. It gave a splendid light up there, high overhead. She thought of swimming off to see what it looked like over the water. But that, she decided, was not quite what a lighthouse keeper would do. He might be carried away by an ocean current. Then when the light burnt out, there would be no one to put more oil in, and some great ship might run on the reef in the dark. Before it was too dark to see what she was doing without a torch, Titty took one of the candle lanterns and hooked it up on the nail of the forked tree. It would be easier to open it and light it up there than to light it and feel around for the nail to hang it on. Then she went back to the camp. They may be capturing the Amazon at this very minute, she thought, and found it difficult to keep still. Once or twice she went up to the lookout place to see that the lighthouse lantern was burning properly, though she could see its glimmer through the trees without leaving the camp. At last she made up her mind that there was really nothing to be done except to wait and listen for the owl call, which would tell her that the swallows were back and waiting for her to light the leading lights for them, so that they could bring Swallow and Amazon into the harbour. "If only they've got her," she said. She made up the fire well, with all the sticks pointing to the middle, then covered it with the clods of earth that Susan had left ready. That made things very dark, so she uncovered it again. After all, there was plenty of firewood left from the cargo they had brought to the island 2 days before. She lit the other candle lantern and tried to read by it. But reading was not easy, even with the candle lantern, because of the fire leaping up and flashing shadows across the pages. Then she remembered that there was only a very short piece of candle in the lantern, and that it would be wanted at the harbour. She blew it out. She was afraid to lie down on her bed for fear of going to sleep, and not hearing the signal when the swallows came back. So she took both her blankets from the tent. She rolled herself up in one of them, and made a hood and cloak of the other, and sat watching her fire, with the electric torch and the candle lantern close beside her. A box of matches was in her pocket. She made sure of that. She could feel it through the blanket. That was the last thing she remembered. She was wakened with the wind in her face and the long call of an owl, "To-whoo! To-whoo!" She sat up suddenly. Where was she? The fire had died down to red embers. It was very dark, but there was a glimmer high up in the trees behind her. The lighthouse, of course. How long ago was it that she had heard that owl? Was it before she fell asleep, or just now? Was it an owl heard in a dream? She tried to jump up, but had forgotten that she had rolled herself up like a mummy. Must have been the owl call that woke her up. John and Susan and Roger must be sailing about in the dark with the 2 ships, wondering why the lights were not lit. She scrambled to her feet and listened. For a moment she could hear nothing. Then, somewhere on the lake, there was the creak of a boom swinging over as a boat went about. She felt about on the ground for the torch. She found it, and the lantern close beside it. She lit the torch and ran out of the camp and hurried, stumbling as she went, along the path to the harbour. What a good thing that Mother had given them torches for Vicky's birthday. It was hard enough to run even with the torch. What a good thing, too, that she had cleared the branches that hung over the track. She found the forked tree and took out her box of matches, putting the torch in her pocket so as to have both hands free. Her first match blew out, and her second as she lifted it up to light the lantern, but the third match did it. She lit the other lantern easily and hung it on its nail on the stump with the white cross. Well, John and Susan would see the lights now, but what if they'd been waiting a long time? She, Titty, Abel Seaman, had fallen asleep just at the very time when she ought to have been most awake. What if they had tried to make the harbour in the dark and were wrecked on the rocks outside? Suddenly, a big owl flew by close over her head, between the two leading lights, puzzled by the glitter of them. "Too-whoo! Too-whoo!" she heard it as it swung away into the darkness. Perhaps it had not been the owl signal she had heard. Perhaps all her fears were for nothing, and Swallow was still far away. And yet that creak had sounded very like Swallow's boom going over. Just then, somewhere in the darkness in front of her, outside the harbour, she heard the noise of a sail coming down into a boat, then the quick creak, creak that an oar makes when it is used for sculling over the stern. She was just going to call out joyfully to welcome the swallows, when she heard a voice that was not John's, or Susan's, or Roger's. The voice said, "A jolly good idea of theirs, putting lights on the marks." For one moment Titty thought of blowing the lights out, but it was too late. The boat was close in. In another second it grounded in the harbour not 6 yards away. Titty crouched down on the ground behind a rock. Why had she ever gone to sleep? It was a real owl she had heard, and not the signal from the swallows. If only she had been awake, she would have known. And now, left on guard, she had lighted the Amazons into the harbour, and the swallows would come back to find the island in the hands of the enemy. Would they ever forgive her? Nancy Blackett was on the beach. "What beats me," she was saying, "is how they ever managed to get here before us. I'm sure I heard them go up the river. They must have rowed like smoke. They couldn't do it sailing. And I would never have thought they could do it rowing, even though we were beating all the way. Funny we didn't see or hear them on one tack or the other. Come on, Peggy, step lively and show a light." "Matches are damp," said Peggy, but just then there was a flicker in the boat, and a moment later she was coming ashore with a lantern in her hand. "Why aren't they here?" she said. "They just lit the lights for us and scooted back to camp," said Captain Nancy, "pretending they've been back for hours. Come along, let's have that lantern." The Amazon pirates passed so close to Abel Seaman Titty that they could have almost touched her. They hurried on into the path. Titty crouched trembling. She heard Peggy say, "Wait for me. I can't see without the lantern." Their steps sounded further and further away. Then there was silence except for the wind in the leaves. The Amazons had gone to the camp. Titty did not know what to do. It was defeat, black and dreadful. Instead of the Swallow sailing home with the Amazon, a captured galleon, sailed by Susan as a prize crew, everything had gone wrong. The Swallows had not captured the Amazon, but the Amazons had landed on Wildcat Island, and their pirate ship was snug in the harbour. If only she had not lit the lights, they could never have come in till dawn, and by then the Swallows would be back. Just then she heard the loud shouting of the Amazons at the other end of the island. "Swallows ahoy! Captain John!" The voices came nearer. The Amazons were coming back. Just then Titty had her idea. After all, it did not matter who of the Swallows captured the Amazon, and here was the Amazon unprotected. Why not? In a moment Titty was up and on the beach, and a moment later she was afloat, clawing the Amazon's stern first out of the harbour along the edge of the big rocks. Then she pulled out her torch and lit it just for long enough to find the oars. They were not quite like Swallow's oars, but she could manage them. She stood on the stern of the Amazon to row, keeping her eyes on the 2 lights she had lit herself. She remembered that whatever happened she must keep the 2 lights in line, one above another. Now and then they would get askew in spite of all she did, but she managed pretty well, so the centreboard and the lowered sail with its boom and gaff were horribly in the way. She hit nothing at all hard, and had just paddled the pirate ship stern first clear of the rocks, when the candle in one of the lanterns guttered and went out. "That's the one I had in camp," she thought. "It's lucky I didn't read any more." She went on rowing backwards for a bit to be sure she was clear. She knew the wind would be blowing her back towards the island, so she turned the Amazon round, sat down on the thwart with a leg on each side of the centreboard, and began to row properly, keeping the wind on her right cheek. She lost sight of the other leading light. Then she saw it again. Then a lantern flickered through the trees. The Amazon's coming back to the harbour. She rested on her oars and drifted, listening, but could hear nothing. Presently she saw another light, much higher up. That was the lighthouse, the lantern still burning high on the tree by the lookout place. She knew that the wind was driving her up the lake past the island. She pulled hard with her left and brought Amazon's head nearer to the wind. Then she rowed steadily. It was very hard work. She could not keep on rowing like that all night. The best thing she could do would be to anchor in as safe a place as possible. She stopped rowing, pulled her oars in, turned on her torch, and scrambled forward. Yes, there was an anchor in the bows and a lot of rope. She remembered hearing John tell Susan never to let go of the anchor without making sure that the end of the anchor rope was made fast. She buried down with the torch into the coils of rope. That was all right. The rope was made fast to a ring bolt. She put the anchor where she could easily get at it, and then settled down again to the oars, rowing as hard as she could across and a little into the wind towards the western shore of the lake. She could see nothing now except the light of the lighthouse tree. She did not want to be anchored anywhere near the island when dawn came, because who knew how well those pirates could swim? The other side of the lake would be safe. Suddenly she heard the splash of water on rocks quite close to her. It would never do to run Amazon ashore in the dark. She stopped rowing, scrambled forward again, and lowered the anchor over the bows, letting out the rope hand over hand. Down it went, yard after yard. Deep water, after all. Then it stopped being heavy. The anchor was on the ground. She let the rest of the rope go. The Amazon drifted back and brought up with a light jerk. "Anyhow, nothing more can happen till morning," said able seaman Titty to herself. "John won't try to land in the dark with one of the leading lights out. I've got Amazon, and Swallow will be flagship after all. Nothing more can happen now." She was wrong. It is never safe to say that nothing more can happen. Now that her prize was safely anchored, she did her best to make things shipshape, but she could not do much in the dark, even with her little torch to help her. But she rolled up the sail as well as she could. She found a rug and wrapped herself up in it, for it was cold enough on the water now that she was not rowing. She also found a big hunk of chocolate. This she ate. "They always eat everything they find in a captured ship," she had said to herself, when in doubt whether to eat it or not. She settled herself in the bottom of the boat, just after the centreboard case, so as to keep warm and get some shelter from the wind. She had eaten all the chocolate, and had begun to wonder how many hours it would be till dawn, when she stiffened suddenly, like a rabbit that has seen a man in a field. She heard a new noise. It was the noise of rowing, hard, fast rowing, with the noise of 2 pairs of oars in a native boat, pin oars, and the slap of a boat's bows into the short waves. She knew that noise well. It came nearer and nearer, passed close by her, plunk, plunk. She could hear the splash of the oars so clearly that she almost thought she could see the boat in the dark. Able seaman Titty hardly breathed. These were not swallows or Amazons, but natives. And what could they be doing in the middle of the night when everybody, except of course pirates and explorers, ought to be asleep? "We must be near it now." A man's voice, loud in the wind, came to her out of the darkness. "Not yet. Look at the light those kids have got on the other island. It must be another 100 yards at least. I can hear something, but it's not far now. Go a bit easier." There was a crash somewhere close ahead. "Told you, you blamed fool. You've bloomin' well smashed the blighted boat. Get out and pull her up then. Take your hat off the lamp and let's have a bit of light." There was a splash, then the noise of a boat being pulled up over stones. There was a glimmer and a flash of a bicycle lamp. "Boat's all right.
Lost a bit of paint, maybe. Lucky for us she ain't stoved in. Give us a hand with the box, then. Nobody look for it here. They will if you keep flashing that lamp about. Much better take it with us. We can't carry that thing on a motor bicycle. Have to bring a car for it. Blast it. Why didn't you bring a chisel to smash it open? Clever. Who'd have thought he'd keep the stuff in a thing like that? It'll take more than a chisel to get that open. It's a full game anyhow. Well, we've done it now, and you can tell by the weight it's something worth having. You wouldn't keep it in a thing like this if it wasn't. Give her a hand, then. There was a noise of scrambling on stones, some curses, then the noise of heavy stones being thrown down on something made of wood and metal. Then voices again. We'll come out with fishing rods next time and catch something worth having. Nobody'll find it now, and if they do come looking. You grumbling all the time. Wish I'd come by myself. Wish you had. Shove her off now. Sure she doesn't leak? No, she won't leak, but it's not your fault she doesn't. Shove her off then and put your back into it. We've got to be far out of this before anybody's stirring. The noise of rowing began again. This time it grew rapidly fainter. They didn't sound at all like friendly natives, thought Titty to herself. She listened open-mouthed till she could hear no more, staring into the darkness. Her eyes closed once or twice. She tried to keep them open with her fingers. I'm going to sleep again, she said. I know I am. She was right. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Swallows and Amazons by Arthur Ransome. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. Chapter 21. Swallows in the Dark. With mate Susan at the oars, Roger on the lookout in the bows, and Captain John at the tiller, the Swallow moved up the Amazon River in the rapidly gathering dusk. There were walls of reeds on each side, then a bit of meadowland where they could see the shapes of trees against the darkening sky, then reeds again, shutting them in as if they were in a lane between high walls. Suddenly the river broadened into a wide open pool with tall reeds all round it, except where the river entered and left it. This must be what they call the lagoon, said Captain John. It's the very place for them to hide their ship in. I wish it wasn't so dark. He put the tiller hard over to starboard, so that the Swallow turned sharply to port. It's awful rowing if you steer with such a jerk, said Susan. Sorry, said John. I want to keep close to the edge all round this place. I don't want to miss her. Something's pulling at my oar, said Susan. I can't lift it. The boat stopped moving. John peered over the side. Water lilies, he said. It's getting most awfully dark. They hang on to my oars like octopuses, said Susan. Perhaps they are octopuses, said Roger. Titty read to me about how they put their arms out long and grab people, even out of a boat. In Roger's voice there were clear signs of panic in the forecastle. Captain John took command at once. Oh, rubbish, Roger, he said. They aren't octopuses. They're only flowers. He leaned over and picked one, not without difficulty. Here you are, he said. Give it to him, Susan. Let him see for himself. They're only flowers, only their stalks are horribly tough. Try to pull out into the middle, Mr. Mate. All right, only flowers, said Roger, fingering the water lily and letting his fingers run down its stout, slippery stalk. But I wouldn't mind even if they were octopuses. Susan did her best, but the blades of the oars caught under the broad flat leaves of the water lilies and swept them together. The long, fat, smooth stalks of the water lilies tangled together and held the oars like strong ropes. She lost an oar overboard. She picked it up again at once, feeling for it was hard to see Swallow's brown oars in the dark water. Swallow moved as if she were being driven against something springy, which gave a little, and then gathered strength and pushed her back. Bother these flowers, said Roger. Let me row for a bit, said John. The captain and the mate changed places. John tried rowing without feathering, keeping the blades of his oars on a slant downwards and forwards, so that when he pulled they would not go deep in the water and could not catch under the flat leaves. That was better. Presently Swallow was clear of the lilies. "I can't move the tiller," said Susan. "Only a little way." "One of those lily stalks must be stuck between the rudder and the boat," said Captain John. "Let me get at it." He took off his coat, rolled up his sleeve, and plunged his arm into the water over the stern. Not one, but half a dozen lily stalks were jammed together, wedging the rudder. He broke some of them, and then pulled the bits through between the rudder and the keel. "Clear now," he said, and put out the oars again. He rowed on, telling Susan not to steer too near to the reeds where the lilies were, and yet not to go too far from the edge. The struggle with the lilies had taken time. It was getting darker and darker. "I say," said Susan, "it's too dark to find the Amazon now. Hadn't we better give it up and go back?" "If we waited until the morning, we should find her all right," said Captain John. "But what about Titty?" said Susan. "Besides, Amazon may not be here at all." "She must be somewhere in the river," said John. "But I forgot about Titty. We'll go back." He turned the Swallow round and went on rowing. "It's no good steering," said Susan. "I can't see where to go." John tugged sharply at one of his oars. "More lilies," he said. He pulled Swallow out of the lilies, and she ran her nose into reeds. "Do keep a look-out, Roger," said the mate. "There's nothing to look at," said Roger, "until it's too late." It was a long time before they found the place where the river left the pool. They'd rowed right across the opening once, being afraid to go too near the reeds. At last they decided that even if anyone saw a light here, he would not suspect what it was, and used their electric torches. Roger could not get at his, but he used John's, as John was rowing. Susan had her own. Even with the torches it was difficult. A pale light lit up, now here, now there, a patch of quivering reeds. But on either side of the patch of light was darkness. As they moved, the darkness turned to reeds when the round circle of light fell on it. At last they found a place where the light showed a patch of reeds on each side, but nothing but darkness between them. "This must be the opening," said John. He pulled a stroke or two towards the darkness. There was still clear water around the Swallow, but the torches showed reeds on right and left. The reeds were all bent the same way, and though John was resting on his oars, the Swallow drifted on in the direction in which the reeds were sloping. She was in the river at last. John let the stream take the Swallow with it, using the oars only when she touched the reeds on either side. "Don't wave your torch in the air, Susan," he said, "or someone may see us. We must be getting near the house. Put yours out, Roger. We don't want to rouse the natives." Once or twice they ran into the reeds at bends of the river, but they freed themselves without difficulty. Presently they saw the lights of the big house standing away from the water. "We must be near the boathouse now," said John. "Here it is," said Susan. John backwatered. "We must look into it again," he said, "just to make sure." Susan flashed a torch into the boathouse. A bat flew out almost into their faces. The big motor launch lay there as before, and the rowing boat. The Amazon's berth was still empty. "They must have hidden her somewhere up the river," said John. Just then the lights in the big house went out one by one. "Douse your glim, Mr. Mate," said Captain John. They could see the light now if anyone were looking from those windows. He pulled Swallow into the river again. She drifted on in the darkness. No one spoke for some time. The plan had failed, and the cutting-out expedition had come to nothing. Suddenly they began to feel a little more wind. "We must have reached the open sea," said Captain John. "You can light up that torch, Mr. Mate, and see what you can." Susan flashed the torch all around them. There were no reeds to be seen. On every side there was nothing but rippled water. "Hello!" cried Roger. "I can see lights far away." "Rio lights," said John. "We're out. I'm going to hoist the sail. Hold the torch steady while I reef. Even Daddy used to say, 'Never be ashamed to reef a small boat in the dark.'" Reefing in the dark, even with the help of a torch held by a willing mate, is not too easy, but it was done at last, and John brought the Swallow head to wind and hoisted the sail, while Susan took the tiller and the main-sheet. "Put her on the starboard tack," said John, as soon as she was sailing, "and keep her very full. We want to be sure that we are well clear of the rocks off the point." Even with the reef down, there was enough wind to send Swallow fast through the water with a steady rippling noise under her bows. "We're sailing due east," said John presently. "How do you know?" asked Susan. "Look," said John. A broad patch of clear sky showed overhead, and in it the largest stars. "Look," said John, "there's the saucepan. There's its handle, there's its pot. And those two stars that make the front wall of the pot point to the North Star. And there's the North Star. It's broad on our port beam, so we must be sailing east. And Rio lights are broad on the starboard beam, away in the south." "Why do the natives always call the saucepan the Great Bear?" said Susan. "I don't know," said John. "It isn't like a bear at all. It's more like a giraffe. But you couldn't have a better saucepan." "She'd go a lot nearer the wind," said Mate Susan. "Keep her full," said the captain. "Keep her sailing. But we must be well clear of the point now. I'm going to use the compass and chart." The spirits of the Swallow's crew had risen very much now that they were at sea once more and not fumbling in the dark with reed beds and water lilies. There was nothing like sea room to cheer a sailor's heart. "Are you cold, Roger?" asked the mate. "Rather," said the lookout. "Get down below the gunwale and wrap yourself up in this blanket," said the mate, passing a blanket forward by way of the captain. John, too, crouched in the bottom of the boat. He got out the guidebook and found the chart in it with the help of his torch. Then he laid his compass on the middle thwart so that the black line marked on the rim inside it was nearest to the bows. That was no good, because Swallow was heeling over and the compass was on a slant so that the compass card could not work. He had to hold it in his hand. Even then the card swung a good deal. He held the compass as steady as he could in one hand, while with the other he threw the light of the torch on it and watched to see what point on the card was opposite the black line. It did not keep still, but swung first one way and then the other. "Almost exactly east," he said at last. "Now bring her closer to the wind." The mate put the tiller down a little at a time, and Swallow pointed nearer and nearer to the wind. "East. East by south, east-southeast, southeast by east, southeast," he said rapidly. "She won't go much nearer than that," said the mate. "Keep her so," said Captain John. "Southeast it is, or jolly near it." He looked at the chart and the book. "That'll take her to about here, and then she'll go perhaps a bit better than southwest on the other tack. The trouble is, we don't know how far we go on a tack. We'll just have to sail fairly short tacks and try to keep them about the same length. Then we shan't be going near the shore on either side. We'll be able to see by the Rio lights when we're getting near the islands. I'm going to count 100, and then we'll go about. And then I'll count 100 on the other tack before we go about again." "Rio lights are going out," said Mate Susan. They were. One by one, the lights on the hill above Rio Bay disappeared. "It must be awfully late," said Susan. The clouds swept over the stars again. There were no lights to be seen anywhere. The little Swallow rushed on in the darkness, Susan keeping her close to the wind, facing directly forward, and putting the tiller up a little when she felt the hint of a cold breath on her left cheek. 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. "Ready about," said John. Susan put the Swallow about. For a moment the water was silent under her keel, and then, as she gathered speed, the pleasant galloping noise of the waves began again. "You take the tiller, John," said the mate. "I want to get out some chocolate for that boy." John took the tiller, counting steadily and slowly. He had the compass with him, and sometimes lit the torch and fixed it between his knees and held the compass in its light. But it was really not much good. We would have liked to think it was. The best he could do was to keep the ship sailing, to see that she sailed about the same distance on each tack. And then, what if the wind had shifted a little? The mate got out the cake and the chocolate. She and the captain found that they could do with some just as well as the boy. The boy, warm in his 2 sets of clothes and his blanket, was enjoying himself enormously. "Wouldn't Titty have liked it?" he said. "Liked what?" said Susan. "Sailing like this in the dark," said the boy. Susan said nothing. She did not like thinking of Titty alone on the island for so long. John said nothing. For one thing, he was counting to himself and getting near 100. For another, the light of Susan's torch in the bottom of the boat, where she was cutting hunks of cake and breaking up chocolate, and the light of his own torch when he used it to look at the compass, made the darkness of the night even darker than it really was. It was better than being stuck in the river, much better, but Captain John knew very well that he could not really tell how near they might be to the shore. He was the captain of the Swallow, and must not wreck his ship. Daddy had trusted him not to be a duffer, and sailing in this blackness he did not feel so sure of not being a duffer as he did by day, and there were no lights in Rio to help him. Everything was black. He could only keep on tacking against the wind, and he was wondering what he should do when Swallow came near the islands off the bay. And how would he know when she was coming near them? It would not do to let his crew know that he was worried, so he said nothing, except that he went on with his counting. Perhaps he counted a little louder than before. He reached 100, put Swallow about, and began again. 1, 2, 3, as she went off on the other tack. Backwards and forwards, Swallow scurried across the lake in the dark. The islands could not be far away. Suddenly John stopped counting. "Listen," he said. "Trees. I can hear the wind in them. What's that?" He flashed his torch over the side. There was the white splash of water breaking on a rock. The noise of wind and trees was close ahead. "Let go the halyard," called John. "Down with the sail. Grab the gaff as it comes." Susan was as quick as she could be. She knew by John's voice that there was no time to lose. The sail came down in a rush. She gathered it in as well as she could. Then she flashed her torch into the blackness ahead. "There's something close here," she said. Swallow drifted in smooth water. John put out the oars. "It's here," said Susan. "Close here. Pull. Pull to your left. It's a landing stage." Swallow bumped softly against wood. "Hang on to it, whatever it is," called John. He shipped his oars. Then he scrambled forward. The torch showed the black, damp wooden beams of one of the landing stages used by the natives for their rowing boats. "Hold your torch up, Susan," he said. "I'm going ashore." Susan held up her torch. John was on the landing stage in a moment. "All right now," he said. "I've got the painter." He lit his torch, and Susan saw him, as Swallow drifted back, standing on the landing stage and making fast the painter round a post. "We're all right here anyhow," he said. "Lucky for us not to hit that rock we passed. I wonder which island this is." He walked up the landing stage, lighting himself with his torch. Then he came back. "There's a notice which says, 'Private. Landing forbidden.'" "What are we to do?" said Susan. "Land," said Captain John. "At least land if we want to. The natives are all asleep anyhow. We'll stay here until there's a little light. There's bound to be some light soon. Only duffers would try to get through the islands in dark as black as this." "What about Titty?" said Susan. "Titty's in camp. She's got a tent. She'll be all right. So are we now." Captain John was extremely happy. Now that the danger was over, he knew very well that they had, as nearly as possible, been duffers after all, racing about in the dark. And instead of being smashed on a rock, he was Swallow snugly tied up to a landing stage. Where they were did not matter. Dawn would show that. Susan said, "Roger, you'd better go to sleep." There was no answer. Roger was asleep already. John came back into the boat. "Look out you don't wake him," said Susan. John stepped carefully over the sleeping boy. "There are 2 more blankets," said Susan. "I'm not going to sleep," said John, making himself comfortable in the bottom of the boat. "You can." "I say, John," whispered Susan a minute or 2 later. Again there was no answer. A few minutes after that, she too was asleep. The wind blew away the clouds, and the stars shone out high over Swallow and her sleeping crew. The deep blue of the sky began to pale over the eastern hills. The islands clustered about Rio Bay became dark masses on a background no longer as dark as themselves. The colour of the water changed. It had been as black as the hills and the sky, and as these paled, so did the lake. The dark islands were dull green and grey, and the rippled water was the colour of a pewter teapot. When John woke, it was still long before sunrise, but it was quite light enough for sailing. He woke with a start, and some shame at having slept. He was glad he had been the first to wake. He knew at once where they were, moored to the landing stage on one of the smaller islands at the northern end of Rio Bay. He tried to cast off and get the sail up without waking the others, but as he moved, they stirred. Roger yawned and pulled himself up by the gunwale to look over the side. He just had one look, and then, without saying anything, settled down to sleep again. Susan woke as one wakes who has breakfast to get for her family. "I say," she said, "we could have started ages ago. It's quite light." "Come on, then," said John. "You take the main sheet while I set the sail. I didn't want to wake you, but I've only just waked myself, really. It's going to be another fine day, and the wind is the same." He unfastened the painter and put it once around the post at the end of the landing stage. Then he hoisted the sail. He had forgotten that it was reefed. It did not take a minute to shake out the reef. It was a great deal easier than tying it down in the dark. He then hoisted the sail again and cast off. Swallow drifted backwards a few feet, and then gathered a breath of wind and began to sail. He came aft and took the tiller. Susan blinked at the notice board about landing being forbidden. "We didn't exactly land," she said. They tacked through between Rio and the islands. Rio Bay lay deserted as they had never seen it. No one was up. The houses had blinds in all their windows. Yachts lay at their moorings. The rowing boats of the natives lay drawn up on the beach. There was not a native to be seen. "It won't be sunrise for some time yet," said John, looking up at the faint glow in the sky over the hills. They sailed out into the open lake beyond the islands, made a long board across to the farther side. Then, ready about, and back again. Their second tack beyond the islands let them see into the narrow bay below Holly Howe. There was Holly Howe itself, the farmhouse, white among its yew trees and hollies, up on the hillside at the top of the sloping field. Mother and Vicky and Nurse were in there asleep. John looked at Susan, and Susan looked at John. Both had the same thought, but neither said anything. It was not an altogether comfortable thought. Still, they would soon be back at the camp on Wildcat Island. At last Susan said, "I hope to goodness Titty had the sense to go to sleep." "Bet she didn't," said John. "She wouldn't want to, anyhow." They left the peak of Darien astern. John saw the houseboat moored to its big buoy in Houseboat Bay, but it reminded him of his meeting with Captain Flint, so he looked the other way. They could see Wildcat Island now, and suddenly Susan said, "Titty's awake. She's got a most tremendous fire." A big column of smoke was lifting and blowing from the island. "Hello," said John. "There's a boat." "Why, it's the Amazon." "Where?" said Susan. "Over there, starboard bow, by Cormorant Island. We should fetch her on this tack." "It's Amazon, all right," said Susan, "but there's nobody in her. She must have broken loose from somewhere and drifted away." John watched carefully. "She's not drifting," he said. "She's at anchor. Perhaps the Amazons are asleep in her. Hurrah! Let's capture her after all. We'll get her anchor without waking them and tow her into harbour. Then when they wake, they'll be prisoners." "I don't believe there's anybody in her," said Susan. "Rubbish," said John. "She couldn't have got there and anchored herself." "Well, we'll see in a minute," said Susan. John did not at first alter the Swallow's course. That tack would bring her just to windward of the Amazon. Then he would be able to back down carefully with the oars to get hold of the anchor rope and take her in tow without waking the sleeping pirates. Then he changed his mind. It would be better to sail close under her stern to have a look into her. It would be silly to try to get their anchor if the Amazons were only pretending to be asleep. "I'm sure there's no one in her," said Susan, as they rushed towards the little anchored ship. But just then a hand showed on the gunwale, and a moment later, just as they were passing under Amazon's stern, the white face and rather draggled hair of able seaman Titty appeared over the transom. Able seaman Titty had thought out the proper thing to say, something about report, capture, enemies, and prize. But the words went out of her head at the last minute, and all she actually said was, "I've got her." End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Swallows and Amazons by Arthur Ransome. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. Chapter 22. The White Flag. Captain John let loose a hurrah that startled even himself and woke the sleeping Roger.
Titty, however did you do it? He said.
Well done, Titty, said Susan. Roger sat up in the bottom of the boat.
Hello, Titty, he said,
and then curled up and went to sleep again. John jibed Swallow, and then, bringing her to the wind, ran her alongside. Mate Susan scrambled forward and grabbed the gunwale of the Amazon.
But where are the Amazons? Said John.
They've got our camp. They've got Wildcat Island, said Titty. I couldn't help it. I was asleep, and there was an owl, and I thought it was you, and I lit the lights, and they came to the harbour. Then they went to the camp, and I took Amazon.
Who cares about the camp? Cried John. It was whoever could capture the other ship, and now we've got her. And I thought we'd failed. Swallow is flagship after all. Well done, Titty.
Titty tried to tell her story, how she had pushed out in the dark, how she had tried to anchor near the opposite shore, and had only found out when day came that she had anchored by Cormorant Island instead. Owls, the noise of rowing, men quarrelling, the leading light going out. It all seemed a muddle.
The main thing, said Captain John, is that Amazon is our prize. Now we'll sail over with the whole fleet. We'll make a landing in the face of the enemy and retake the island. Or we'll call upon them to surrender, and if they won't, we'll keep the sea for days and days until they starve. But they'll have to give in. Hello, what are they doing?
Susan, Titty, and John stared at Wildcat Island. Roger woke up again and stared too. A large blanket, flapping heavily in the wind, was being slowly hoisted up the lighthouse tree. They could see the Amazons holding the ropes below it. It was a big stout blanket, and though the wind was fresh, it could not blow it out square, but kept it flapping in slow, disheartened flaps.
It's one of our blankets, said Susan. It's a white flag, said Titty. They're surrendering. It isn't very white, said Roger sleepily. It's meant to be, said Titty. I know it's a white flag.
We'll soon find out, said Captain John.
I say, Mr. Mate, will you sail the prize or shall I?
You'd better, said Susan, because of the centreboard.
Right, said the captain. Roger stays with you and Swallow. Titty sails an Amazon. Look out, Titty, I'm coming aboard.
He climbed from one boat into the other.
Hang on to Swallow's painter while I get sail on Amazon, he said.
Aye, aye, sir, said Titty. Mate Susan let go of Amazon's gunwale, and Swallow drifted astern at the end of her painter.
Where's the pirate flag? Asked Captain John, looking up at the mast to see that all was clear for setting sail.
They'd left it at the masthead, said Titty. I hauled it down as soon as it was light and I saw it. I didn't think of it before.
You did quite right, said Captain John. While she's a prize, she mustn't fly her own flag. She ought to fly ours, but we haven't a spare one. Amazon's sail was a standing lug, just the same as Swallow's, so that John had no trouble in setting it. He began hauling in the anchor rope. Now then, able seaman, will you take the tiller to sail her across? She's your prize, really, you know. Are you ready, Mr. Mate? Shall we cast off, Swallow?
Ready, said Susan.
Roger, run forward to coil down the painter. Roger, fully awake now, hurried to the bows. Titty let go of Swallow's painter. Roger hauled it in hand over hand and coiled it down. Swallow's sail filled and she began to move. John hauled on the Amazon's anchor rope until it was straight up and down. Ready, Titty?
Ready.
She's sailing now. Keep her full. John hauled up the anchor as fast as he could. Amazon began to sail, but slipped away to leeward. Centreboard's not down, said John. She'll sail all right as soon as it is. She hasn't got a keel like Swallow. He lowered the centreboard, and Amazon stopped slipping sideways, and her wake lengthened astern of her. All right, Titty? He asked.
Fine, she said. Aye, aye, sir.
With her mouth a little open and her eyes earnestly on the sail, she was steering Amazon for the first time. It was no wonder she used the wrong words. In the fresh morning wind, the fleet moved towards Wildcat Island, Swallow a little ahead. Mate Susan called across the water. Shall I make straight for the harbour? I can do it easily on this tack. No, called Captain John. We'd better sail to the lookout point and ask them what they mean by that blanket.
I'm certain it's a white flag, said Titty, without shifting her eyes from the sail. We'll make sure of it anyway, said Captain John. They might try to rush the Amazon as we bring her in. At the lookout place, under the great flapping blanket that hung on the lighthouse tree where the lantern hung last night, were the Amazon pirates. They were not standing still. They seemed to be dancing. What are they doing? Said Captain John. That's Captain Nancy, the one who's jumping up and down, said Titty. Perhaps she's dancing with rage. Titty could not afford to take more than a short look out of the corner of her eye. She was sailing their ship, and she wanted them to see that she could do it. She wanted to leave a wake as straight as theirs. Susan and the Swallow went about before reaching the island. Amazon passed under her stern. It's deep water right under the lookout place, said John. You can sail her close to it. She'll lose the wind, but she'll find it again on the other side. She's got enough way on her to carry her past. Aye, aye, sir, said Titty. The Amazons on the lookout place seemed to be beckoning them on. Hurry up, they shouted. Titty sailed close under the point, and John shouted up to the Amazons. Do you surrender? Nancy Blackett shouted back. We do. We jolly well do. But buck up. Do be quick, shouted Peggy. No trickery, shouted John. Honest pirate, shouted Nancy. Honest Injun too? Said John doubtfully. Honest Injun, shouted Nancy. Honest anything you like, but don't waste any more time. Bring her to the landing place. We'll take her into port, said Captain John. The landing place is nearer. She's our prize, called John, and we'll take her to the harbour. Already Amazon had passed with flapping sails through the sheltered water under the point. Now she had the wind again, was sailing fast across the channel between the island and the eastern shore of the lake. Close hauled, Titty, said Captain John. Close hauled it is, said the able seaman Titty, bringing Amazon nearer to the wind. But what are they in such a hurry about? I don't know, said Captain John. Don't stint her. We'll race Susan for the harbour. She's beating up the other side. But Swallow had too good a start and was sailing in the open lake. When Titty brought her prize round the rocks at the southern end of the island, Swallow was already there. Susan had taken down her sail and was waiting with oars out just outside the entrance to the harbour. It's all right, shouted John. You can go in. They've surrendered. They're in an awful hurry about something. We'll go in together. Susan pulled with one oar and backwatered with the other, turned Swallow round and paddled her in towards the harbour. Let me row Amazon in, said Titty. I got her out in the dark last night. Look here, Titty. Can you see the marks? The wind's exactly right. You can sail her in. I'll lower the sail at the right moment. Needn't think about anything but keeping the marks one behind the other. I'll try, said Titty, and steered straight in. Don't take any notice of me, he said. Keep the marks together. Just as they shot in among the rocks, he lowered the sail and pulled up the centreboard. Keep your eye on the marks. That's right. Look out for Swallow. Well done. Just as Swallow grounded on the beach in the little harbour, Amazon slid quietly in and grounded close beside her. The Amazons were waiting on the beach. They seemed altogether friendly. Peggy Blackett pulled Swallow up, and Nancy Blackett did the same for Amazon. But Captain John was taking no risks. Captain Nancy, he said, which ship is flagship? Captain Nancy did not hesitate. Swallow it is, and earned it. But do buck up. No one knows we're here. We're supposed to be in bed, and we must get home in time to get up for breakfast when we're called. You'll never do it, said Captain John. Yes, we will. The wind's getting stronger every minute, and the sun's only just rising, but do be quick. Let's help to carry the things. There's an awful lot to say. Titty climbed out over Amazon's bows, and Captain Nancy shook her by the hand and slapped her on the back. By thunder, able seaman, she said, I wish you were in my crew. This morning, when I saw that you'd done us all by yourself, I could have swallowed the anchor. You did just exactly what we had planned to do. Susan was unloading the blankets and things from Swallow. Roger had run off to the camp. Everybody else took something to carry. Roger came running back. They've got a grand fire, he said, and the kettle's boiling over. Who's for tea? Said mate Susan. Well, there's hardly time, said Peggy. Come on, quick, said Nancy. There's lots that got to be said, and we can slop the tea down while we're saying it. The Swallows and the Amazons trooped along the path to the camp. The Amazons did most of the talking. The real thing is, said Captain Nancy, that we've got leave to come and camp on the island for a few days, beginning the day after tomorrow. That's tomorrow now, said Peggy.
Mother had a party last night at home, and there are people coming today, you know, the sort of people we have to be best frocked for. So the only thing was to have the war last night. We can't very well be at war with each other while we're living in the same camp. The wind wouldn't let us have it before. It had to be last night or never. And then the able seaman did us. It was a noble feat of arms. I got in an awful row when we found Amazon had gone, Peggy broke in. Captain Nancy thought she'd drifted away, and when I said she couldn't drift against the wind— "You wait, Peggy," threatened Captain Nancy. "Oh, well," said Peggy, "you know what you said. Anyhow, it wasn't until it got light that we knew what had happened to her. At least we didn't know at first, not even after we saw her. Not until able seaman Titty sat up and hauled our flag down." "Well," said Captain Nancy, "yours was a great plan. Anybody might have been taken in by it. When we saw you at the boathouse—" "Where were you?" said Captain John. "We were in the reeds at the mouth of the river." "I never thought of that," said Captain John. "When we saw you'd gone up the river, I was sure you were all aboard. I knew you'd find nothing up the river, and I thought we should have time to get down to Wildcat Island before it was quite dark. I thought you'd be going back there at once. But I never thought of you leaving a shore party and going up the river simply to trick us into our own trap. It really was a great plan." "But it wasn't a plan, really," said Captain John. "At least I never thought of it. But what were you going to do?" "Well, it worked anyhow," said Captain Nancy. "Our plan was very simple. We were going to sail to Wildcat Island. My mate was to put me ashore there and sail on and wait in the next bay. I was going to hide, and then when you came back and went to the camp, I was going to collar Swallow and go off to look for Peggy and the rest of the fleet." "What did happen?" said Susan. "It took us much longer to get here than I thought it would. It got dark so quickly, we had a horrible time getting through the islands. And then, when we saw your lantern—" "Lighthouse," said Titty. "We thought you'd got back before us. And then we saw a light moving on the island." "That was my torch," said Titty. "And we thought we'd sail on and wait somewhere till dawn. Then we saw the two lights, and I guessed at once that they were on the marks, so I came in under oars to tell you about tomorrow. Then we went to the camp and found nobody. Then we shouted a bit and came back to the harbour, and there was no Amazon. Titty did her part awfully well." "Then what did you do?" asked Susan. "We had a bit of an argument," said Nancy. "A bit?" said Peggy. "It was a whole 1.5. Then we found a seed cake and ate it. I hope you don't mind." "Not a bit," said Susan. "There's a new one coming today." "I ate all your chocolate and Amazon," said Titty. "You earned it," said Captain Nancy generously. They came to the camp. The fire was blazing high, and steam was pouring from the kettle. "Shall I make the tea?" said Peggy Blackett. "Avast there, Peggy," said Captain Nancy. "We've lost. Captain John is Commodore. Captain John, do you think your mate will give us some tea?" "Mr. Mate," said Captain John, "a round of tea would do us all a bit of good." "But there's no milk," said Susan, "and it's too early to go to the farm." "And there isn't time for that," said Captain Nancy. "Let's have it without." "And call it hot grog," said Titty. So hot grog it was, served in large tots. No tea with milk ever tasted better than this hot milkless tea on Wildcat Island, while the first sunlight was creeping down from the tops of the opposite hills. But it was so hot and the Amazons were in such a hurry to be off that Peggy was sent down to the landing place for a bottle full of cold water to cool the grog with. "Is the war over?" said Nancy. "It had better be if we're coming tomorrow." "Right. Peace," said Captain John. "Skip off and haul down the white flag, then," commanded Nancy, and Peggy, putting her mug of hot grog on the ground, went up to the lookout place and hauled down the blanket from the lighthouse tree. "The sun's really coming up now," said Peggy when she came back. "We ought to start, or we shall never be back in time." "Come on, then," said Nancy. "And tomorrow we'll set sail as early as ever we can, and we'll bring our tent, and then we'll make a raid on Captain Flint." "I say," said Susan, "we nearly forgot to give you the message." "What message?" "From the savages," said Titty. "We went up into the forest and saw them, and they showed us a serpent." "You've been seeing the billies, the charcoal burners," said Nancy. "Well, they live in a wigwam," said Titty. "They gave us a message for you," said Susan. "We were to tell you to tell him—" "Who?" said Captain Nancy. "Captain Flint," said Titty. "That old Billy, or young Billy, I forget which, said that he ought to put a good lock on his houseboat when he leaves her." "But why?" said Nancy. "Because of us?" said Peggy. "No," said Susan, because of some talk he'd heard among the other natives. John had said nothing. Now he spoke. "We couldn't give you the message because there was no wind," he said, "and I did not know what to do about it. I tried to give him the message, but he wouldn't listen. Would you have told him it or not?" "But if he locks up the houseboat, we shan't be able to raid it for green feathers for our arrows," said Peggy. "If he doesn't lock it up, it may be raided by someone else," said Nancy. "We ought not to let it be wasted on natives." They were now hurrying towards the harbour. The point was debated from all sides. It was finally settled by Nancy. "We'll tell him," she said. "Let him put a padlock on it. Let him put 10 padlocks. We'll smash them with crowbars. I'll tell him now on the way home." "But you can't," said John. "He's gone away." "Gone away?" said Nancy as she pushed Amazon off. "I saw him go. He took his parrot." "Well, he's back then," said Nancy. "We saw his light in the houseboat on our way here last night. The cabin windows were all lit up." "We can't tell him now," said Peggy. "Why not?" said Nancy. "Because we're at home in bed," said Peggy. "Shiver my timbers, so we are," said Captain Nancy. "I'd forgotten that. Shove off. So long, Commodore." As fast as they could, the Amazon pirates paddled their ship out of the harbour and set sail. There was no time to lose. The sunlight had almost reached the edge of the water on the far side of the lake. The swallows went back to their camp. As they got there, they heard a shout from the water, and John and Titty ran up to the lookout place. Amazon was sailing by, moving very fast with the fresh morning wind, her sail well out to starboard. At her masthead fluttered once more the pirate flag. Peggy held the flag halyards. Suddenly the flag dropped and was lowered to half-mast. Then it rose again and fluttered at the masthead as before. "Hurrah for the swallows!" shouted Nancy and Peggy over the water. "Hurrah for the Amazons!" shouted Titty and John. Roger ran up just in time to shout, "Hurrah!" Susan was busy dividing up the blankets between the two tents. Presently she came up to the others, who were still watching the little white sail growing smaller and smaller in the distance. "Roger," she said, "your watch below. Go to bed this minute." "But it's tomorrow," said Roger. "I don't care if it's the day before yesterday," said Susan. "March." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Swallows and Amazons by Arthur Ransome. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. Chapter 23. Taking Breath. That day it was 1 o'clock before John and Roger rode across and went up to Dixon's farm for the milk and a new supply of eggs and butter. It had been nearly 7 in the morning before Susan had hurried them to bed in broad daylight. No alarm clock could have stirred them, and they had no alarm clock on Wildcat Island. The camp was roused at last by Roger, who was waked some time after noon by a strong desire for breakfast. "You can't have breakfast till we've got the milk," Susan had said, waking up to find the boy pulling at her and saying, "I want something to eat." She had given him a biscuit, but a biscuit does not go far. Titty had waked with a great start just as Roger went out again. She had sat up suddenly, thinking she heard an owl, and that she was still watching by the campfire. But on finding herself in the tent with Susan, and the hot sun pouring through the white canvas walls, she lay down again to pick up in her mind the threads of the night's adventure. Roger went back to the captain's tent. The captain's feet stuck up temptingly under his blanket. Roger took hold of one of them in both hands, blanket and all, and gave a tug. The foot jerked suddenly away, and John woke up. "Susan says, go and fetch the milk," said Roger. "I didn't. I said we couldn't have breakfast without it," called Susan from the other tent. John yawned. "Go on, then. Where are our towels?" "Let's swim afterwards," said Roger. "I'm empty." John rolled over to look at the chronometer, which lay with the little aneroid on the tin box at the back of the tent. As soon as he saw what time it was, he threw his blankets off and jumped up. "Come on," he said. "We'll go for the milk right away." "Take a basket for the eggs," called Susan. The captain and the boy went to the harbour and pushed off the Swallow and worked her out with the oars. There was still a good wind blowing, and they decided it would be quicker to sail than to row. "What will we do to her to show that she's the flagship?" asked the boy. "Why, nothing," said the captain. "What is a flagship?" asked the boy. "It's the chief ship of a fleet." "But why flag?" "Because the admiral of the fleet, or the commodore, that's me, flies his flag on her. But you haven't got a flag, only the one Titty made. Well, that's a very good one, said the captain. It's different from theirs. That's all that matters. They landed and hurried up the field with the milk can. You're more than a little late for the milk this morning, said Mrs. Dixon, who was scrubbing the slate floor in the dairy. Morning, she said. Why, it's afternoon already. I was just saying to Dixon that I thought maybe he ought to run down to see if you were all right, or happened to go along the road to Hollyhow to see if you had gone home. These natives, friendly though they were, there was never knowing what mischief they might do. It was just that thought that had made John jump up in such a hurry when he saw the time. If Mr. Dixon had gone along to Hollyhow to ask what had happened, and whether the milk was wanted, Mother would have been bound to think that something had gone wrong. And nothing had gone wrong at all. Everything had gone right. John knew well enough that Mother counted on the regular morning visit to Dixon's farm for the milk to keep her in touch with the swallows. Mother knew that the Dixons would let her know at once if no one had come up from the island with a milk can. Natives were like that, useful in a way, but sometimes a bother. They all held together in a huge network of gossip and scouting, through the meshes of which it was difficult for explorers and pirates to slip. I'd have run along myself first thing, said Mrs. Dixon, if I hadn't been that busy. Well, thought John, it's a good thing that the natives had plenty to do. Where was gone with you? Said Mrs. Dixon, bustling around and pouring the milk out of a great bowl. Did you sleep so hard that you never wanted any breakfast? I did, said Roger. We overslept, said John. We were late in going to bed. You were that, said Mrs. Dixon. We saw the lights you had on the island when we were going to bed, and that was 10 o'clock, for we were none too early ourselves. We were much later than that, said Roger, and was just going to say how they had captured the Amazon and not gone to bed till after sunrise, when he remembered, just in time, that Mrs. Dixon was a native. Better late than never, said Mrs. Dixon. Here's your milk and I've a dozen eggs to put into that basket. And there's a loaf of bread and a bun loaf. And the seed cake they sent along yesterday evening from the Hollyhow. Hope Miss Susan and Miss Titty are both well. Miss Susan and Miss Titty. Mrs. Dixon could not have found a better way of showing how deep is the gulf that exists between native life and real life than by so describing the mate and the able seaman. Quite well, thank you, said the captain. The seed cake will go in the basket on top of the eggs, said Mrs. Dixon. It's that light it won't crack them. But where you put the bun loaf and the bread, I'm sure I don't know. I'll carry them, said Roger. They went down the field with the hearts of those who have had to cross some rather thin ice. The captain carried the milk can in one hand and the basket in the other. Roger had a loaf in each arm. They could see the smoke rising from the fire on the island, and by the time they had sailed across and beached Swallow at the landing place, Susan had the kettle boiling, tea made, and was only waiting for the milk and the eggs. Breakfast was a silent, hungry meal until it began to turn into dinner. We may as well go straight on, Susan said, and the others agreed that they had eaten their eggs and had got as far as bread and marmalade. John opened a pemmican tin. Why don't the natives ever have pemmican after bread and marmalade? Said Roger. It's very good. May I have marmalade on my pemmican? No, said Susan. Why not? Said Roger. You'll be ill like you were on your last birthday. Roger thought for a minute. I don't think so, he said. Well, you're not going to try, said Susan. Susan was in a very native mood that day, as able seaman Titty observed. Perhaps the adventures of the night were heavier on her conscience than on those of the other swallows. Perhaps she needed to sleep. Her mood showed itself in not allowing Roger and Titty to bathe the moment they had finished their breakfast dinner meal of grape nuts, eggs, bread and marmalade, bread and pemmican, bun loaf and marmalade, bananas fresh from the tree. The Amazons had only eaten 2 each, and there was still plenty on the bunch. Seed cake and tea. Also, washing up had to be done at once in a very native manner. And when that was done, there were buttons to sew on. How you managed to lose such a lot of buttons, I can't think, she said to Roger. Well, you would make me put on 2 of everything, said Roger, and there wasn't room in one of them for both.
There had been little time for talk in the early morning when the captain, the mate, and the boy had come sailing home to find the able seaman with her prize anchored by Cormorant Island, and the Amazons marooned on Wildcat Island and in a dreadful hurry to get back. And now, of course, Titty wanted to hear all about the Amazon River, and Roger had plenty to say about the lagoon that was full of octopuses that turned into flowers when you took hold of them. Then she had to hear the whole story of the wild sail down the lake in pitch dark, and how nearly they had been wrecked off the Rio Islands, and how they had waited there until the beginnings of daylight. And then John wanted to hear the whole story of the watch and the island, and the way in which the able seaman had been able to capture the enemy ship. And Titty told of the Dipper, and of the coming of the Amazons, and of how she fell asleep and was wakened by a real owl, and mistook it for the Swallow's signal. Then she told of how she had been Robinson Crusoe, and had found a strange boat at the landing place, and had been visited by Man Friday. It was not until she came to talk of Man Friday that she remembered that she had a message for John. "Oh, yes," she said, "I promised to tell you. Mother came here really to see you, not me. It was about Captain Flint being so beastly. She wanted to know if you'd like her to write to Mrs. Blackett to ask her to tell Captain Flint that he was a liar, not you, and that you'd never touched his boat." "What did you say?" said John quickly. "I said I didn't know. I said I'd ask you." John jumped up and went into his tent to look at the chronometer. "I'm going to Holly Howe to talk to Mother," he said, when he came back. "Native talk?" asked Titty. "Yes," said John. "I must tell her she'd better not write." "Can I come too?" said Roger. "You stay here," said Titty. "It's native talk he's going for. You'd only be in the way. Besides, I've got a plan for us." "What plan?" "A tremendous one." "What's it about?" "Treasure," said Titty. "Come on and see the captain off. Then we'll go to a secret place while the mate goes on with your buttons." Captain John sailed away up the lake to Holly Howe. It was a grim business, this, of being unjustly suspected by Captain Flint, but at the same time he could not let Mother write to Mrs. Blackett about it. That might mean trouble for the Amazons. He found Mother writing letters in the Holly Howe garden. "I say, Mother, you're not writing to Mrs. Blackett?" "Not I," said Mother. "I wasn't going to write unless you wanted me to. That's why I rode down to the island yesterday. What time did you get back last night? After I left Titty, Nurse and I kept a lookout for you by the boathouse, thinking I might stop you on your way back and ask you about writing." John was a little taken aback. With Captain Flint in his mind, he had forgotten quite a number of other things. "We didn't get back till this morning," he said. "So the Blacketts made you stop the night," said Mother. "Poor Titty." "It wasn't poor Titty at all," said John. "Titty did better than any of us. She captured the Amazon all by herself." "But then where were the Blacketts?" "They were on Wildcat Island." "But where were you?" "We were up the Amazon River. That's the river where they live, you know. And then it got too dark and we had to stop by the islands until it was light enough to see. Don't you think that was very nearly like being duffers?" "Yes," said John. "It was, rather. But you see, it was war, and it was our only chance. And I promise we shall never do it again. Stay out at night, I mean. There won't be any need. The Amazon pirates are coming to the island tomorrow to camp with us. The war between us is over. We've won. At least, Titty won it. And Roger had 2 of everything on last night and slept in Swallow. And nobody's caught a cold or anything. But, I say, Mother..." "What?" "All this is a most deadly secret between you and me. I mean, you mustn't talk about it, not to anybody." He had just remembered that the Amazons had escaped from their beds to make their night attack. "All right," said Mother. "Mrs. Blackett seemed to know pretty well what sort of young women hers were. I shan't tell her, but all the same I'm glad it's over. There must be no more sailing at night. Promise?" "I promise." "You know you've only got about 3 days left. We're going home at the end of the week. It would be a pity if 2 or 3 of you were to get drowned first." "Only 3 more days?" said John. "The weather can't keep on like this much longer. And when it breaks, you'll have to come away from the island anyhow. A camp of drowned rats is no fun for anyone. I've tried it. You make the most of your 3 days. We'll come again next year. You're sure you'd rather I didn't write to say you've never touched the houseboat?" "Much rather." "Very well. Come in and see Vicky and have some tea." As soon as they had watched Swallow's brown sail disappear beyond the lookout point in the north end of the island, Able Seaman Titty and the boy left the landing place and went to the harbour. "This isn't a secret place," said the boy. "Any place is secret if nobody else is there," said Titty. "Besides, we're going up on my rock, where I was when I saw the bird that bobbed and flew under water. Will the bird be there?" "I don't know. He may be." "Then it won't be secret." "Yes, it will. Birds don't count. There's nobody on the whole island except us and the mate, and she's sewing on buttons." "How many buttons has she got to sew?" "Dozens," said the boy. "One from each sleeve, and then all the others came off the front when I tried to get both my shirts off at once." "That'll take her a long time," said the able seaman. "This place will be as secret as any place could possibly be. Come on, take your shoes and stockings off." They took their shoes and stockings off and left them on the beach. Then they paddled across the shallow to the big rock at the side of the harbour, climbed up it, and settled themselves on the top of it, dangling their legs in the sunlight and looking out over the rippled lake. "Anybody could see us here," said the boy. "Nobody could hear us," said the able seaman. "What is the plan?" said the boy. "Treasure," said the able seaman. "But I can't tell you unless you promise to come, all by yourself with me." "Nobody else?" "Nobody else." "Not even Susan?" "Nobody. We'll go to a desert island, a really desert island, not this one, and there we shall dig for treasure buried by pirates. For a long time we shan't find it. They never do. But then, at last, there'll be a hollow sound under our pickaxes, and thousands of gold pieces will be rolling about in the sand." "But where is the island?" "You haven't said you'll come. Treasure seekers only tell each other. If I told you, you might go and let it out to a pirate or somebody." "I wouldn't." "Well, will you come?" "All right," said the boy. "You swear?" "Properly, we ought to have a bit of paper, and you ought to make a mark with your own blood." "Can't you prick your finger?" "No," said Roger. "Well, you promise to come?" "Yes." "Then lean over a bit that way. Bend down so that you can see under that bough. That's the island." "But that's Cormorant Island." "It's Treasure Island, too." "How do you know?" "I heard the pirates burying their treasure there last night when I was in Amazon." "Real pirates?" "Of course, real ones. They swore like anything." "Real treasure?" "Of course, real treasure. I heard them say how heavy it was." "How shall we carry it if it's very heavy?" "Bit by bit. Some of it will be in ingots of gold, and then there'll be lots of gold pieces, guineas and things, and precious stones, diamonds. We'll carry away a little at a time." The boy listened while the able seaman told him all she knew about treasure islands. She knew a great deal. She told him how pirates captured ship after ship and took all the treasure out of each ship and made the crew walk the plank and fall into the sea to feed the sharks. And then how the pirates sank their prize and sailed on to capture another, to be emptied and sunk in the same way. She told him how, when the pirate ship was so crammed with treasure that there wasn't room for dancing on the decks, and the pirates could hardly get into their own cabins when they wanted to go to sleep, they sailed to an island and buried all the treasure in a safe place. She told them how they made a chart so that they could come and find the treasure when they were tired of pirating and wanted to retire and live in a house by the seashore, where they could spend their days looking out to sea with a telescope and thinking of the wicked things they had done. "Or live in a houseboat like Captain Flint," said Roger. She told him how the pirates always, or nearly always, lost the chart, and how the treasure seekers, that's you and me, sometimes found the treasure instead of the pirates. She told him how sometimes the pirates fought among themselves till none were left, so that nobody knew where the treasure was. But we know because we heard them putting it there. She was still talking about it when they heard Susan calling from the camp, and, paddling back to the island, put on their shoes and stockings and ran to the camp for tea. Just when they were finishing washing up after a tea that had been very native, probably because Susan was still not feeling happy about having let them stay up until morning, Captain John came home. His first words were, "I told Mother about our being out all last night and not coming home till today." "Was she very upset about it?" said Susan. "I think she was rather, inside, but she hid it, and it's all right now. Only I've promised not to do it again." After that, Susan cheered up and became much less like a native and more like a mate. "The worst of it is," said John, "that Mother says we've only got another 3 days, even if the weather does hold out." "We can do a lot in 3 days," said Susan. "There's one thing we must do now," said John, "and that's make our chart. The Amazons will be here tomorrow, and they've got their own names for everywhere. We must make our chart today. Who's going to help?" Everybody wanted to help. A few minutes later, Captain John was lying flat on his stomach on the ground with the guidebook and its map open before him. The others squatted round him, watching him copy the outline of the lake on 2 pages of the big exercise book that had been brought for a log. "There isn't room to do it here really properly," he said, "but this is a sketch chart, and we'll do a good one after we get home." "A huge one," said Roger, "like Daddy's chart of the China Seas." "And we'll hang it up on the schoolroom wall to show where we've been," said Susan. "And to plan more explorings," said Titty. "Will it have colours?" said Roger. "Colours for the lights. We'll put a blob of yellow for our lighthouse, and 2 little blobs for the leading lights." "What colour will the land be?" "They leave the land white on charts. It doesn't count, except where you can see it from a ship, and even then only bits of it count. They'd put in Darien, because it's a high point, but they wouldn't bother to mark Holly Howe." "We will, won't we?" "We'll put it in as a native settlement. They do that sometimes." "With a little picture?" John drew a tiny house with trees and 3 little figures, 1/4 of an inch high, for the natives, Mother, Vicky, and Nurse. Then in Houseboat Bay he wrote its name and made a picture of the houseboat. Then again there was Dixon's farm, with a little figure and a cow, to show the produce of the country. "Put in the savages with their wigwam and their snake," said Titty. And a snake, a 3-cornered black mark for the hut, and a fire showed the country of the charcoal burners. Rio was marked with little houses and landing stages. The islands off Rio Bay were drawn in, but only one of them had a name. John wrote Landing Island beside the one where landing was forbidden, and the Swallow had rested, swinging from the wooden pier in the darkness of the night. "You ought to put in my island," said Titty. "Which island?" "Where I watched for the Amazons that first day we saw them." It went in and was marked Titty's Island. Wildcat Island was marked with its lighthouse tree, its landing place, its harbour and camp. Then a fish was drawn in Shark Bay, where they went perch fishing. Then the captain began putting in a dotted line to show the track of the Swallow from Wildcat Island to the Amazon River and back again. "How far up the river did you go?" asked Titty. "As far as the lagoon," said John. "I've marked that." "Put in the octopuses," said Roger. "I'm no good at drawing octopuses," said John when he had done his best. The chart began really to look like a chart. North and south of the part of the lake they knew were dotted lines and the words uncharted waters or unexplored. It's no good putting in what we don't know, but of course we must put in mountains where you can see them from the parts we have explored. John began drawing little anchors at all the ports where the Swallow had called. There was one by the island of Rio, and one at Rio itself, and one in the Holly Howe Bay, and one in Shark Bay where Roger had hooked and lost his big fish, and one at the point where they had landed to visit the charcoal burners, and one at the landing for Dixon's farm. "What about the place where I anchored an Amazon?" said Titty. "Yes, that ought to go in," said John, and a little anchor was drawn close to the north end of Cormorant Island. "There ought to be a treasure island," said Titty, "but the one that's got treasure on it has got a name already." "Which?" said John. "Cormorant Island." "But there's nothing there but cormorants." "It's a secret," said Titty, "but there is treasure there. Roger and I are going to discover it. The pirates put it there last night while I was anchored in Amazon." "What pirates?" "They came in the dark, rowing. I heard them." "Fishermen, probably," said John. "No, they weren't," said Titty. "They nearly smashed their boat, and they swore." "How you do romance," said Susan. "You were asleep and dreaming," said John. "But look here, we'll make one of the other islands a treasure island if you like. The biggest one off Rio hasn't got a name." "But there really is treasure on Cormorant Island. Tons of Spanish gold. Roger and I are going to look for it. Let's go at once and make sure." "Steady on, Titty," said Susan. "It's too late to go tonight anyhow," said John. "And there can't be any treasure there really." "They put it there at dead of night," said Titty. "Tons and tons of it." "Oh, look here, Titty," said Susan, almost turning native again. "Time to get supper now. All hands early to bed. Remember, the Amazons are coming in the morning." End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Swallows and Amazons by Arthur Ransome. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. Chapter 24. Grave News from Houseboat Bay. After a good night's sleep, the swallows felt themselves again. They were up early and bathed. Then they went fishing for their breakfast and caught a dozen perch, for they wanted plenty of breakfast for the Amazons too, in case they came early. "You never know when they might start," said Susan. "I don't suppose they'll be here in time, but if they are, we've got enough for 6. We'll cook the lot in case. And now somebody had better go up to the farm for the milk." They'd been anchored for the fishing in Shark Bay, not far from the Dixons' landing place. They rowed ashore, and Roger and Titty went up the field with the milk can, while the captain and the mate cleaned perch by the side of the lake. "Titty will be wanting to go off with Roger to look for her treasure," said the captain. "Of course there isn't any, really, but she'll want to go." "Sometimes she doesn't know what has happened and what hasn't," said the mate. "They can go this afternoon, but I expect she'll have forgotten all about it when the Amazon pirates come and Nancy and Peggy are putting up their tent and planning what to do next." "We've got an awful lot to do this morning," said the captain. "I want to splice all the reef points before they come. I ought to have done it yesterday. And then Swallow really wants a scrub. And I want the camp to be like a new pin," said the mate. "My pots and pans are a disgrace." By the time the perch were all cleaned and laid out in a neat row in the bottom of the boat, Roger and Titty came back with the milk. "It's too bad," said Titty, as soon as she was near enough to talk. "Captain Flint's been at it again, worse than ever. We'd hardly said good morning to Mrs. Dixon before she said we ought never to touch the houseboat. I told her we hadn't. She said, 'Well, somebody has.' And then she shut up and didn't say any more, even when I said Captain Flint was a beast and I wished his houseboat was sunk." "You oughtn't to have said that," said Susan. "I forgot she was a native," said Titty. "She didn't give us any cake or molasses, not even an apple," said Roger. "Why can't he leave us alone?" said John. "Which perch did I catch?" said Roger, looking at the row of cleaned perch in the bottom of the boat. "Was it this one?" "It wasn't the very little one. Susan caught that. I saw her." They rowed back to Wildcat Island. Susan stoked up her fire, put butter in the frying pan, and melted it for the frying of the perch. Roger watched her. John went up to the lookout point. Titty followed him. "May Roger and I go and look for treasure after breakfast?" she said. "The Amazons are coming today," said John. "We've got to scrub decks first and put everything shipshape before they come. But afterwards, perhaps." "Hello," he said. "Titty, skip down to my tent and get the telescope. That's the 3rd boat I've seen go into Houseboat Bay." "Aye, aye, sir," said the able seaman, and ran down to the camp. Here she was grabbed by the mate, who wanted someone to butter bread while she was looking after the perch. "Captain wants the telescope," said the able seaman. "Tell him breakfast's practically ready," said the mate. "The telescope will keep. Perch won't. They ought to be eaten hot." Titty escaped with the telescope and gave her message. "Coming in a minute," shouted John. He held the telescope to his eye. "There's something up in Houseboat Bay. There's a motor launch going in now with a lot of people in it." The mate's whistle shrilled from the camp. "Coming! Coming!" shouted the captain. "If the natives are making an attack on Captain Flint," said Titty, "I wish we were there too." The mate whistled again, and the captain and the able seaman joined the others by the fire. "Something's happening in Houseboat Bay," said John. "Boats going in one after another. I suppose he's telling them all that we've been touching his beastly houseboat." "Don't think about Captain Flint," said Susan. "We can't help it if he thinks we've been at his boat. Nothing will stop his thinking it. Remember what Mother said. We know we haven't. Don't worry about him. I've put the sugar in your tea, and here's your perch. There's another one after that, and then one more if the Amazons aren't quick." When each of the swallows had eaten 2 perch, so that 4 were left in the frying pan, Susan sent the boy up the lookout to see if the Amazon was in sight. He was back in a moment. "No sail in sight," he said, "but there's a big boat going out of Houseboat Bay." "They won't be here until after breakfast," said Susan. "It's another perch all round." "I wonder what is happening," said John. "Don't think about him," said Susan. "All right, I won't," said John. As soon as breakfast was over and done with,
Everybody set to work to tidy up. "I'll look after the camp," said the mate, "if you want to clean up Swallow. Take the boy and the able seaman and set them scrubbing decks and polishing up the brasswork." "There isn't much brasswork," said Roger. "There are the belaying pins," said Titty. "Well, go and polish them up," said the mate. "You can do a lot with sand and a damp rag. Here are 2 rags. Get along with you. Clear all the dirt out, and rub all over with a wet rag, and make her look like a new ship." "I'm going to bring the sail up to the camp," said John. "It wants lacing again to the gaff, and I can do the reef points best when the sail isn't bent." "I don't care so long as you don't get in my way," said Susan. "I've got the pots to clean." "We'll take Swallow round to the harbour and moor her so that she's all snug in her berth when the Amazons come," said John. He went down to the landing place with the able seaman. The boy had run on before and was already aboard. They pushed off and paddled around to the harbour, where they had left the mast and sail when they went fishing before breakfast. John stepped the mast and hoisted Titty's flag to the masthead. The boy and the able seaman stayed aboard to do their polishing and cleaning. John moored Swallow with a warp over her stern and the painter from her bows, so that she floated at one side of the harbour, leaving room for the Amazon to come in. "You can slack up the stern warps and haul on the painter when you want to come ashore," he said. "Aye, aye, sir," said the able seaman, and the boy already busy scrubbing the thwarts and cleaning all the dirt from the bottom boards. The captain took the rolled-up sail with its boom and gaff, balanced them over his shoulder, and carried them back to the camp. There he dumped them on the ground. Susan had just finished her washing up. "I'll just go up to the lookout and see if those boats have gone," he said. Susan looked up. "It's no good thinking about 'em," she said. "Just don't think about 'em at all." "That's all very well," said John, "but I can't help it." "Come on and help me to hang out the blankets," said Susan. "The Amazons may be in sight," said John. "Never mind if they are," said Susan. They took the blankets from the tents and hung them over the tent ropes that were stretched to the trees. Then they pummelled the hay bags, which had got very lumpy. They shook them and pushed them and pulled them about until they were little less like half-empty sacks of round Dutch cheeses and a little more like mattresses. And Susan started scraping the saucepan and the frying pan and cleaning the black off them with fine sand. At least it was not very fine sand, but it was the finest she could get. "I'm going to leave the kettle just as black as it is," she said. "It looks fine." John spread the sail out flat on the ground, undid the lacings and freed it from the gaff and the boom. He settled down with some fine stuff, thin string, to finish off the ragged reef points with neat splices, cutting the frayed ends away with his knife. This took a long time, and then he noticed that one of the seams in the sail was giving. An inch or 2 of stitching had come undone. John went into his tent and rummaged in his box. "Lucky we brought a sailmaker's needle," he said, as he came back. "Luckier if you knew how to use it," said the mate a moment or 2 later, when she looked up and saw the captain sucking his thumb. "Well, it isn't my fault," said the captain. "Real sailmakers push the needle through with a lump of leather in the palm of their hand." "Let's have a look," said the mate. Between them they made a pretty fair job with the seam. John's reef points were very good indeed. "If life was only splices," his father had said the year before, "you would have nothing left to learn." With Susan's help he stretched the sail along the gaff and began to lace it. They were both so intent on this that they saw nothing of a boat that pulled into the landing place until they heard it scrunch on the beach. They looked up to see a large policeman in his shirt-sleeves pulling in his oars. He got up, balancing heavily, and stepped ashore. Then he picked up his coat, which was lying in the bows of his rowing boat, and walked straight up to the camp. He was very hot, and as he walked he struggled with his coat until at last he got out of it a big red handkerchief with which he mopped his face. He looked down on the captain and the mate. "Good morning." "Morning," said the big policeman. "Busy?" "Yes, rather," said John. "Cooler work than rowing in this weather?" "Have you come a long way?" asked Susan, who was wondering what she could give him to drink. "Aye," said the policeman, "I have. And what might you be doing here is what I want to know." "This is our camp," said John. "Won't you sit down and rest yourself? I'm sorry we haven't any beer, but there are 1 or 2 bananas still left on that tree." And the policeman grunted and did not say "thank you." With another struggle he pulled a notebook and a pencil out of his coat. "Name and address, please," said the policeman. "My name is John Walker," said John. "This is our address."
Walker John, said the policeman, writing. He mopped his face again. Address? Here. Where? Here. That won't do, said the policeman. Where do you live? In these tents. The policeman walked round to the tents and looked into them. Susan protested. We haven't made our beds yet, she said. Just then there was a cheerful noise of whistling from the other end of the island. Any more of you? Said the policeman. Lots, said John. Now look here, said the policeman. Ransome Street. When did you go aboard Mr. Turner's houseboat? We've never been near it, said John, except once when I went to talk to Mr. Turner. Come, said the policeman. That won't wash at all. Why, the mess it's in. Sammy? A clear, ringing voice made the policeman turn round sharp. Sammy, I'm ashamed of you. If you don't go away at once, I will tell your mother. I'm sure I beg pardon, Miss Ruth, said the policeman, turning redder than ever. I thought they'd know something about the burglary if anybody did, seeing that they've been at the houseboat before. I had no sort of idea they were friends of yours. Of course they are, said Captain Nancy, coming into the camp and dumping a bundle of tent poles. They've never had anything to do with Uncle Jim's houseboat. You go away back to Uncle Jim and tell him so. Or shall we take his boat and keep him prisoner? She added, turning to John. No, don't do that, Miss Ruth, said the policeman. Not today. I've got to row right down to the foot of the lake. Peggy Blackett came along the path from the harbour with a huge white bundle on her shoulder, followed by Titty and Roger with blankets and a bundle of fishing rods. Hello, Sammy, she said. What are you doing here? It was all a mistake, miss, said the policeman. Run away, Sammy, and don't make those mistakes again, said Nancy. The big policeman went down to his boat again and pushed off. Miss Ruth and Miss Peggy, he begged, don't you say anything to Mother. All right, Sammy, not if you are good. He rowed quickly away. What did he want? Said Titty. Why was he frightened? Said Roger. Did you know him? Said Susan. Of course we did, said Captain Nancy. His mother used to be Mother's nurse. She was our nurse, too, when we were very young. He's our policeman. He isn't afraid of anybody except his mother. And us, of course. I say, you know what's happened? What? You know that message the old Billies gave you to give to us about telling Uncle Jim to put a padlock on his houseboat? Well, they were right. Uncle Jim's houseboat has been burgled, said Peggy. I knew something had happened when I saw all those boats there this morning, said John. The other pirates attacked Captain Flint's ship while he was away, said Captain Nancy. He had gone, you know, when you said he had. We were wrong. Those lights we saw on the houseboat when we were sailing down here in the dark weren't his. They belonged to the burglars, to the other pirates. At that very moment, they were about their fell work. Someone else saw those lights too, said Peggy. The motorman who knew that Uncle Jim was away. So in the morning he went to see and found the cabin door swinging open and the whole place upside down. He came over to tell Mother, and Mother sent a telegram to Uncle Jim. He got here last night and went to his houseboat, but with everything in such an awful mess that he came back with his parrot to our house to sleep. He was raging mad, said Nancy, and the parrot was too cross to talk. Sometimes he was mad and sometimes just glumpy, said Peggy. He said he wouldn't have minded if they'd taken everything he had except what they did take. They've taken his old cabin trunk with his typewriter in it and the book he's been writing all summer. The book he's been writing so that he couldn't be one of us like he used to be. He said he supposed they took it because it was heavy. Didn't know what else they'd taken, but they'd emptied all the lockers out on the floor and pulled everything in the boat to pieces. Worse than a spring cleaning, he said it was. Sometimes he was just miserable and saying nothing at all. And then other times he would start raging away about the lake being covered with boys and about you. He always thinks it's us, said John. I was just going to tell him that it couldn't have been you that night, said Nancy, because you were up the Amazon River when we saw the light in this ship. But Peggy nudged me just in time, and I remembered that we were in bed that night, so I shut up. I began to think it was a good thing we'd already got leave to camp with you. Any minute someone might have told us not to. They were all in such a stew. So we slipped off and stowed our things in Amazon last night and hid her up the river. Then this morning we lay low until Uncle Jim had rowed away back to the houseboat. When we did start, there wasn't much wind, or we'd been here before. We had to row through the islands.
Then we waited for a bit, watching all the boats taking people to Houseboat Bay to see the burglary." "You got back in time yesterday morning?" asked Susan. "It was a near squeak, but we did," said Nancy. "We just had time to get into bed with our clothes on when they came banging at the door," said Peggy. "I say," said John, "were they burgling the very night of our war?" "Of course they were," said Nancy. "I told you. We saw their light in the houseboat. If we'd only known, we could have captured the lot of them and made Uncle Jim our grateful slave forever." "Then perhaps Titty really did hear something that night," said John. "Perhaps the pirates I heard were the very ones who had sacked Captain Flint's ship," said Titty. "Did you hear any?" said Nancy. "They were in a rowing boat," said Titty, "when I was anchored in Amazon." "They probably were the burglars," said Nancy. "We saw their light, and then you heard them. What beats me is why Uncle Jim should have got into his head that you had anything to do with it." "Of course we didn't," said Captain John. "Gaskets and bowlines," said Captain Nancy. "You needn't tell me that. What puzzles me is why he should think you did." Captain John was very uncomfortable. "He didn't believe me when I told him I hadn't touched his houseboat, the time I went to tell him what the charcoal burners had said." "But why wouldn't he believe you?" "Well," said Captain John. "Look here, Captain Nancy, it really doesn't matter." "Of course it does," said Captain Nancy. "Old Sammy would never have come nosing around here if he hadn't heard something from Uncle Jim." "It was that day we first saw you," said Captain John, "when we thought he'd fired at you. He saw us when we sailed up the lake to see where you went, and he thought it was us who put that firework on his cabin roof." Captain Nancy turned very red, even through her sunburn. "I'll put that matter right at once," she said. "Was he very beastly?" "He did call me a liar," said John. "But it doesn't matter now, really." "It does," said Captain Nancy. "Peggy?" "Sir?" "Empty the rest of our stores out of Amazon, take the mast and sail out of her, and bring her round to the landing place. Mr. Mate, Captain John, have you got a pencil and a bit of paper in the camp? And I want a scrap of charcoal out of your fire." Captain John went into his tent and brought out the exercise book and the pencil. Captain Nancy lay on the ground and wrote for some minutes, sucking her pencil between each word and pressing very hard. Twice she broke the point of her pencil and had to sharpen it again. "I suck it to make it good and black," she explained, noticing that Susan watched her with surprise. Titty and Roger stared at her open-mouthed. When she had done, she got up and took a bit of charred wood from the fire. She tore out the sheet on which she had been writing, smeared the back of it with burnt wood. Then she folded it up and put it in the pocket of her shirt. "Boat ready, sir," called Peggy from the landing place. "I'll be back soon," said Captain Nancy. "But what are you going to do?" asked John as Nancy pushed off. "Tip him the black spot," said Nancy, and rowed, rather splashingly, away. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Swallows and Amazons by Arthur Ransome. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. Chapter 25. Captain Flint Gets the Black Spot. The houseboat man, Captain Flint, sometimes known as Uncle Jim, was alone with his green parrot in the cabin of his ship, grimly trying to put things straight after his visitors. First there had been the burglars, and then this morning there had been all the people who wanted to see what damage had been done, besides Sammy and the other policeman and the sergeant from Rio, who had sent Sammy to the foot of the lake and the other policeman up to the other end to make inquiries. The burglars had turned everything upside down. Every one of the neat lockers and cupboards had its door swinging open and its contents raked out. The assegais and tomahawks and shark's tooth necklaces and boomerangs and green and scarlet painted gourds that were relics of Captain Flint's travels and had hung on honoured places on the cabin walls had been torn down. It was like trying to tidy up after a whirlwind. Captain Flint trod on a little ebony elephant from Colombo. He picked it up, thinking of glue, but it lost its tusks, its trunk, and two of its legs, and he threw it desperately through the open cabin window. The green parrot, perched on the edge of the cabin table, was trying to bite the head off a little jade image of Buddha that Captain Flint had bought in Hong Kong. "Go ahead, Polly," said Captain Flint. "Smash it up." "Pretty Polly," said the parrot, and holding the little idol in one claw, twisted at it with its strong curved beak. "Why on earth they couldn't have taken some of these things if they wanted them beats me," said Captain Flint, who from living alone so much was accustomed to talk a great deal to himself and to the parrot. "And then they go and take the one thing that could be of no possible use to them but mattered a great deal to me. Never lock anything up, Polly, and you'll never lose it. Whoever the thief was, he took that box simply because it was heavy and he couldn't open it. If it was that boy, he must be a strong one. But perhaps he had others to help him. Well, when he does open it, he'll be sorry he didn't take something else. Mixed moss by a rolling stone won't mean much to him, Polly, though it meant a lot of hard work to me." "Pretty, Polly," said the parrot, as the head of the idol dropped to the floor. Captain Flint bent to pick up the fallen head, and a broken emu's egg cracked under his feet. "All the king's horses and all the king's men," said Captain Flint, "won't put Humpty Dumpty together again, and won't make me sit down to write mixed moss a second time." The green parrot gave a loud angry shriek when Captain Flint picked up the little jade head. "Oh, well, take it then," said Captain Flint. The parrot waddled towards him along the table, and gripping the edge of the table with one claw, took the head from him with the other. "It's just a summer wasted," said Captain Flint, "and all my diary's gone too." "Pretty, Polly," said the parrot. "There is one thing about it," said Captain Flint, picking up an armful of clothes and shoving them to one of the cupboards. "Those nieces of mine had nothing to do with it. They do play the game, and they'd never have wrecked my cabin for me. But that boy, I didn't like his lying to me about his firework on my cabin roof. Boys are capable of anything, Polly, even good ones. I was a bad one myself, so they say, but at least I didn't tell lies." At that moment, a small folded piece of paper flew through the cabin window and dropped on the table. The parrot shuffled towards it and picked it up. It seemed to be better material for beak work than the remains of the little jade image. Captain Flint looked out. "Hello, Nancy," he said. "Come to gloat?" "I won't speak to you," said Nancy. "I've tipped you the black spot. Read it." "What's the matter?" "I won't speak to you till you've said you're sorry. Read the black spot and you'll see why." Captain Flint was just in time to save the paper from the parrot. It was already in two pieces. Captain Flint untwisted them and put them together. On one side was a large round smudge made with the charred wood. On the other was a letter. "To Captain Flint, alias Uncle Jim. John never touched the houseboat. When you told him he was a liar, he wasn't. You were. He had come at risk of his life to warn you that savage natives were planning an attack on your houseboat. The Billies had given him a message for you. You wouldn't listen. Instead, you called him a liar. Talk about being ungrateful. Now you've been burgled. I'm glad. Very glad. If you want to know who singed your beard, see Philip of Spain. By exploding a mine in your cabin roof, it was the underside. You deserved it. This is the black spot. You were deposed from being an uncle or anything decent. Nancy Blackett, Amazon pirate." "Hi, Nancy!" shouted Captain Flint out of the cabin window. But Captain Nancy, anxious to show the swallows that she was holding no parley with the enemy, was already rowing out of the bay. "By Jove!" said Captain Flint. "So it was those young harum-scarums all the time. What a brute the boy must have thought me, and I was a brute too. And I've gone and told the police that I thought he might have something to do with his mess. Into your private cabin with you, Polly. There's too much about to leave you in charge here." He put the parrot squawking wildly into its cage, ran up on deck, jumped down into his rowing boat, cast off the painter, and set off after Captain Nancy, rowing as hard as he could. Whatever happened, he must see that boy at once and put things right. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Swallows and Amazons by Arthur Ransome. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. Chapter 26. He Makes Peace and Declares War. For some moments after Nancy had rowed away, Peggy and the swallows stared after her in silence. No one knew exactly what she was going to do. "Perhaps I ought not to have told her about it," John said at last. "Rubbish," said Susan. "She'd have been bound to hear about it sooner or later. Let's get the Amazon's tent up before she comes back. Let's, said Peggy. We've got all the things here. Nancy brought the poles. Oughtn't we to take Swallow and go and help her? Said Titty. Better not, said Peggy. If she'd wanted help, she wouldn't have gone alone. She unrolled her big white bundle. It was a tent, but not made like the tents of the swallows. Where are those poles? She said. They're all in 2 pieces. You fit them together and get 4 all the same length. Then you push them into the hems at the corners of the tent. They're a horribly tight fit. The first 2 are easy enough, but after that it's awful, because it's so difficult to get the hems straight for the pole to go in. I say, if your able seaman and the boy will hang on to the other end and keep it stretched out, it'll be easier. Everybody helped. The poles were put together like fishing rods and pushed into the hems. At the top of the hems there were little bags for the ends of the poles, like fingers on a glove, and the ends of the poles and their little bags stuck out above the tent about 6 inches or so. They're just like ears, said Roger. Donkey's ears. Then, when the poles were all in, Peggy gathered up the tent in a long bundle, or rather tried to. John took hold of one end of the bundle and she took hold of the other. This way, she said. It's lucky you didn't pitch your tents on our place, or we really should have had to fight you for it. We couldn't put it up promptly without these 2 stumps. On the opposite side of the camp to the tents of the swallows, there were 2 stumps of trees that had been cut down. Between them, now that they looked, the swallows saw the remains of a worn square patch. Peggy dug about with her fingers in the grass and found a hole at each corner of the square. The tent poles fit into those holes, she said. Then these ropes go from the top of the tent to the old tree stumps and round them, and we tighten them up with these bits of wood. The bits of wood had 2 holes in them, one at each end. The rope ran through one hole, then round the tree stump, and then through the other hole, ending in a knot so that it would not pull out again. To tighten the rope, all you had to do was to pull the bit of wood up the rope, and then the other end, by pulling it sideways, stopped it from slipping when you let go. It's a lot easier with 5 to work at it, said Peggy, when the tent stood in its place and the ropes from the donkey's ears at each end were properly tautened. It takes us ages by ourselves. What did you do with that bundle of iron pegs that was with the blankets? Here they are, said Titty. There are holes for them too, said Peggy, but they have to be hammered in. Oh, bother! I forgot our mallet. Skip for our hammer, Roger, said Mate Susan. Along the bottom of the sides and back of the tent there were loops, and for each loop there was a peg with a crook at the top to hold it. Peggy found the holes that were left from the time of their last camping, and John drove the pegs home with the hammer. There's nothing else, said Peggy, except the ground sheet, and that's at the harbour with our sleeping bags where I emptied them out of Amazon. Really is something like a camp now, said Titty, looking with pride at the 3 tents and the campfire, and the kettle, and Susan's newly cleaned frying pan and saucepan. Anybody would know it was a camp on a desert island the moment they saw the sail. Let's finish lacing the sail, said Susan. For John had hurried off to the lookout point to see if he could see anything of Captain Nancy and the Amazon. A moment later he came running back into the camp to fetch the telescope. I say, Susan, he shouted, Captain Flint is coming after her. You're as bad as Titty with her treasure, said Susan. Natives don't do things like that. But he is, said John. Uncle Jim isn't always very like a native, said Peggy. He's worse than any native, said Titty over her shoulder, as she ran up to the lookout point. The others were close behind her. Nancy had been nearly halfway back when Captain Flint and his rowing boat shot out of Houseboat Bay in pursuit of her. She was now close to the island, and Captain Flint, though he had gained a great deal, was still some little way behind her. His was a heavy boat. Well, said John, he is coming after her, isn't he? Perhaps she's invited him, said Susan. And she rowing fit to bast, said Peggy. Not she. He's giving chase. And look how he's rowing, said John. Like a steam engine, said Roger. He's fairly lifting his boat along, said Peggy. But Nancy will beat him. She's got too much start. Go it, Nancy. Well rowed. Keep it up. Go it, Nancy. The little group on the lookout point shouted as if they were watching a race. Nancy heard them and glanced once over her shoulder. Come on,
yelled Peggy. "It's no good putting to sea to help her, but she'll get here first, and then we can all stop 'em from landing. Come on! Swallows and Amazons forever! And death to Captain Flint!" shouted Titty. They ran down to the landing place. Nancy came rowing in, very much out of breath, but still 6 or 7 lengths ahead of Captain Flint. "Run for it now, my lads," she panted as she jumped ashore. A few moments later, Captain Flint's rowing boat grounded beside the Amazon. It was instantly seized and pushed off again by Nancy and Peggy. Captain Flint had been laying his oars in. Feeling himself again afloat, he dipped his blades in the water again and turned to look at his enemies. His manner was not at all fierce. His face was red, but that was with the heat of rowing. His voice was mild. Almost it might have been thought that he was shy. "May I come ashore?" he said. "Friend or enemy?" asked Nancy breathlessly. "Well, not an enemy," said Captain Flint. "Distressed British seaman, more like." "You've had the black spot," said Nancy. "We've got nothing more to do with you." "I've come to apologize," said Captain Flint. "Not to you, Nancy." "Shall we let him land, Captain John?" asked Nancy. But John, at hearing Captain Flint's last words, had walked away. "You've been an awful pig to him, you know," said Nancy. "But we'll let you land." Captain Flint brought his boat in once more, stepped out of her, and taking no notice of anyone else, walked after Captain John. Captain John was walking away along the path to the harbour. Captain Flint hurried after him. "Young man," he said in a very friendly voice. "Yes," said John. "I've got something to say to you. Don't treat me in the way I treated you the other day and refused to listen to me. I was altogether in the wrong. It was beastly of me, even if I had been in the right. I ought to have known you were telling the truth, and I ought not to have called you a liar anyway. I'm very sorry. Will you shake hands?" There was a most unpleasant lump in Captain John's throat. He found that it was almost more upsetting to have things put right than it had been when they were wrong. Then, at least, he could be angry, and that was a help. This was worse. He swallowed twice, and he bit the inside of his lip pretty hard. He held out his hand, and Captain Flint took it and shook it firmly. John felt suddenly better. "It's all right now," said he. "I really am most awfully sorry," said Captain Flint. "You know, I was quite sure it had been you, because I saw your boat and you and never saw my wretched nieces. Not that that is any excuse for the way I behaved." "It's quite all right," said John. They walked back towards the others. "I've been paid for it in a way," said Captain Flint. "Nancy tells me you came to warn me and give me a message or something. If I'd only listened to you instead of being a cross-grained, curmudgeonly idiot, wouldn't have lost my book. I'd have taken it with me. Nancy's told you what's happened?" "Yes," said Captain John, "but I didn't come only to warn you. I was going to tell you what the charcoal burners had asked us to tell Nancy and Peggy. Then I was going to tell you were all wrong about that paper you put in my tent. Then I was going to tell you I'd never been near the houseboat. And then I was going to declare war." "Well, I call that really friendly," said Captain Flint. "Do you hear that, Nancy?" he said, as they came back to the others who had come up to the camp. "Do you hear that? He was going to declare war on me." "Of course he was," said Nancy. "We all were. We have an offensive and defensive alliance against you. We were going to capture the houseboat ourselves and give you your choice between walking the plank and throwing in your lot with us like last year. He was sick with you because you'd told the natives he'd been at the houseboat when he hadn't. And we were sick with you because of all the silly book writing. But it's no good now, of course. You've had the black spot, and we won't have anything more to do with you." "I don't know that it's too late," said Captain Flint. "There's no more of the book writing anyhow. The book's gone and the typewriter with it. And I'm too old to start writing it all over again. I'm ready for a declaration of war whenever you like." "I didn't want to capture the houseboat," Titty broke out. "I wanted to sink her. I wish we'd sunk her at the very first." "But why?" "Titty," said Susan warningly. "Because nobody could have been such a beastly enemy as you," said Titty. "We hadn't done anything to you, and you made the natives think we had. And then when Captain John tried to help you—" "Yes, I know," said Captain Flint. "I was a beast, but I can't do more than say I'm very sorry." and I really am." "It's all right about that, Titty," said John. "It's all put right. It's over." "Look here," said Captain Flint. "I'll do anything I can to make up. I've wasted my own summer writing a book, and I've wasted some of yours too. Nancy's and Peggy's, I mean. But I see their tent is here, so I suppose you're all together in things. Take back your black spot, and make peace with me, and we'll have a first-class war at once. If you want to capture the houseboat, come and do your worst. I'll be ready for you. I've got nothing else to do now, and I'll make up for lost time."
"Shall we forgive him?" said Peggy. "He's quite good at being one of us if he likes."
"We'll forgive him," said Nancy, "if it's to be war, and a real battle on the houseboat. We'll forgive him because he's ashamed and because he's in trouble. He really has had his houseboat burgled."
"Well, he deserved it," said Titty.
"Yes," said Nancy, "but nobody ought to be allowed to burgle it except ourselves." "Real battle," said Captain Flint, "at 3 o'clock tomorrow. I must tidy up below after those scoundrels, but at 3 o'clock tomorrow I'll be cleared for action."
"Really and truly?" said Peggy.
"Honest pirate," said Captain Flint. "All right," said Nancy.
"Take back your black spot, then," said Captain Flint.
"You keep it," said Nancy, "to remind you never to turn native again."
"I will,"
he said.
"But look here, I'd like to know the names of my enemies. And by the way, why in your black spot did you call me Captain Flint?"
"Because Titty, that's their able seaman, said you were a retired pirate."
"Why, so I am. But which is Titty? Are you Titty?" he said to Susan.
"Of course she isn't," said Nancy.
"She is the mate of the Swallow, and her name is Susan."
"How do you do, Mr. Mate?" said Captain Flint.
"And this is Captain John of the Swallow. The skipper and I have already met. He's forgiven me, though I don't deserve it. This is able seaman Titty, Captain Flint. So it was you who knew the dark secret of my pirate past." "I saw the parrot," said Titty.
"And this is Roger, their ship's boy."
"I've been a ship's boy myself," said Captain Flint.
"It's a hard life."
"And we are the Amazon pirates."
"I know you two ruffians well enough," said Captain Flint.
"Do you really mean a battle on the houseboat tomorrow?" said Titty.
"Tomorrow as ever is," said Captain Flint.
"We'll take her,"
said the able seaman.
"Have you got a good plank?"
"What for?"
"To walk,"
said the able seaman. "Everything shall be in order," said the retired pirate, who of course knew just how things should be.
"What about dinner?"
said Roger. "If it's going to be war tomorrow," said Mate Susan to Captain Flint,
"would you like to stop and have dinner with us today? I'll put the kettle on at once."
"There's nothing I should like better," he said.
"I seem to be in the middle of an enemy camp."
"Bang in the middle of it," said Nancy.
"But it's such a good one that I'd almost like to join you all together."
"Too late," said Nancy. "They're going in 2 days. So are we. We're not in the least use now except as an enemy. But we don't mind letting you be that if you really want to be one of us again. 3 o'clock tomorrow, and the scuppers will be red with blood," said Captain Flint.
"But I suppose you don't mind my stopping to dinner today?"
"Not a bit," said Nancy. "The mate's invited you, and there's lots to eat.
We brought a plum pudding to cut up in pieces and fry.
Most luscious. Cook gave it us. And then afterwards we found a cold tongue. It had hardly been touched, so we brought it too. But we came away rather privately because we thought we might be stopped, and so we went and forgot the grog."
"I'll have the kettle boiling in a minute," said Susan.
"You bring the plates out, Titty.
Pick out some of the best potatoes, Roger, and we'll bake them. There's lots of hot ashes at the edge of the fire."
"Come on, Peggy, and we'll bring our stores into camp," said Captain Nancy.
"Can I give you a hand with that lacing?" said Captain Flint.
And in another moment he was sitting on the ground stretching out the sail, while John reeved the lacing through the eyelet holes along the edge of the sail, and Susan was busy with the fire and the kettle, and Titty and the boy were bringing up plates and mugs and knives.
"This is a lot better than writing books," said Captain Flint presently.
"Now, skipper, if you'll take 2 turns there and hold fast, I'll show you a good way of finishing off."
Considering that Captain Flint was having dinner with his enemies, it was a very friendly meal. Even Titty softened towards him before the end of it. He never made the mistake of calling her anything but able seaman. The tongue that the Amazons had found and brought away with them was very good. So was the seed cake of the swallows. It was no good opening pemmican tins when there was nearly the whole of a tongue to be eaten. The plum pudding fried in slices would have come last, only the potatoes took a long time to get properly done, and in the end had to be used as a sort of hot dessert. They were sitting round the fire, getting the insides out of the potatoes, which were almost too hot to touch, when they began to talk about the burglary. "I wonder what made the Billies give you that message for me," said Captain Flint. "They said they'd heard something at Bigland," said John. "That's way beyond the foot of the lake," said Captain Flint. "If we could only find out where the burglar came from, there might be some chance of getting my box back. There was nothing to show who he was or what he was. My boat looked as if 100 wildcats had been having a general scrimmage in the cabin, and that was all, except they took my old cabin trunk. But everything that mattered was in it." "Was it a very heavy one?" said Titty. "It was, rather." "Were there ingots in it?" Captain Flint laughed. "Afraid not," he said. "What there was a typewriter, a lot of diaries and old logs, and the book I've been writing all the summer. If they'd taken anything else, I wouldn't have minded." Thoughts struggled in Titty's mind, but she looked at Captain Flint more kindly than before. "Was it a book you'd been writing yourself?" she asked. "It was," said Captain Flint. "About your pirate past?" "Well, that came into it." "Was it a very good book?" "Come to think of it," said Captain Flint, "perhaps it wasn't. All the same, I'd like to get it back. No idea what a job it is writing a book. Keeping a log is bad enough." "I know," said Titty. "And now I might just as well not have written it." "And been much nicer all the summer," said Nancy. "Don't rub it in," said Captain Flint sadly. There was a rapid, secret talk between the Amazons, ending with Nancy saying, "Well, tell him if you like." "Look here, Uncle Jim," said Peggy. "I beg your pardon. I thought my name was Captain Flint." "So it is. If you're really going to be one of us again, we've got something to tell you. We know just when the burglar was burgling your boat. We saw him do it." "Did you, by Jove? Did you see which way he went?" "At least we saw the light in the houseboat. We thought it was yours, but we couldn't tell you yesterday, you know, because you weren't one of us. And when we saw that light, we were in bed properly." "Were you? And where were you improperly?" "On the lake." "So you were supposed to be in bed and were really up to high jinks on the ocean wave." "It's a secret, of course," said Peggy. "We were sailing down to Wildcat Island on a private war," said Nancy. "If the burglar had come this way, do you think you would have heard him?" said Captain Flint. "We didn't. We only saw a light in the cabin and thought it was you." Then John spoke. "Able Seaman Titty thinks she did hear something that night." "Where was she?" "In Amazon." "What, with you two?" "No, it was afterwards. We were on Wildcat Island then. We were marooned." "Who marooned you?" "Titty did. She went off in Amazon and left us to our cruel fate," said Peggy. "That's how the Swallows won the war." "But where were the others?" "We were up the Amazon River or sailing back from it," said John. "The lake seems to be in a lively place that night," said Captain Flint. "And what did you hear, able seaman?" "I heard people rowing in a boat. They came close past me." "And where were you?" "I was anchored." "Look here," said Captain John, "you'd better have a look at our chart. It shows just where she was." He ran into his tent and came out with the new chart, and pointed to the little anchor that marked the place where Titty had lain in Amazon off the north end of Cormorant Island. Captain Flint looked at it. "Did they pass close to you?" he asked. "Very close," said Titty. "It's a funny course for them to steer from my houseboat if they were making for the foot of the lake. They must have nearly run into the island." "They did run into it," said Titty. "And then they went on?" "They landed on the island," said Titty, "and then they left their treasure there, or whatever it was they had with them. They said it was heavy.
I heard them." "Shiver my timbers," said Nancy. "Not really, Titty," said Susan. Captain Flint jumped to his feet. "Able Seaman," he said, "if that box is there, I'll give you anything you'd like to have. Come on, all of you, and we'll row across and look." He grabbed Titty by the hand and shook it. Titty, almost to her surprise, found herself smiling back at him. His hand was very large, and there could be no doubt about its friendliness. And after all, even if her treasure was not Spanish gold, it was a book, and a pirate book. Her only regret was that the treasure-hunting expedition was to be so large, but that could not be helped. "Look here," said Nancy, "if it's there and you get your book back, you won't go and turn native again?" "Never," said Captain Flint. "Come on, pile into my boat, all of you." They ran down to the landing place and crowded in, the 2 Amazons, the 4 Swallows, and Captain Flint. In another moment he was rowing round the island and across to the island of the Cormorants. Captain Flint rowed as if he was still racing after Nancy. Every stroke jerked the boat forward and jerked his passengers backward. In a very few minutes he had reached Cormorant Island and found a place where he could pull his boat's nose up between 2 rocks. Everybody scrambled ashore. But there was nothing to be seen on the island, except the bare tree and the white-splashed rocks, and jetsam from the last flood, and big loose stones. They looked everywhere. Captain Flint climbed all round the island 2 or 3 times. He could find nothing. "But I know they left it here," said Able Seaman Titty. "I heard them say they couldn't put it on a motor bicycle, and then they said they would come fishing and catch something worth catching." "It was the middle of the night, you know, Titty," said Susan, "and you may have been mistaken." "They may have changed their minds," said Captain Flint, "or they may have come for it already. Anyhow, it's something to know which end of the lake they came from. Not that I think I shall ever get it again," he added. They rowed sadly back to Wildcat Island. The Able Seaman did not weep, but she was very near it. "I know they left it there," she said. "Never mind," said Captain Flint. "We've had a good look. And perhaps if you had found it, you'd have turned native again after all and gone on bothering about publishers," said Nancy. "Anyhow, I haven't found it," said Captain Flint, "so we'll think of something else. 3 o'clock tomorrow, for example." "Real war?" said Nancy. "Blood and thunder," said Captain Flint. 3 o'clock tomorrow and I'll be cleared for action. I'll be ready to repel boarders or sink both your ships, or hang the lot of you at the yardarm, or be captured as a Spanish brig, or sunk as a Portuguese slaver, anything you like." He put them ashore at Wildcat Island and rowed back to bring order into his wrecked cabin. "Goodbye," they shouted after him in the friendliest manner. "Goodbye," he shouted back. 3 o'clock sharp, then death or glory. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Swallows and Amazons by Arthur Ransome. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. Chapter 27. The Battle in Houseboat Bay. Then having washed the blood away, we'd little else to do than to dance a quiet hornpipe as the old salts taught us to. Macefield. The Amazons were the first to wake in the morning, because for some time they had been sleeping in a house, and had not grown accustomed, like the swallows, to the early morning sunlight through the white tent walls. "Show a leg! Show a leg!" they shouted to the others, and soon had the whole camp astir. "Remember," they shouted, "battle at 3 o'clock sharp. There's no time to lose." Really, in spite of bathing and fetching the milk and having breakfast and dinner, it seemed a very long time before the small hand of the chronometer crawled round past the 2 and nearly as far as the 3 on the chronometer face. A watched pot never boils, and a watched watch seems to lag on purpose. But at last Captain John looked at it for the last time and gave the order. The grand fleet set sail. "Shall we go in under sail or oars?" Captain John consulted with Captain Nancy as the Amazon and the Swallow, slipping quietly along with a following wind, came near the point at the southern side of Houseboat Bay. "More seamen like to do it under sail," said Captain Nancy. "There won't be a lee side to him, said Captain John. "The houseboat will be lying head to wind. Our plan will be to reach into the bay and then come head to wind, one on each side of him. If you lay yourself aside his starboard side, I'll bring Swallow up on his port." "Very good, sir," said Captain Nancy. "Lower sail as we come alongside, grapple and board him. He'll go for one of us, he can't go for both. The others will get aboard and take him in the rear." "Hand-to-hand fighting from the very first," said Nancy. "What about nailing our colours to our masts?" said able seaman Titty. "Fasten the flag halyards with a clove hitch," said Captain Nancy. "That'll be as good." "Just look at his flag," said Roger, who, as usual, was at his post in the bows. They had passed the point and could see into Houseboat Bay. There lay the houseboat, moored to her big barrel buoy, and on her little flagstaff of a mast, accustomed to carry the red ensign, was a large and most unusual flag, blowing up finely in the wind. It was a green flag, and in the middle of it, nearly filling it, was a huge white elephant. The houseboat man, Captain Flint, had dug it out for the occasion. "I know what it is," said John. "It's the Siamese flag." "I've seen it before," said Mate Peggy. "He brought it back from the East last year." "Well, it's coming down in 2 shakes," said Captain Nancy, "as soon as ever we get aboard. Down with the elephant! Swallows and Amazons forever!" "Blow your whistle, Mr. Mate," said Captain John. "The fleet will now attack." Susan blew her whistle. "Blow it loud and shrill like the man in the ballad," said Titty. Susan was still blowing. "Let me blow it," said Roger, and Susan, nearly out of breath, gave it to the boy, who kept on blowing it till he nearly burst. The 2 ships, the brown sailed and the white, heeled over as their steersman brought the wind on the beam to reach into the bay. For a minute or two the water foamed from under their bows. Then, as they came into the shelter of the point, the water quieted. Roger blew on in gusts whenever he had any breath to blow with. Suddenly, a head in a huge white sun helmet appeared out of the forehatch of the houseboat. Another whistle, louder than Mate Susan's, sounded over the water. "Blow! Blow, Roger!" said Titty. The Swallow and the Amazon swept on towards the houseboat, the Amazon drawing a little ahead. "Slacken away your mainsheet, Amazon," shouted Captain John. "Remember, I'm to board him on the port side. You ought to come alongside him at the same moment." Captain Nancy let out her mainsheet, spilling the wind, and Swallow shot ahead. "All right now," shouted Captain John. The huge sun helmet rose higher out of the forehatch of the houseboat, and Captain Flint, in a shirt and a pair of flannel trousers, with a big red handkerchief tied around his middle like a belt, struggled up on deck. He had some difficulty in getting through the hatch. "He's a rather fat pirate," said Titty critically. Captain Flint was bending over something on the foredeck that glittered in the sun. It was the little brass cannon. "It's the cannon," said Roger. "He's going to fire." Captain Flint straightened himself sharply. An enormous puff of blue smoke hid him for a moment, and there was a bang that echoed again and again between the hills on either side of the lake. "Hurrah!" yelled Captain Nancy. "Hurrah!" shouted Peggy. "Hurrah!" shouted the whole ship's company and Swallow. Captain Flint was busy again with the little cannon. He poured something into it out of a tin. Then he pushed something into it. Then he put it in its place and took a pinch of something from the tin and put it into the touch-hole of the little cannon. He lit a match, bent down once more over the cannon, and again stood up sharply, this time putting his hands over his ears. There was another cloud of smoke and a terrific bang. Something dropped in the water between the houseboat and the advancing fleet. "It's only the wad," shouted Nancy. "At him before he can fire again," shouted John. But Captain Flint was no mean gunner, and just as Swallow slipped by under the stern of the houseboat, there was another crash from the cannon, and the smoke and the smell of gunpowder drove over the little ship. "Let go halyards!" John and Nancy shouted almost at the same moment as Swallow and Amazon shot up on opposite sides of the houseboat. "Grab the gaff, Susan!" shouted John. "Down with it! Hang on to anything you can, Roger, and make the painter fast. Board!" There was a railing round the houseboat's afterdeck. Captain John swung himself up to the deck by it, climbed over it, and gave a hand to Susan. At that moment Captain Flint, roaring death or glory, charged up the companionway. He'd gone down again through the forehatch and run through the cabin, came up whirling 2 scarlet cushions round his head. But in hand-to-hand fighting like this, it is not weapons that count, but hands. Captain Flint's were large, but he had only 2 of them. The Swallows were small, but they had 8. One tremendous blow of a scarlet cushion caught Captain John on the side of the head and sent him to the deck, but he was up again in a moment and charged head down into Captain Flint. Mate Susan had got a good hold of one of the cushions. Titty and Roger, who had clambered aboard, took Captain Flint firmly round each leg and clung on like terriers, so that as he moved they dragged with him. Even so, the battle might have ended with the complete defeat of the Swallows, if Captain Nancy and her mate Peggy, who had come aboard by the foredeck, had not rushed along the roof of the cabin, and with a loud yell flung themselves into the struggle. Captain Nancy leapt from the roof of the cabin onto Captain Flint's back and clasped him round the neck. Peggy joined John and Susan in pulling at him from in front, and overwhelmed by numbers, Captain Flint came heavily down on the deck. "Yield!" shouted Nancy. "Not while my flag flies," panted Captain Flint. "Elephants! Elephants! Elephants forever!" But able seaman Titty was already running forward along the narrow gangway outside the cabin. In another moment the huge elephant flag came fluttering down to the foredeck. "We've won!" shouted John. "Your flag is struck." "Why, so it is," said Captain Flint, struggling to a sitting position and looking at the bare flagstaff. "Quick work, but very hot. I surrender." He lay down flat, puffing heavily. "Bind him," said Captain Nancy. Peggy picked up a coil of rope lying handy, and John and Peggy, between them, bound the prisoner's legs together. Then, with the help of the others, they rolled him over and bound his arms. And they tugged him along the deck and lifted up the top part of him so that he was sitting on the deck with his back leaning against the cabin. He fell over sideways. John pulled him up again, and he fell over on the other side. "I'll put you up once more," said Peggy, "but if you roll over again you shall lie there." At that moment Titty came back. "If we're going to make him walk the plank," she said, "there's one already on the foredeck." "So there is," cried Nancy. "I'd forgotten about it. But how are we going to get him there?" Captain Flint wriggled his feet and wagged his head from side to side. "I'm not a snake," he said. "I can't get along without feet." "We must get him to the foredeck somehow," said Captain Nancy. "Undo his legs and make him walk over the cabin," said Peggy. "Cabin roof won't bear me," said the prisoner. "It's not safe to let prisoners go below," said Titty. "They might set fire to the magazine and blow up the ship." "We'll take him round by the gangway," said Captain Nancy. "He won't dare to struggle there while his arms are tied." So they undid the rope from round his legs. With a good deal of difficulty they got him on his feet. He showed signs of sitting down again at once. "None of that," said Captain Nancy, "or it'll be worse for you. Far worse." One end of the rope was still wound round and round his arms and body. They made it fast so that the other end served as a sort of painter or leading string. Nancy and Peggy took hold of the rope and went first along the narrow gangway. The prisoner, balancing himself as well as he could, walked next. John and Susan followed close behind him. Roger and Titty ran forward over the cabin roof. On the foredeck there was a capstan, from which the chain went to the big barrel buoy to which the houseboat was moored. There was the little brass cannon. There was the white sun helmet lying by the forehatch. There was a locker close to the little mast, at the foot of which on the deck lay the green and white elephant flag. On the starboard side of the deck there was a springboard, from which, on happier days, the owner of the houseboat was accustomed to take his morning dive. It might have been designed for the use of prisoners on their way to feed the sharks. At the sight of it, Captain Flint shuddered so violently that he nearly upset the determined buccaneers who had captured him and his ship and were now holding him to prevent any attempted escape. "Belay that," growled Captain Nancy. Captain John was really Commodore, but in some things Captain Nancy could not help taking the lead. "Tie the prisoner to the mast," she said, and it was done. "Don't laugh," she roared at the prisoner. "Then help that pirate out of my sun helmet," said Captain Flint. Roger, the boy, had picked up the big sun helmet and put it on, and the whole of his head was inside it. There was a moment's pause, while Mate Susan freed him from it. "Would you mind putting it on my head?" said the prisoner. "A last wish, you know. My bald head can't stand the sun." Mate Susan put it on for him, and the prisoner, wagging his head, shook it into place. "Now, Captain John," said Nancy, "we must consider his crimes. The worst is treachery. All this summer he's been in league with the natives." "Desertion?" said Peggy. "He deserted us." "He came to Wildcat Island and went into our camp when we were not there," said Titty. "He called Captain John a liar," said Nancy. "That was a mistake," said Captain John hurriedly. "We've made peace over that." "We can let him off that, then," said Captain Nancy. "But it doesn't matter. His other crimes are quite enough. Hands up for making him walk the plank." Her hand and Peggy's went up at once. So did Titty's. So did Roger's. John and Susan hesitated. "Oh, look here," said Nancy. "No weakening. It's far too good a plank to waste." "I think we ought to give him a chance," said John. "Untie his arms and let him swim for it." "Right," said Nancy. "We'll agree to that. All hands up?" All hands went up. Roger was looking over the side. "Are there plenty of sharks?" he asked. "Millions," groaned the prisoner. "Bandage his eyes," said Captain Nancy. "Here's a handkerchief." "A clean one?" asked the prisoner. "Let him have Peggy's. Hers was clean yesterday," said Nancy. Peggy's handkerchief had not been even unfolded. It was quickly made into a bandage and tied over Captain Flint's eyes. "Untie him from the mast and get him on the plank," said Nancy. Mate Susan and John loosed him from the mast, then they unbound his arms. The prisoner swayed heavily this way and that. At last, with Titty and Roger pushing behind, Peggy, John, and Susan between them, guided him to the plank. Captain Nancy watched with folded arms. "Now walk," she cried. Captain Flint, blindfolded, moved his feet little by little along the springboard. He stopped, shaking all over, while the springboard bent and quivered under his weight. Captain Nancy stamped her foot. "Walk, you son of a sea cook!" she cried. Captain Flint took another step or two, till he was at the very end of the plank, high over the water. "Mercy!" he begged. "Mercy!" "Walk!" shouted Nancy. "Or—" Captain Flint stepped desperately forward, taking a long stride into thin air. Head over heels he fell. There was a colossal splash that even wetted the swallows and amazons on the deck of the houseboat. Captain Flint had disappeared, and the white sun helmet floated alone, tossing lightly on the ripples. "Perhaps he can't swim," said Titty. "I never thought of it." But just then the big bald head of Captain Flint rose out of the water. He blew and spluttered mightily, tore the handkerchief from around his eyes, and sank again. He came up once more, this time close to the sun helmet. He grabbed it and threw it spinning up on the deck of his ship. "He can swim all right," said Titty. Suddenly he let loose a yell. "Sharks! Sharks!" he shrieked, and splashing as hard as he could, swam to the houseboat's big mooring buoy. He climbed onto it, though it upset him once or twice. At last he was sitting astride on the top of it. "This place is stiff with sharks," he called. "One of them's nibbling at my foot." He slipped sideways off the buoy and swam to the side of the houseboat, splashing tremendously. "A rope! A rope!" he shouted, bobbing in the water and splashing with his arms, while the swallows and amazons looked down at his struggles. "Shall we let him have one?" said Susan. "He's been a good long time in the water." "You'll never be in league with natives again?" said Nancy. "Hard-hearted pirate! Never!" said Captain Flint, blowing like a walrus that has come up to breathe. "We'll give you a rope," said Nancy. "I'd much rather have a rope ladder," said Captain Flint. "At my age I'm getting too fat for ropes. There's a rope ladder just by the springboard, the plank, I mean. It's made fast. You've only got to throw the loose end overboard." John threw over the rope ladder, and a moment later Captain Flint stood once more on the deck of his ship, with the water pouring from him and running away into the scuppers. He sat down on the capstan and swung his arms about his chest. "Well, that's that," he said. "Not even the Amazon pirates are ruthless enough to make a man walk the plank twice on one day. Hello, Roger. Looking for the sharks?" Roger had been looking down into the water from the houseboat's deck. "I don't believe there are any," he said. "Not big enough, anyway." "The young ruffian's sorry I haven't left a leg or an arm behind with them," said Captain Flint. "What are you going to do with me now?" he added. "You've captured my ship, you've hauled down my noble elephant, you've trussed me like a chicken, you've made me walk the plank, I've walked it, dodged the sharks, and come aboard to report for duty. Do you think my crimes are wiped out? Because if they are—" He paused. "What?" said Captain Nancy. "All the best sea fights end with a banquet," said Captain Flint. "And there's one waiting in the cabin, and nobody but the parrot on guard there. Just let me go and start the Primus while I get into some dry things, and then there's nothing to keep us from it." Nobody had anything to say against that. Captain Flint lowered himself through the forehatch. A moment later he put his head out. "By the way," he said, "I suppose you'll want to hoist the Jolly Roger on your prize. You'll find one in the locker." He bobbed down again, and they heard him bumping about below deck. Peggy opened the locker by the mast, and there, on the top, lay a black flag with a skull and crossbones on it as big as the elephant. She and Titty took the elephant flag off the halyards and fastened on the blackjack. Then, with a cheer from both ship's companies, Peggy ran it to the masthead. Captain Flint's head bobbed up again through the hatch. "What about going below?" he said. "You'd better come in by the companionway. Mind your heads. I suppose none of your heads are in as much danger as mine." "Is yours really in danger?" said Titty, looking at it with interest. "Not for high treason," said Captain Flint, "only of being bumped on the way into the cabin." Nancy was looking at a large burnt patch on the cabin roof. "Well," she said to Captain Flint, "as one pirate to another, I'm sorry it made such a mess. I never would have thought the thing would have burnt both ways. But didn't it just bang?" "It did, rather," said Captain Flint, as he disappeared once more. The Swallows and Amazons went aft to the companion to go down into the cabin. The captains and the mates went by the gangway outside, the able seaman and the boy over the cabin roof. The cabin was all that the cabin of a retired pirate should be. Captain Flint had been hard at work tidying up after the burglary, and the walls were hung once more with strange weapons and curiosities from all the 7 seas. Everything that had not been broken and thrown overboard was back in its place. There was a long, narrow table down the middle of the cabin, with chairs set on each side of it. The green parrot was perched on the back of one of the chairs. "Pieces of 8, pieces of 8. Say pieces of 8, said Nancy Blackett to the parrot. "Pretty, Polly," said the parrot. "You're not fit to be a pirate's parrot," said Nancy. "Are the chairs fixed to the floor?" asked Roger. "No," said Peggy. "They are on Daddy's ship," said Roger. "We don't get a very high sea in this bay," said a voice from the doorway into the forecastle. The roar of a Primus stove came suddenly to an end. Captain Flint changed, and in dry clothes came in with a big kettle. "Sort yourselves," he said, and they sorted themselves, and the feast began. It was as good a feast as Captain Flint had been able to get sent from Rio. For example, there were ices, strawberry ones. There were parkins and Bath buns and rock cakes and ginger nuts and chocolate biscuits. There were mountains of sandwiches to begin with. Then there was a cake with a paper cover over it. When the cover was lifted off, there was a picture of 2 little ships done in pink and white icing. "The Swallow and the Amazon," said Roger. "That's what they're meant for," said Captain Flint. Friendliness between the Swallows and Amazons and the retired pirate grew rapidly as the feast went on. Indeed, when Captain Flint was going to help himself to a strawberry ice, Mate Susan stopped him. "You mustn't have ices after walking the plank," she said. "Mother says they give you a chill in the stomach if you eat them when you've just bathed." "By Jove, I suppose I ought not," said Captain Flint, and took a piece of cake instead. "You did walk the plank most awfully well," said Titty. "Practice," Captain Flint replied. The parrot had a bite of almost everything, but seemed to like lump sugar best. Titty put out her hand to it, and the parrot climbed on her wrist and walked all the way up to her shoulder. Next year we'll make a voyage to a place where the trees are full of parrots, she said. We must think of something really good for next year, said Captain Flint. Here and now I promise you that I shall be writing no more books. I shall have retired from everything except being a pirate. But as for parrots, I'm going south for the winter, and I'll bring back parrots all round if you want them. Not really, said Titty. Really, said Captain Flint. One that can really swear, said Nancy. An out-and-out ruffian, said Captain Flint. What about monkeys? Said Roger. Captain Flint pulled out a notebook and a pencil. Item, 1 monkey, he said, taking a note, with or without a tail. With a tail? Said Roger. The other sort are only apes. Don't bring green parrots for us, said Nancy. Bring them grey with red tails. Then we can feather our arrows with red feathers instead of green ones. Captain Flint opened his mouth and shut it again. He looked hard at Nancy Blackett, and then at a jam-pot on a shelf, in which there was a single green feather and some new pipe cleaners. Nancy Blackett caught his eye. Your fault for being an enemy, she said. And after all, we didn't take anything but a few feathers. Might have sunk the ship. And anyway, you're in with us again now. True, said Captain Flint. But I wonder how many burglaries there have really been. 1, said Nancy. Ours wasn't a burglary. It was honest revenge. What are you going to do tomorrow? Asked Captain Flint a little later. It's your last day, isn't it? What about fishing? Said Peggy. We haven't fished for ages. You can come too if you like. Yes, said Nancy. Your boat is much better for fishing than ours are. Besides, you know the best places. Do come, said John. Please, said Susan. Well, if there's not too much wind, we might make a day of it. I'll come, but I can't start too early. And then we'll plan something tremendous for next year. I'm not going fishing tomorrow, said Able Seaman Titty. Why not? Said Susan. I'm going treasure hunting. Where? Cormorant Island. I'm sure it's still there. The sea chest, I mean. Waste of time, Able Seaman, said Captain Flint. I know it's there, said Titty, and Roger can come too if he likes. Then there'll be 2 expeditions tomorrow, said Captain Flint. 1 treasure hunting and 1 whaling. What do you think about it, Roger? I'm going with Titty, said Roger, and so it was settled, though Susan did say they can't go alone unless it's a calm day. After the feasting had ended, and it lasted a long time, Peggy said, I say, Uncle Jim? He's not Uncle Jim, you galoot, Nancy said. Of course not, said Peggy. I say, Captain Flint, have you still got the accordion? Tip us a stave, said Captain Nancy. If you'll dance the hornpipe, I will. There's no room in the cabin. On the poop, then. Captain Flint brought a huge accordion out of the fore-cabin. Luckily the burglar didn't find that, he said. Would he have taken it for certain? But perhaps he had no ear for music. They went up on the afterdeck. Captain Flint sat on the rail and played the sailor's hornpipe, while Captain Nancy danced. That's not the way we do it, said Titty. Let's see your way, said Captain Flint. He played on, and Nancy and Peggy danced their hornpipe, and Captain John, Mate Susan, Able Seaman Titty, and the ship's boy danced theirs. The stamping on the deck could have been heard a mile away in the quiet evening. Faster and faster played Captain Flint. Faster and faster danced the swallows and amazons, till the tune went so fast that it stopped being a tune at all, and they all flung themselves on the deck tired out. And to think how I've wasted this summer, said Captain Flint. Then he played songs, and presently when they got their breath again, they sang. Played Spanish Ladies and The Whale, Amsterdam, Blow the Man Down, Away to Rio, and many another. At last it grew dusk. Our harbour lights are not lit, said Captain John. We must get back before dark, said Mate Susan. And there's hardly any wind left, said Captain Nancy. Let's start while we can sail. Whaling tomorrow, said Captain Flint, as he said goodbye. Treasure hunting, said Able Seaman Titty. A few minutes later, the Swallow and the Amazon were heading out of the bay. Captain Flint leaned on the rail and watched them go. The sound of his playing reached them over the water until they cleared the point and met the wind. He made a jolly good pirate, said Captain John. It's a pity he's so old, said Roger. He isn't so awfully old, said Titty. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Swallows and Amazons by Arthur Ransome. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. Chapter 28. The Treasure on Cormorant Island. Titty had gone to sleep with one idea firm in her head, and she woke up next morning with it still there. She crawled out to see what sort of a day it was. It was a fine day without much wind, just what she wanted, for she knew that if there had been a strong wind, she and Roger would not have been allowed to go off and swallow by themselves, without the captain or the mate. "Wake up, Roger," she called. "What's the matter?" said Captain John. "Somebody may get it first." "Get what?" "The treasure on Cormorant Island. Roger and I are going to look for it." "But we've all looked once, and there's nothing there." "It's our last day," said Titty obstinately, "and you and Susan said we might, and I'm sure it's there." "But Captain Flint's coming, and we're all going fishing." "Roger and I are going treasure hunting. We settled it last night, and there's no wind." "You'll be awfully disappointed, Titty," said Susan sleepily. "Not when I find it," said Titty. "Well, heave out, Roger," said Captain John. "You can go across and get the milk anyhow, as soon as you've bathed." "Double lot today because of the Amazons and Captain Flint," called the mate. "We'll have to take some with us when we go whaling." It was a quick bathe that morning for the boy and the able seaman. The able seaman did not bother about pearls, and she drove the boy out to dry as soon as he had shown that he could swim both ways, on his front and on his back. Then they hurried across for the milk. They came back to find everybody but the mate of the Swallow busy setting up fishing rods. "You're not really going off to Cormorant Island, able seaman," said Peggy. "You know there's nothing there. You'd much better come whaling with us." But able seaman Titty was not to be persuaded, and the boy Roger, though he thought rather well of whaling, made up his mind to follow the able seaman. After breakfast, while the others were busy catching minnows to be ready for Captain Flint, Mate Susan made them each a large packet of sandwiches and bun loaf, and gave them a bottle of milk. "Now remember, Roger, Titty will be in command, and you will do just what she tells you." "Aye, aye, sir," said the boy. "What shall we have for a pickaxe?" said the able seaman. "You don't want a pickaxe," said the mate. "Of course we do," said the able seaman. "The treasure may be fathoms deep." "Take the hammer," said John. "We ought to have the compass too, and a chart with skeletons on it and pictures of trees." "You can have the compass if you take care of it." "Well, don't be too long anyhow," said the mate. "You'll see where we go with Captain Flint, and when you're tired of the island you can come. We'll take your fishing rods." They walked down with their stores to the harbour. John took the mast and sail out of Swallow. Everybody wished them good luck, and the able seaman and the boy set off, Titty poling the Swallow out of the harbour. "Don't stay there too long," Mate Susan called after them. "Far better come whaling," called Captain Nancy. It was too much in Titty's head to let her think of an answer. As soon as they were clear of the island, able seaman Titty gave one of the oars to Roger. They sat side by side on the middle thwart. "You keep time with me, boy," said the able seaman. "All right." Titty lifted her oar from the water. Roger gave one pull. "Boy," said the able seaman, "you mustn't say 'all right.'" "Aye, aye, sir," said the boy. "We're going to land on a desert island to look for pirate treasure. The treasure the pirates took from Captain Flint. There may be land crabs or alligators or enemies of all kinds. The treasure may be buried deep in dead men's bones. We may be all our lives finding it." "Susan says we weren't to be too long." The mate meant don't waste time. "We won't waste time. But looking for treasure you can never tell to a year or two. We must face our dangers. We must keep together, and you must do what you are told." "Aye, sir." "Now then, at the same time as me, dig in." They both dug in, and the Swallow, a heavy little ship to row because of her shape and her ballast, moved on a zigzag course across the lake. Able seaman Titty knew that it was not the thing to keep looking over your shoulder, but she was not very sure of how to manage without. Halfway across she took both oars and made Roger sit in the stern and steer. Cormorant Island was little more than a heap of rocks and stones sticking up out of the water. There was some heather on it, a little grass, but very little, and 2 trees, both dead. One of the trees was lying on the rocks. It had been uprooted a long time ago, and the ground about it was nothing but great stones. The other tree, gaunt and bare, splashed with the white droppings of the birds, was the perching place of the cormorants. "We're quite near," said Roger. "I can see the birds." Titty looked round. Two cormorants, black, long-necked, a patch of white at their beaks, flew away fast and low over the water. Two others waited on the topmost branch of the dead tree. "They're guarding the treasure," said Titty. "One of them's swallowing a fish," said Roger. "Now they've both gone." The two last cormorants rose from the tree and flew after the others, swinging at first low, then high over the lake, wheeling far away by Darien, and coming down to the water where neither Roger nor Titty could see them. "There's Captain Flint," said Roger. They could see his big rowing boat between Houseboat Bay and Wildcat Island. He was on his way to join in the whaling expedition. They waved, but he was rowing with his back to them, and at the other side of the lake. "This is the place where I was anchored in Amazon," said the able seaman, "and I heard the pirates row past me, and then they crashed into the rocks." "Real pirates?" said the boy. "I couldn't see them," said Titty, "but I heard the oars of their ship's gig, and I heard them talk. They swore like real ones, and then I heard them hit the rocks." "It's all rocks on this side," said the boy. Titty rowed slowly round the island. There was no good place for beaching Swallow. "There's the place where we landed with Captain Flint," said Roger. "His boat has narrow bows," said Titty. "We couldn't get Swallow's nose in there." She rowed nearer to the north end of the island. "It looks as if we could come alongside that rock," she said, "but we won't try to beach her. Captain John said we were to be careful about landing, so look out." There was just a little bump as the Swallow touched the rock, but it was not a bad one. The able seaman scrambled out with the painter, and held the gunwale while the boy followed. "Shall I bring the compass?" he said. "No," said the able seaman. "We'll leave it in the ship till we need it. But bring the pickaxe and pass out the stores. Better leave the bottle." The boy gave the packets of sandwiches to the able seaman. Then he gave her the hammer and scrambled out. "Now, we'll fasten the painter round that rock, just the end of it. What wind there is from the south, and she'll float off without touching anything. We'll leave the stores on the rock." It was done, and for some minutes the able seaman stood watching her ship, which rode quietly at the end of the long painter, clear of all danger. "She's all right like that," she said at last. "Now for the treasure." It was very hard going on those rocks, as everybody had found, even Captain Flint, when they had all come here to look for the stolen trunk the day before the battle in Houseboat Bay. For the boy and the able seaman it was very hard indeed. The rocks stuck up at all angles. There were deep clefts between them, big enough to take a foot, and small enough to make it difficult to get the foot out again. Then there were lots of loose stones which slipped all ways when you trod on them. It took the treasure hunters a long time to get even from one end of the island to the other. "I'm glad we live on Wildcat Island and not here," said Roger. "This is a real desert island," said Titty. "Keep a lookout for a skeleton." "Here are lots of bones," said Roger a minute or two later. "Real bones?" called Titty. "Little ones," said Roger. Titty climbed round a rock to where Roger was standing looking down at a little heap of white fish bones. She looked up at once, and sure enough there was a small hole in the rocks above them, a hole big enough for a tennis ball to go into. The hole was splashed with greenish white, and so was the rock below it. Titty reached up towards it, but just at that moment something flew out with fast-moving downturned wings, flashing brilliant blue in the sunlight. "It's the kingfisher's nest," she said. "Those are the bones of the minnows he's eaten, not pirate bones at all." They went on with the search. There were many more bones on Cormorant Island, but they were all fish bones. When the boy and able seaman scrambled along to the tree where the cormorants always perched, they found plenty of them lying under it. But the rocks there were so dirty, and the smell there was so bad that they were glad to get away. And they found no sign of anything that might be treasure. Roger began to lose heart, and also to feel hungry. They sat down on the flat rock at the north end of the island where they had left their provisions. They got the bottle of milk out of Swallow, ate their sandwiches, and took turns in bubbling the milk out of the bottle into their mouths. "There's Captain Flint and the others," said Titty. "They're all in his boat. Over there, not in Shark Bay, the little bay we passed when we went to see the savages with the snake." "Wonder how many whales they've caught," said Roger. "Sharks too, perhaps. Anyhow, lots of perch." "It's much better to find treasure than just to sit catching fish," said Titty. "But we haven't found any," said Roger. "We haven't looked nearly everywhere yet. It must be here," said Titty. "Come on. You hunt one side and I'll hunt the other. Shout if you find it." Presently Roger shouted, but it was not because he had found the treasure. It slipped on the stones and scraped his knee. "Which knee is it?" called Titty. "The one that wasn't scraped before," said Roger. "At least, not the one that got scraped last, but the other one." Able Seaman Titty, a surgeon to the expedition, washed the knee and tied it up with Roger's handkerchief. Roger tried to blow his nose in the corner of it that was left after the tying up. "You can have my handkerchief," said Titty. "It's my pink one." Roger blew his nose loudly in the pink handkerchief and cheered up again. Time went on. The morning was gone and the afternoon was going. And still there was no sign of anything that might mean treasure. Titty had worked at least twice right round the island. Roger stopped looking and went and sat on the rock to which Swallow's painter was tied. He pulled on the painter, and Swallow came obediently to his feet. He met her with a bare foot on her stem, and she slid back again. "Let's row again," he said. "We could see just as well from Swallow as on these rocks. Then if we saw nothing, we could go whaling." There was no answer. He looked for Titty. She was crawling along the rocks at the very edge of the island, not far away. Suddenly he saw her jump up with something in her hand. "Hi! Roger!" she called. Roger stood up and climbed along the rocks towards her. "I found a pipe," she shouted. "It must have belonged to one of the pirates. This must be the place where they landed." It was an ordinary wooden pipe. She found it between two stones close to the edge of the water. The finding of it made a great difference to the island. Even Titty had begun to think that she must have dreamt of the pirates landing here that night in the dark. But now she had in her hand a solid proof that someone had been there beside the cormorants and the kingfisher. "If they landed here," said Titty, "the treasure must be close by. They didn't go far away, because I heard them banging about all the time." They looked carefully about them. They were close to the place where the old tree had stood. The tree that was now lying on its side with its rotted, dried roots straggling in the air. The ground was covered with big loose stones. Titty went carefully over them and round the tree. She found nothing. She went round the tree again in a widening circle. Still nothing. She went back to her task of working right round the edge of the island. Roger stayed where he was, and presently began to amuse himself by gathering small driftwood and dead reeds that were stuck among the rocks, and had been drying there since the last time the lake was high after the rains. At last Titty began to lose hope again. She came back to the fallen tree, and Roger with his growing pile of fuel. "Do light it, Titty," said Roger. The able seaman looked at it. "That's not the way," she said. "We'll make a fireplace like the one Susan made on the shore that day we saw the savages and the snake. Then we'll light a fire in it, and Captain Flint and the others will see the smoke of our fire on the desert island far away. Then they'll come, and there'll be a rescue." She began building with small stones. "We need a good big stone to go at the back," she said. She pulled at a biggish flat stone close by the roots of the old tree. It moved easily, and as it moved, all thought of making fireplaces flew out of Titty's mind. "Help, Roger!" she shouted. "Where's the pickaxe?" She had put the hammer down when she began to build the fireplace. Roger picked it up and gave it to her. Titty tapped with it at the black corner of iron that showed under the stone she had moved. It ran of metal and wood. She pulled the stone further, and it was clear that she had uncovered the iron-bound corner of a box. "We've found it! We've found it! We've found it!" shouted Titty. She pulled the stone right away to one side, and there was a torn label on the corner of the box, a label with a picture of a camel and a pyramid, and the word Cairo, plain in big letters. "Help, Roger," said the able seaman. "Get the stones off, one by one." They pulled off stone after stone, and with each stone that was removed, the marvels of the box grew greater. It was entirely covered with labels. There were labels showing P&O First Cabin. There were labels of the Bibi line, of the Dollar line, of the Nippon Yusen Kaisha. There was a label with palm trees and camels and a river from some hotel in Upper Egypt. There were labels showing the blue bays and white houses of Mediterranean seaports. There was a label saying "Wanted on the Voyage." There were labels with queer writing on them and no English writing at all except the word Peking. There was a label of the Chinese Eastern Railway. There were labels of hotels in San Francisco, Buenos Aires, London, Rangoon, Colombo, Melbourne, Hong Kong, New York, Moscow and Khartoum. Some of them were pasted over others. Some were scratched and torn, but each one delighted the able seaman and the boy. In the middle of the lid were 2 letters, J.T. Stone after stone was pulled away. The box had been put under the tree, in the hollow where the roots had been, and then covered with big loose stones, of which there were plenty on all sides. Some of the stones were so big that Titty and Roger, both pulling together, could hardly move them. As for shifting the box, it was like trying to move a house. They could not stir it 1/4 of an inch. "Let's get it open," said Roger. It was heavily bound with big black angle irons. The able seaman banged at them with the hammer. There were strange double clasps that met each other and locked, and were as strong as the iron bindings. Titty and Roger banged away at them, but they might as well have been 2 flies trying to break into a steel safe. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Swallows and Amazons by Arthur Ransome. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. Chapter 29. 2 sorts of fish. "There's nothing for it," said the able seaman. "We shall have to fetch the others and Captain Flint. It's his sea chest, I'm sure it is, and it's got his pirate book in it." "Let's take Swallow and row," said Roger. But there was no need. For a long time the fish had not been biting. Partly, perhaps, because there were too many fishermen in the boat, and partly, as Captain Flint said, because they knew there was a change coming in the weather. It was very hot, and the air was heavy, and though the wind had died away altogether, there were big, hard-edged, dark clouds lifting slowly over the hills in the south. The whaling party had decided it had done enough whaling, and was on its way home. Susan had said, "Those 2 have been on Cormorant Island long enough." And Captain Flint, who knew that they were looking for his chest, and was sure that they had been looking in vain, had said, "We'll row across there and give them a tow home." So when Titty and Roger looked across the lake, expecting to find the others where they had last seen them, fishing south of the island, near the opposite shore, the whaling party was already more than halfway across the lake, and rowing steadily towards them. Titty climbed up, and stood on the fallen trunk of the tree, and waved and shouted. There was a shout back from over the water, but at first neither the whalers nor the treasure hunters could hear each other's words. The first words the treasure hunters heard showed how little what they had been shouting had been understood. "Aren't you sick of it?" they heard in Captain Flint's cheerful voice. "Time to come home." "We've found it!" shouted Titty. "Time to come home!" shouted Captain Flint again. "Tea!" "We've found it!" squealed Roger. Suddenly Captain Flint heard. He bent to his oars, and a few minutes later the whaling party reached Cormorant Island. Captain Flint was ashore in a moment, jumping over the rocks. The others followed. "You haven't really found anything, have you?" he said. But before they could answer he had seen the box. "Well done, able seaman!" he shouted. "Shiver my timbers!" exclaimed Nancy. "Good for you, Titty," said Captain John. "Then you weren't dreaming after all," said Susan. "Whoever would have thought it?" said Peggy. "Why, Captain Nancy looked for it herself and never found it." Captain Flint dropped on his knees beside the box and pulled a bunch of keys from his pocket. "They don't seem to have opened it," he said. "But they've had a jolly good try." "That was us," said the able seaman. And Captain Flint unlocked it, threw back the clasps, and lifted the lid. Inside was a typewriter in a black case, a lot of canvas-bound diaries, and a huge bundle of typewritten paper. "That's all right," said Captain Flint, fingering the bundle as if he loved it. "It's very dull," said Roger. "Titty said it was treasure." "There's treasure and treasure," said Captain Flint. "It takes all sorts to make a world. You know, able seaman, I can never say thank you enough to you. If I'd lost this, as I thought I had, I'd have lost all the diaries of my pirate past, and I've put all the best of my life into this book. Would have been gone forever if it hadn't been for you." "I heard them say they were coming back for it, so I knew it must be here," said Titty. "And that's just what pirates always do. They always mean to come back when they bury anything." "Like dogs to a buried bone," said Captain Flint. "Well, they've lost this bone. There wouldn't have been much use to them. I can't imagine them settling down to read mixed moss." "What are you going to do about them?" said Captain Nancy. "Let's lie in wait for them and catch them." Captain Flint thought for a moment. Then he said, "I'm not going to do anything at all. I told the police to inquire at the landing places because I wanted to take any chance there was of getting it back. But I don't want to send anyone to prison." "Prison?" said Nancy. "They ought to be hanged in chains at Execution Dock and rattle their bones in the wind." "They only do that sort of thing to Amazon pirates nowadays," said Captain Flint. "What did you hear them say, able seaman, about fetching their loot away?" "They said, 'We'll come fishing and catch something worth having.'" "And so they jolly well shall," said Captain Flint. "Let's see if we can find a bit of wood, a flat bit." "We found their pipe," said Roger. "Good," said Captain Flint. "We'll frighten them off burning for the rest of their lives." He found a flat piece of wood among the jetsam gathered by Roger for a fire. He sat down on a rock and pulled out a big knife. Chips of wood flew in all directions. "What are you doing?" said Roger. "Giving them something to catch," said Captain Flint. He chopped away with the knife, and presently the flat piece of wood had a narrow place at one end and a big forked tail beyond it. The rest of it was shaped like a melon, only flat, with a square piece sticking up from the edge of it like a fin. "It's a fish," said Roger. "Didn't they say they were going to catch something?" said Captain Flint. He carved the head of the fish, giving it big gill covers and a wide mouth and a large round staring eye. "It's a very good fish," said Roger. "They won't think so when they catch it," said Captain Flint. "Now," he said, pulling a bit of string from his pocket, "we'll tie their pipe to the fish's tail and we'll bury them both under the stones where they hid my box. Then when they come on the lake pretending to be fishing and land here to dig out their loot, they'll dig up the fish and find the pipe they lost. If they put two and two together, as I expect they will think that somebody was close at hand all the time and heard what they said, and knows who they are and all about them. And I should think they'll go off in a hurry, wishing they'd stayed at home." He hove up his box and put the fish and the pipe in the hole where the box had lain. "Half a minute," he said. "May as well have a sermon at the same time." Taking out his pencil, he wrote in big letters along the side of the wooden fish, "Honesty is the best policy." Then he put it back and covered the fish with stones. "Pile it up with stones," he said, "so that it will take them some time to dig down to it." And the Amazons and Swallows piled in stones until the hole was filled up. "Now it looks just like it did before I began to make a fireplace," said Titty. "Well, that's that," said Captain Flint. "Good luck to them. And now," he said, "if all you people had not been doing exactly what you were doing that night, even if you were supposed to be in bed, I should never have got that box again. I should have been sorry to lose the old box, because it's been with me all over the world, and I should have lost the book I've been writing all summer, in spite of the efforts of Nancy and Peggy to make any writing impossible. Never any of you start writing books. It isn't worth it. This summer has been harder work for me than all 30 years of knocking up and down that went before it. If those scoundrels had got away with the box, I could never have done it again. I owe a great deal to all of you, and most of all to the able seaman. Look here, able seaman, you tell me anything in the world that I can get for you, and you shall have it." "You did say you were going to bring me back a parrot," said the able seaman, "and there isn't anything in the world I'd rather have. If you really meant it," she added. "Was it you who said you wanted a grey one? I like green ones best." "It's a long time to wait till next summer," said Captain Flint. "I don't mind waiting," said the able seaman. Just then Captain Flint seemed to think of something suddenly. "Look here," he said, "I must go off at once and tell the police to stop making inquiries. I'll take you across and drop you on your island. "You'll come back for the shark steaks, won't you?" said Susan. "Shark?" said Roger. "Did you get a shark?" "A walloper," said Peggy. "I'll do my best," said Captain Flint, "but don't wait for me. I've got a long way to row. Come along." He hove the big box on his shoulder and carried it to his boat. Roger was there before him, looking at a great green and white pike lying on the bottom boards. "Did you catch him?" "We caught him between us." "He's nearly as big as the one I didn't catch. There aren't any like that in Houseboat Bay." "Who's coming with me, and who in Swallow?" said Captain Flint. "I'm going with the shark," said Roger. "There's room for you all," said Captain Flint. "But someone ought to steer Swallow, or she'll be all over the place." "I'll steer Swallow," said Titty, really because she wanted to be alone. She'd had one idea firm in her head, and had held to it when everyone thought she was wrong. And now, when everybody knew she had been right, just for a minute or two, she did not want to do any talking. Everybody else crowded into the big rowing boat. Captain Flint rowed in the bows, looking at his old cabin trunk with its ancient labels. Roger sat on the cabin trunk, looking at the big jaws of the pike. John, Susan, Nancy, and Peggy sat in the stern. John held the Swallow's painter, and the Swallow, with the able seaman happy at the tiller, slipped smoothly along the rowing boat's wake. When Captain Flint had rowed away, leaving the Swallows and Amazons on Wildcat Island, they found a great deal to do. The fire was out, and a new fire had to be made up and the kettle boiled for tea. The mates, Susan and Peggy, took charge of that. John and Nancy were busy taking down all the fishing rods and the fishing tackle. Roger was looking at the fish. Titty paddled Swallow round from the landing place to the harbour. Then the two captains went to the harbour and joined the able seaman who was waiting for them. They stepped Swallow's mast, then moored her side by side with Amazon, but not so near that the two ships could bump each other. From the harbour, when their work was done, and Swallow and Amazon were both ready for the night, they looked out to sea, away to the southern end of the lake. "Barometer's gone down 2/10 since morning," said Captain John. "When it's as hot as this in the evening, something always happens," said Captain Nancy. "Probably thunder." "Don't like the look of it at all," said Captain John. "There's no wind to speak of, and yet look at that cloud." Titty, too, was looking at the big dark cloud coming up in the south. If it was going to rain, she was thinking, what a good thing it had held off for today to let her find the treasure. The mate's whistle sounded in the camp, and all three of them hurried back to a late tea of bun loaf and marmalade. Almost as soon as tea was over and the mugs rinsed out, Roger said, "Are we really going to have shark steaks for supper?" "Why not?" said Mate Susan. "Mr. Mate," said Peggy, "have you ever scaled shark?" "Not yet," said Susan. "It's awful," said Peggy. "We'd better start on it at once," said Susan. "It's late, anyhow." They went down to the landing place, with the great green and white mottled fish with its huge head and wicked eyes laid on the stones. They knelt beside it, each with a knife, and began scraping. "You scrape from its middle to its tail, and I'll scrape from its head to its middle," said Peggy. The others watched. Roger hung round the mates as near as he could. He could not take his eyes off the fish. "Whatever you do, don't get your hand into its mouth," said Peggy, when Roger tried to measure its head with his hand. "I did once with a smaller one than this, and I couldn't hold a rope for a month." "Why?" said Roger. "Look at its teeth," said Peggy, and she stopped scraping and opened its huge jaws with a stone. Roger looked in at the rows and rows of sharp teeth pointing backwards, and the long teeth like a dog's in the lower jaw. "Perhaps it's a good thing there were no sharks in Houseboat Bay," he said. "Why?" said Peggy. "Well, he's going to bring me a monkey," said Roger. The scales came off easily enough, but flew in all directions. The arms of the two mates were covered with them. They even got scales in their hair. When one side of the fish was scraped, they turned its slippery body over on the stones to scrape the other. Then the shark had to be cut open and cleaned, and that was even worse. It was done, and the mates washed the shark and their hands in the lake. Then they carried the great fish up to the camp, and Mate Susan cut it into thick steaks, cutting it clean across from one side to the other, and hacking through the backbone. She cut 7 steaks, each about 2 inches thick. They put all that was left of the pike in the fire. Then, with plenty of butter in the frying pan, they fried the steaks, turning them over and over, spooning up the butter when it ran down into the side of the pan, and pouring it over the sizzling chunks of fish, until the butter turned dark and the steaks were nicely browned. There was still no sign of Captain Flint in the distance when the shark steaks were ready for eating, and it was growing dusk. The sun had disappeared in clouds long before it set. "Captain Flint did say we weren't to wait for him," said Susan, "and anyhow, they smelled too good to wait." "Let's get at them," said Captain Nancy. "I'm hungry," said Roger. "We may as well begin," said John. "We can keep his hot," said Titty. "Pass your plates, then," said Susan, and the shark steak supper began. It was found by experimentation that fingers were a good deal better than forks. There are a lot of bones in freshwater sharks, and though this was such a big one that the bones were easy to find, fingers were better than forks at pulling them out. So the swallows and amazons sat by their fire with a lot of salt in the lid of a tin, and dipped their steaks in the salt, and ate them, more like savages than explorers. "I wish we weren't going tomorrow," said Titty. "We haven't had time for a furthest north expedition, or for a furthest south. There's lots of unexplored at both ends of our chart. I say," she turned suddenly to Captain John, remembering something important, "we can alter Cormorant Island to Treasure Island now, can't we?" "Well, you did find the treasure there," said John. "Oh, look here," Peggy objected. "We call it Cormorant Island too, and treasure is only there sometimes, but cormorants are there always." "Cormorant Island is a very good name," said Captain John. "How would it be if we were to leave at Cormorant Island and put a cross on it to show where the treasure was and mark it Treasure Found Here?" Titty agreed. "Let's do it at once," she said, and Captain John licked his fingers clean from the shark steak and went into his tent and came back from the chart. There and then, Treasure Found Here was written in small letters, and a cross put on Cormorant Island to mark the place. "Yes," said Titty. "Now we've found the treasure, it isn't exactly a treasure island. It's an island where treasure was." "The only treasure there now," said Roger, "is a wooden fish. When the burglars find it and dig it up, they won't even be able to make steaks of it. Too tough." "It's a jolly good chart," said Captain Nancy, looking at it with Peggy and holding it by the fire to see better. "But there are lots of names you haven't got." "The savages are fine," said Peggy, "and so is the shark. But what have you put in our lagoon?" "It's meant for an octopus," said John. "Next year you can fill in a lot more," said Captain Nancy. "We'll do something splendid. We can plan it all winter. It'll be something to think about during lessons. Either furthest north or furthest south will be good. Going south we should have to take a canoe to shoot the rapids in. Then we should come to the sea. Anything might happen. We could grab a ship." "There must be something beyond the big mountains in the north," said Titty. "We can get a long way into the hills going up the river," said Peggy. "And then in the mountains we could walk. But there'd be tents to carry." "We could get a hill pony to carry the tents," said Nancy. "That's it. We'll go prospecting for gold." "Beyond the ranges," said Titty. "You can go for miles and miles up there and never see a single native," said Peggy. "Captain Flint said he'd be one of us next year," said Nancy. "When he is, he makes things hum. He may charter a big ship, 3 or 4 times as big as Amazon, and ship us all as crew. He's often said he would some day. Now that there are the swallows as well, we could sail a really big one." "What about his steak?" said Titty. "I'm keeping it warm," said Susan, "but it's getting a bit dry." "Stick another lump of butter on it," said Peggy. It was nearly dark when at last they heard the sound of oars and then the scrunch of a boat on the shingle of the landing place. A moment later Captain Flint walked into the firelight. He carried a large cage wrapped up in a blue cloth cover. You could see it was a cage by the bottom of it. The firelight glittered on the big brass knob that stuck out at the top above the cover. There was a ring in the knob to carry it by, or for hanging it to a beam. Captain Flint put it on the ground by Titty. A big white label was fastened to the ring. Titty read it by the light of the fire. "From Captain Flint to the able seaman who saved his life." "But I didn't save your life," said Titty. "I didn't write life. I wrote life," said Captain Flint. "Mixed moss. It's the same thing." "Thank you very much indeed," said Titty. "I'll hang it up in the schoolroom, ready for the parrot." But just then there was the noise of scraping from under the blue cover. "Look inside," said Captain Flint. "I thought it would be rather a long time to wait till I came back from the south next spring." Titty lifted the blue cloth cover. A loud, cheerful voice, rather like the voice of Nancy Blackett, came from beneath it. "Pieces of 8," said the green parrot. "Pieces of 8." "It's never said it before," said Nancy, "and now I say it all the time." "Am I really to have it?" said Titty. "Of course you are," said Captain Flint. "You've earned it about 10,000 times." "Mother will really believe we're back from the Pacific," said Titty. "Thank you very, very much indeed." She jumped up and put out her hand. Captain Flint shook it. "It's me that ought to do the thanking," he said. "My monkey will come next year," said Roger. "If you can get your mother to say you may have it," said Captain Flint, "I'll see about it at once. There are monkeys nearer than Africa. I'm taking my book up to London now that I've got it again. I'll go and look at monkeys by way of a change from publishers. You shall have your monkey next week." "With a tail?" asked Roger. "A long one," said Captain Flint. "Your steak's rather dry," said Mate Susan, "but it's still quite hot." Captain Flint ate it with his fingers and said it was the best shark steak he had ever tasted. After that they talked again of plans for next year, of climbing the ranges, of sailing to the Azores, or better still the Baltic, or of making a canoe voyage down to the sea. "If we go up country," said Nancy, "do you think we could get a hill pony?" "We could easily get a couple," said Captain Flint. Everybody liked the idea of the shaggy hill ponies to carry the explorers' packs, but then everybody liked the idea of sailing to the Baltic, so nothing was really decided. "Whatever it is," said Captain Flint, "I'll be free next summer, and if you sign me on, I'll be glad to come. If we sail to the Baltic, you'll want someone to haul up the anchor, and if we go prospecting, it will be hard on a hill pony if you had to carry the gold as well as the tens." "The monkey can come too," said Roger. "He can look out from the very top of the mast, or else he can ride on a hill pony." At last Captain Flint said, "I must be getting back. Your campfire is very jolly, but isn't it about time some of you people went to bed?" "Won't you be lonely without the parrot?" said Titty. "I must think of him too," said Captain Flint. "He's a young parrot, and I'm a dull companion for him. He's in better hands now." He got up to go down to his boat. "By the way," he said, "are all your tents pretty strong? Looks to me as if we're in for bad weather before morning." "Mother says ours are all right except in a high wind," said Captain John. Looks as if it's going to blow. Well, I don't suppose you'll come to much harm, even if it does." He rowed away. Not long afterwards, the swallows and amazons turned in. It was very hot, and there were no stars. "Phew," said Nancy. "I can hardly breathe." "Barometer's gone down another 1/10, called Captain John. "That's 3/10 since this morning." "Is that a lot?" asked Peggy. "Rather a lot," said John. "Are you ready, Roger? I'm going to blow the candle out." Titty had the parrot cage close beside her in the mate's tent. She took the blue cover off. "He won't want it now," she said. "He'll be in the same dark as us. Good night, Polly." "Pieces of 8," rapped out the parrot, excited by the candlelight in the white tent. "Pieces of 8, pieces of 8, pieces of 8." And went on saying "pieces of 8" as fast as if it were counting treasure. Nancy Blackett's laugh sounded from the tent at the other side of the camp. Then Mate Susan blew out the candle lantern. There was darkness in the tent, and in the sudden silence that came with the darkness, it was as if she had blown out the parrot. "Good night, good night," the swallows and amazons called to each other. Their last night on the island had begun. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Swallows and Amazons by Arthur Ransome. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. Chapter 30. The Storm. All this time the skies had smiled on the swallows and the amazons. There'd been a few hours drizzling rain, a few hours of fog, and that dark night of sordid burglary and high adventure. But day after day had been dry and clear, and even when there had been clouds, there had also been sunshine and wind to drive their shadows chasing each other over the bright heather and bracket of the hills. Now that it was time for the swallows to go, there came a sudden change of weather to remind them that the summer, too, was near its end. All that last day there had been the heaviness of thunder in the air. There had been a stormy sunset, and though there had been but little wind, dark, angry clouds had lifted in the south until at night they shut out all the stars. The storm broke with a sharp crash of thunder that woke the whole camp. With it came a sharp flickering light as bright as day. There was the wild shriek of a parrot, as if it were one of a flock screaming through the palm trees in a tropical hurricane. Then darkness and quiet. Then heavy drops of rain pattering down on the tents. Titty woke, not comfortably, bit by bit, but with every bit of herself at once. She did not move, except to put out her hand and touch the parrot's cage. "Susan," she whispered. "All right, Titty," said Susan. Roger in the captain's tent sat up with a start and a shout. "He's firing! He's going to fire again!" He was back in the Battle of Houseboat Bay, and his voice died to a breathless "John," as he woke to find himself in the dark. "All right, Roger," said John. "It's only thunder." "Where are you going, Nancy?" said Peggy. At hearing the first drops of rain, Nancy was up and lighting their lantern. "To bring some firewood in, of course," said Nancy. "Don't you remember the last time it rained and all the wood got wet and we couldn't get our fire to light?" She was back in a moment with a bundle of sticks from the pile. "It's not raining much yet," she said, "but it's going to." She wriggled back into her sleeping bag. There was another flash of lightning that lit the tents and threw leaping shadows on their white walls from the branches of the trees overhead. "Never mind, Polly," said Titty. "It'll soon be over." "Pretty Polly," said the parrot, now thoroughly awake. One flash followed another, and then there were 3 tremendous crashes of thunder, and a lot of little ones, as if the sky were breaking into solid bits and rattling down a steep iron roof. "There's a broadside for you," called Nancy Blackett from her tent. "Pieces of 8, said the parrot. Then, perhaps thinking of palm trees again, gave a long wild shriek. "Would you like me to put your cloth over you?" said Titty. "What time is it, John?" called Susan. 4 bells of the middle watch," said Captain John, who had looked at the chronometer with his pocket torch and had just put it into ship's time for himself. "What is it in real time?" asked Peggy. 2 o'clock in the morning," said Captain John. After all, there were some things these Amazons did not know. There was a gust of wind, and then a heavier pattering of rain on the tents, and after that it was as if the rain were coming down in solid lumps of water that splashed and broke on the thin canvas. "It's coming through," said Roger. "I can feel it." "Don't touch the wall of the tent," said John. "I'm not, but it's coming through all the same." "It's coming through our tent too," said Susan. "Titty, you'd better cover up the parrot." "I have, but I don't believe he likes it." There was more lightning and more thunder. The rain stopped for a moment and then poured down again. "John," called Susan. "Yes?" "Better get into our clothes, and then we can keep them dry under the blankets. Have you got your oilies?" "Yes. Have you?" "I'll get them in a minute. I'm lighting our lantern. Spread your oilies over your blankets. Roger, too." Susan bustled Titty into her clothes and got into her own. Roger and John pulled on their knickerbockers. There was the sound of a squabble in the tent of the Amazons. "Don't put your head under, Peggy. Get dressed like the others." There was a glare of lightning and a crash of thunder all in one. And after that, for a long time, the thunder and lightning came so close one after the other that no one knew which flash belonged to which clap of thunder. The camp was full of light, and the rolling, crashing thunder overhead made things seem hurried, as if there was something that ought to be done, but no time and wish to do it. The lanterns were lit, but though they were bright in the short moments of darkness, they seemed to give no light at all in the glare of the lightning flashes. It was dark again, and suddenly quiet. It was as if the storm were holding its breath. Then there was a deep rushing noise, far away, louder and louder every moment. "What's that?" said Titty. "Wind," said Susan. "I say," said Titty, "this is a storm." As she said it, the wind reached them. There was a crash as a heavy branch fell somewhere at the low end of the island. There was a swishing noise as the trees swayed in the wind. Nor was the noise all. The tents of the swallows were hung on ropes between trees and held down by stones and pockets along the bottom edges of the tent walls. The trees were blown this way and that, and the rope now slackened, now tightened up again so hard that in the captain's tent the stones shifted and rattled in the pockets. "Hello, Susan," called John. "Have you got enough stones to hold your tent down? Our tent's getting smaller." "Ours is all right," shouted Susan. "The stones haven't moved yet." "What?" shouted John. "I can't hear." "Our stones are all right," shouted Susan, but she spoke too soon. There was a loud crack. The stones had been heavy enough, but a furious jerk of the trees had snapped the wet taut rope on which her tent was hung. The whole tent flopped down in a mass of wet canvas, burying Susan and Titty and the parrot in its folds, knocking over their candle lantern and putting it out. From the other tents they heard the crack, an angry scream from the parrot as its cage fell over, and then muffled shrieks of "Help! Help!" John and Nancy were out of their tents in a moment. John had his torch, but there was no need to use it, for a long flickering glare of lightning showed them the grey, wet mass of the mate's tent on the ground with something struggling under it. They lifted the end of the tent where the door had been. Mate Susan and able seaman Titty crawled out on all fours, and the able seaman dragging the parrot's cage, which had lost its blue cloth. "Come into our tent, quick!" Nancy shouted in the roaring of the wind. "What about our things?" shouted Susan. "And Polly's blue cloak?" shouted Titty. "Wet anyway. Leave them," shouted Nancy, and indeed it was the only thing to do. Shielding the parrot from the wind and rain as best she could, Titty ran into the Amazon's tent, where she found Peggy, who was very glad to see her. Susan followed. "We ought to have got our lantern out," she said. "You've only got a stump of a candle left." "Do you think the trees are coming down?" said Peggy. "They'd be down before now if they were coming," said Susan. "Poor Polly," said Titty, but the parrot corrected her. He was smoothing down the feathers that had been fluffed out in the wind. "Pretty Polly," he said. "I don't believe he minds losing his blue cloak," said Titty. "Is your tent going too?" shouted Captain Nancy in the wind. "I hope not," said Captain John. "What?" "I hope not," he shouted in her ear. The wind was blowing across the island in great gusts that shook the little trees like grass. Overhead the tall pine that was the lighthouse creaked and groaned. For a moment or two it was pitch dark, and then the lightning lit up the sky so that everything was as clear as in daylight. With each gust Captain John's tent clapped like a loose jib on a ship going about in a squall, and there was a rattle of stones. Roger crawled out into the rain. "It's getting smaller and smaller," he said. "It's spilling the stones out of the pockets." Nancy and John could not hear him, but they could see the tent thrashing about. Nancy grabbed him by the scruff of the neck as he crawled out and ran him into the Amazon's tent and pushed him in. "You'll be dry anyhow," she said. Then she went back to Captain John, who had struggled into his flapping tent and brought out the two things that mattered most, the chronometer and the barometer. In one of the lightning flashes he held up the barometer. "It's gone down 4/10, he shouted. "Come along to our tent," shouted Nancy. "Bring the big lantern if you can get it." Captain John gave her the barometer and put the chronometer in his pocket. He forced his way once more into the whirling jumble of canvas that had been his tent. He found the lantern and fought his way out again. "There's nothing more to be done," shouted Nancy. "Come on." They went into the Amazon's tent, where the candle lantern was guttering out. John lit the big lantern and put it in the middle of the floor. Nancy hurried out again to slacken the ropes of her tent. Then she came in and closed the flaps of the door. "Our tent has its back to the wind," she said. "All the big winds come from the south. That's why we chose this place for it. The poles at each end help it too. Our tent'll stand anything." "Did you get very wet?" said Mate Susan. "Rather," said Captain John. "I'm soaked," said Nancy. "Lovely." There was not much room for the six of them, the parrot cage and the Amazon's tent. They sat three on each of the sleeping bags. Between them, right at the back of the tent, was the bundle of dry firewood that Nancy had rescued for the morning. Then there was the parrot's cage, and then the farm lantern in the middle of the floor. It was a tight pack on each side, because they had to take care not to touch the tent walls. The weather outside seemed to matter less now that they were all together. Even Peggy, who really could not help not liking thunder, was cheerful again, partly because it would never do to show Roger that she was afraid. With Nancy it was different. Nancy knew, so that with her it was no use pretending. Susan was a little worried about the things getting wet, but glad that no worse had happened. John was thinking how lucky it was that the storm had waited till their last night. Nancy was proud of her strong tent, and enjoyed the wind buffeting against it. Titty, with sparkling eyes, was thinking of typhoons. The parrot was putting his feathers to rights, and now and then whistling cheerfully at the bright lantern so near him on the floor. For some time they sat there, listening to the storm raging over the island. Then, ashamed he had not remembered them earlier, John thought of the boats. "I'm going to have a look at Swallow," he said. "Shiver my timbers," said Captain Nancy. "There's Amazon too. It's a good thing we moored them properly last night." The two captains got on their feet. Nancy unfastened the tent flaps. "Better fasten them up again when we're outside," she said. "I'm coming too," said Titty. "The parrot will be all right now." "You'll only get wet," said Susan. "I am wet," said Titty. "I couldn't be wetter. I want to see it. We may never have another storm as good as this one." "I'm going too," said Roger. "No, you are not," said the mate. "You're dry." "I'll tell you what you can do, Roger," said John. "You can lend Captain Nancy your torch. Her lantern's no good, and you want the big one in the tent." "Aye, aye, sir," said Roger. If he could not go, at least his torch could, and that was better than nothing. Titty, John, and Nancy slipped out of the tent into the storm. Using the torches and bending low against the wind and rain, they forced their way along the path to the harbour. There was a lot of water in the boats, and the lake had already risen a little. But the Swallow and Amazon, moored as they were quite all right. "I'm going to slacken away my bow warp," said Captain John. "It's got very taut with all this wet." "I'll do the same with mine." They loosened the painters a little. "It's a grand harbour, you know," shouted Nancy. "Just listen to it outside." In the sheltered harbour there were waves, but nothing to matter. The big rocks on either side broke the waves before they could get in, but they could hear the crashing of breakers on the outer shoals and along the steep western shore. Titty slipped away from the others and crawled to the edge of the low cliff that ran along that shore, and crouched there, facing into the wind. Spray from the waves breaking beneath her was blown into her face. Flashes of lightning lit up the whole lake and showed great waves stretching right across it with white curling tops. Then it was dark again. Then more lightning showed her the fields and woods and hills on the other side of the lake beyond the raging water. The others missed her and would have gone back to the tent without her if Nancy had not seen the gleam of a torch away to the left of the path. John found her and tugged at her sleeve. "Come along," he shouted. "We thought you'd gone on already." "Aye, aye, sir," said Titty, though John could not hear her, and they joined Nancy on the path and went back to the tent together. "Well," said Susan, "if you were wet before, you're a lot wetter now, and nothing to change into." "It was worth it," said Titty. "Were the boats all right?" asked Roger. "Couldn't be snugger," said Captain Nancy. "But their crews will have a lot of bailing to do in the morning." "What's the time now?" said Peggy. "Susan says it's only about 3. "It's nearly 5, said John. Nobody could go to sleep. They became shipwrecked sailors. "Both our masts went by the board," said Captain Nancy. "Before that, the mizzen was struck by lightning," said Captain John. "Did you see the blue lights flickering on the ends of the spars?" said Nancy. "That was before the mizzen was struck." "Then we started a plank," said John, "and the water poured in. The mate came running on deck, shouting, 'All hands to the pumps! 5 feet of water in the hold!' That was you, Susan," said Nancy. "Why not me?" said Peggy. "You were the second mate. You were cutting the wreckage adrift and making a raft." "No, you weren't." "We didn't make a raft. I forgot." "You were cutting the wreckage adrift to clear the decks and seeing to the lowering of the boats." "One boat was called Swallow and the other was called Amazon," said Roger. "And the waves were breaking over the ship," said Titty, "and she was going down by the head with every soul on board. Someone had killed an albatross." "Pieces of 8, pieces of 8, shouted the parrot. "Yes, she was full of them," said Titty. "That's what made her sink so fast." "We launched the boats," said Nancy, "and then the ship went down, and we were alone on the deep." "Sometimes in the waves we could not see each other," said John, "but sometimes we could." "We had no food in the boats but a biscuit each and a little water," said Susan. "Day after day we ran before the storm," said Nancy. "Northwest by north was our course. We had decided it before we left the ship." "We ate the biscuits and drank the water," said Peggy. "It blew and thundered and lightened and rained without stopping," said Titty. "And Roger and I were bailing Swallow, and Peggy was bailing Amazon." "Then the rain stopped, and for days and days we had nothing to eat and nothing to drink," said Nancy. "In Swallow we were going to draw lots who was to be eaten first," said Titty. "We were coming to that when we sighted land," said Nancy. "We sighted land too, just in time," said Roger. "There were great breakers on the beach," said Nancy. "We only saw the land when there was a flash of lightning," said Titty. "Palm trees waving like anything." "It was lightning all the time," said Nancy. "We ran on between the breakers. Our boats were capsized, and we clung to them. They were thrown far up the beach by the waves. We were battered, but saved." "So was the parrot," said Titty. "And now we shall be here for 20 years. Every day we shall watch for a passing ship." "But how have we got a tent?" said Roger. "Luckily there was one in one of the boats," said Nancy. "I say, Peggy, what about a round of chocolate? There's still a lot left." At last it began to grow light outside. For some time the thunder had been lagging after the lightning. After a flash, it was a long time before the rumbling of the thunder began far away. The wind dropped. The noise of the rain on the tent grew less and less and came to an end. The dawn came up behind the eastern hills. The light of the lantern no longer filled the tent. Light was coming in from outside through the canvas. The swallows and amazons went out into the early morning to look at the wreck of their camp. Patches of blue sky were showing overhead, and patches of sunlight on the hills. Ragged clouds were blowing away. There was a wonderful smell of wet earth. The storm was over. John went back into the tent to tap the barometer. It was going up. Susan began raking the sodden ashes out of the fireplace. Nancy brought out her bundle of dry sticks. All the rest of the firewood was dripping wet, and it took them a long time to get their fire going. Without the dry sticks they could never have done it. Titty burrowed into what had been her tent and the mate's, and brought out the parrot's blue cloth and hung it on 2 sticks to dry. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Swallows and Amazons by Arthur Ransome. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. Chapter 31. The Sailor's Return. And then came the natives. The first to arrive was Mrs. Dixon. Just as the fire was beginning to burn, the shipwrecked sailors saw her coming down the field from the farm above Shark Bay, with a milk can in one hand and a big bucket in the other. And there was Mr. Dixon coming too, with a pair of oars over his shoulder. Mr. Dixon bailed their boat and pushed it out, and rowed Mrs. Dixon across to the island, splashing as he rowed. Though the wind had gone down, there were still waves on the lake, even between the island and the shore. "Whatever can they want?" said Nancy. Peggy and Titty had gone up to the lookout point to look at the lake. They came running back into the camp. "Captain Flint's coming," shouted Peggy. "He's nearly here, and there's another rowing boat, and there's a launch in the distance. I think it's ours." "Mother's in the other rowing boat with a native," said Titty. "If it's the launch, our mother's in it, I'll bet you anything," said Nancy. "There are still quite big waves down the lake," said Titty, "but mother's got past them all right." Everybody ran down to the landing place, and got there just as Mr. Dixon stepped out and pulled his boat up. Mrs. Dixon clambered up with her big bucket and the milk can. She had a tray over the top of the bucket for a lid, and steam was coming from under it. "No, it isn't pig wash," she said, "though you might think it. It's porridge for drowned rats, which is what I reckoned you'd be. You've done well to get your fire lit at all. I could hardly rest for thinking of you in that storm.
My word, how it did come down. And so you found Mr. Turner's box that was stolen, and I thought it was you that took it. Mr. Dixon told me the news when he came from the village last night."
The swallows and amazons looked at each other. Did everybody know everything?
"Porridge?" said Roger. "Aye, porridge," said Mrs. Dixon. "There's no room in anybody for a cold if they're full up with porridge, so I always say. Have you any spoons?" "Lots." "I'll just slop the milk into the bucket and give her a stir round. I put the sugar in up at the farm."
In another minute, the 4 swallows and the 2 amazons were spooning hot porridge and milk out of the bucket and feeling each mouthful go scalding down their throats.
"This really is eating out of the common dish," said Titty.
Then came Captain Flint.
"Good for you, Mrs. Dixon," were his first words. "I ought to have thought of that. Porridge was the very thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's all right. Nobody washed away in the night." "7," said Titty. "You've forgotten my parrot. He said, 'Pretty Polly' at the lightning and pieces of 8 when it thundered." "7," said Captain Flint. "And 2 of the tents gone, I see. I was afraid they would. It was a wild go while it lasted. It was tough work bucketing into it even now, though the wind's dropped and the lake's nothing to what it was. It settles very quickly."
Then came Mother from Hollyhow, rowed by that powerful native, Mr. Jackson. She had brought 3 big thermos flasks full of boiling cocoa.
"Good morning, Mrs. Dixon," she said. "That was very kind of you to think of coming across. I was afraid they'd not be able to get their fire lit."
"It's a wonder they have," said Mrs. Dixon.
"We haven't been able to boil a kettle yet," said Susan. "We couldn't have lit it at all if Nancy hadn't thought of keeping some sticks dry."
"And you are the Amazons," said Mother, looking at Nancy and Peggy.
"Yes," said Nancy. "And this is Captain Flint. His other name is Turner."
"How do you do?" said Mother.
And Captain Flint said how sorry he was he had not made friends with the swallows before.
"You don't know how much I owe to these children," he said. "Children?" snorted Nancy Blackett. "Explorers and pirates," Captain Flint corrected himself. "If it hadn't been for them, I should have lost all the work I've done this summer."
"I heard something about it last night from Mrs. Jackson," said Mother. "I'm sure I'll be very glad they've been of some use. Their father seems to think they're not duffers, but sometimes I'm not so sure."
"Mother?" said John, and Mother laughed.
"He's given me a parrot," said Able Seaman Titty, and Mother had to go and look at it.
"He's going to give me a monkey," said Roger.
"What?"
said Mother.
Captain Flint explained, and Mother said that it must be a very little one.
"It shall be, ma'am," said Captain Flint.
Mother looked at the wrecked tents.
"They're no good in a wind," she said. "I remember once in the bush I was in a tent like that, and it ripped to ribbons and was blown clean away."
"Well," she said, "it's a good thing you haven't got to sleep in them tonight, and a pity you didn't come home yesterday." "I can hardly think so, ma'am," said Captain Flint.
"We wouldn't have found the treasure if we had," said Titty.
"The first thing to do is to put on some dry clothes," said Mother. "I've brought a dry change for each of you 4.
"Roger never got wet," said Susan.
"Well, that's a good thing," said Mother. "But you did, and so did John. And Titty looks like a dishcloth. Run down to the boat and ask Mr. Jackson for that bundle."
Then came the launch, chugging into the landing place, and running its nose gently aground close by the 3 boats that were already there. The landing place was so crowded that it was almost as bad as Rio Bay. Captain Flint ran down there to meet the launch, and Mrs. Blackett jumped ashore into her brother's arms. She was a very little woman, not really much bigger than Nancy, and very like her. In the native talk that followed, her tongue went fastest. Captain Flint and Mrs. Walker just put in a word sometimes.
"I'm so glad you're here," Mrs. Blackett said to Captain Flint. "Now then, Ruth."
"Nancy, when she's a pirate, my dear," said Captain Flint. "Give her right name."
"Nancy, then. And Peggy, skip into the launch, you harum-scarums, and get into dry things. You'll find them in the cabin. How do you do, Mrs. Walker? You've met my brother, I see, and my wild young ones. And so these are the swallows who turned out to be so much better than somebody thought they were."
She, too, had heard the news, even though she lived at the other side of the lake from Rio.
"Well," said Mrs. Dixon, "I think I'll be going now, if you've done with that bucket. I've the chickens to feed, and Dixon will want to be getting to his sheep."
Both the mothers and Captain Flint and all the swallows and Amazons thanked her for bringing such a good breakfast.
"Why, there's nothing like porridge," said Mrs. Dixon. "Well, I suppose I shan't be seeing any of you in the morning. I shall quite miss it. I've come to be in the way of looking for you. But perhaps you'll be coming again next year."
"Every year, for ever and ever," said Titty.
"Aye," said Mrs. Dixon. "We all think that when we're young."
Mr. Dixon, who was waiting by the boat, had said
"Good morning"
when he came,
and now he said "Good day to you"
as he rowed Mrs. Dixon away. He was always a very silent native. The others were not. They talked and talked, all native talk, about the storm and the burglary. Sometimes they asked questions which the Amazons found a little difficult to answer, though Captain Flint helped them out. Even Mr. Jackson, the powerful, strong native from Holly Howe, wanted to know exactly how the swallows had found the box. At last the native talk began to slacken.
"What about packing up?"
said Mrs. Blackett to the Amazons.
"You can put everything in the launch and come in it with me, and we can tow the Amazon."
"Tow Amazon?" said Nancy in horror. "We're coming home under sail. We want no salvage." "Everything's so wet here," said the mother of the swallows. "You'd better come back with me to Holly Howe." "Not now," begged Titty. "We're quite dry, and we've got a whole tin of pemmican left, and lots of bun loaf, and it's our last day." It would have been very dreadful to be swept home in a flood of natives, even of the nicest sort. Half the pleasure of visiting distant countries is sailing home afterwards. Besides, she had to say good-bye to the island. John, Susan, and Roger also begged to be allowed to stay. Nancy and Peggy flatly refused to go. "What if it comes on to blow again?" said the swallow's mother. Here Captain Flint spoke.
"It's not going to do that," he said. "It was just the first of our autumn thunderstorms. It's blown itself out now, and I shouldn't be surprised if it's the dead calm before evening. It may rain again tomorrow, but I'll almost guarantee good weather for today."
And so it was agreed. Everything not wanted for the day was to be packed into Mr. Jackson's boat, if it was to go to Holly Howe, and into the launch, if it belonged to the Amazons. The launch would tow Mr. Jackson and his boat as far as the Holly Howe Bay, so that the two mothers could be together in the cabin.
"We have a lot more to say to each other," said Mrs. Blackett.
"About coming next year?" said Peggy and Titty together.
"Perhaps," said their mothers.
The packing of Mr. Jackson's boat came first. Captain Flint lent a hand, and it did not take long. The sodden tents were rolled up.
"I'll spread them to dry after," said Mr. Jackson.
The blankets were stuffed into a sack. Nancy wanted to empty the hay out of the hay bags to make a last blaze on the campfire.
"Nay," said Mr. Jackson, "it's good hay, that."
So it was spared to be eaten by cows. All the swallows' things were stowed in Jackson's boat. Nothing was left but the big kettle for making tea, stores for the day, the parrot cage, and John's tin box.
"You don't want that,"
said Mother. "It's got the ship's papers in it," said Captain John.
"We'll keep our tent,"
said Captain Nancy, "but we shan't want our sleeping bags and things." At last the natives were ready to go. Captain Flint said, "Goodbye." "Are you going too?" said Titty.
"I'm going in the launch with the others," he said. "I've got something to say to your mother about next year, and I've got a lot to do, for I'm going to London tomorrow. There's that monkey to see about, you know. But I'll keep a lookout for you towards evening."
At last the launch chugged away from the island, with the two rowing boats towing astern. Captain Flint's on a short painter, and Mr. Jackson's on a long one from the port and starboard quarters. The natives waved as the launch moved off.
"Goodbye, swallows," called Mrs. Blackett. "I shall expect you others when I see you."
"Don't be late," called Mother. "If you're home by 7, I'll bring Vicky down to the boathouse. She'd like to meet the sailors coming home from sea with a parrot. Goodbye, Amazons." "Goodbye, goodbye," called Nancy and Peggy. "You will promise to come next year?" "We'll come," said Mother. After they were gone, the swallows and Amazons looked at each other. They were rather glum. "It's the natives," said Nancy. "Too many of them. They turn everything into a picnic." "Mother doesn't," said Titty. "Nor does ours when she's alone," said Nancy.
Captain Flint's not a bit like a native when he's by himself, said Titty. It's when they all get together, said Nancy. They can't help themselves, poor things. Well, they've gone now, said Peggy. Let's go on with the shipwreck. This is the day after we were thrown ashore. Now we've got to settle down for 20 years to watch for passing sails. But we're going home this afternoon, said Roger. You needn't say so, said Titty. But it was no good. Everybody knew, and nobody could get back into the old mood. We ought to bail the ships, said John. That was better. It was something that had to be done. There was a lot of water in both the ships. The wet thwarts were steaming and drying in the sun, which was already hot, but the sails were very wet. They hoisted the sails to dry them, and they went back to the camp. The camp looked much smaller. There were pale, unhealthy patches where the swallows' tents had stood, and bleached the grass under the ground sheets by hiding it from the sun. The Amazon's tent still alone and forlorn without its companions. Come on, said Nancy. We've got to take it down anyway. To strike it, I mean. So we may as well set about it. It was stiff work getting the poles out of the hems and the wet canvas, but everybody helped. The tent was loosely rolled up. The poles were taken to pieces and made into a bundle and wrapped in the ground sheet. The swallows and Amazons looked sadly round their camping ground. There was now nothing but the fireplace with its feebly burning fire, the square, pale patches where the tents had been, the parrot's cage and a patch of sunlight, and Susan's kettle and a few mugs and the pemmican tin and the bun loaf and John's tin box to show that it had ever been the home of the explorers and their pirate friends. When we've gone, said Titty, someone else may discover it. They'll know it's a camp because of the fireplace, but they'll think the natives made it. If anybody takes it, we'll barbecue them, said Nancy Blackett. It's our island, yours and ours, and we'll defend it against anybody. We're going to school at the end of the summer, said Peggy. So are we, said Susan. Well, we shan't be at school forever, said Nancy. We'll be grown up, and then we'll live here all the year round. So will we, said Titty, and in the winter we'll fetch our food over the ice in sledges. I shall be going to sea some day, said John, and so will Roger. But we'll always come back here on leave. I shall bring my monkey, said Roger, and the parrot shall always come, said Titty. Well, it's no good hanging about, said Nancy. Let's put to sea. Everything left was carried down to the harbour and stowed in the ships. Susan emptied the kettle on the fire. Titty took the parrot all over the island, so that when they got home it would remember her favourite places. At the last minute John thought of the rope for hoisting the lantern on the lighthouse tree. He ran back there and loosed one end of the rope, so that it ran over the bough high overhead and came down with a thump on the damp ground. He coiled it and brought it to the harbour. Then they put to sea. The waves had gone down, and so had the wind, but there was still a strong swell. Wind's from the south, said Captain Nancy. We'll beat into it. We know a fine place for a landing down the lake, and then we'll have the wind with us for the run home. We'll follow you, said Captain John. He wanted Swallow to be the last to leave. In Swallow, Roger was in the bows, Able Seaman, Titty, and the big parrot cage in the bottom of the boat just after the mast, and Susan and John in the stern. John was steering. Soon after they had worked Swallow out of the harbour and she was sailing on the port tack, Titty, who had been talking to the parrot, said, Captain John, how are we to put Polly on the ship's articles? We've got a captain and a mate, and an able seaman and a boy. I'll sign him on as ship's parrot, said Captain John. Have you got the ship's papers here? Asked Titty. It would never do for him to sign on after the voyage was over. John handed the tiller to the mate, opened his tin box and dug out the articles that had been signed by everybody so long ago on the Peak of Darien. There was plenty of room for another hand. He wrote, Polly, ship's parrot. Then he gave the paper to the able seaman. You'll have to sign for him, he said. But the able seaman had opened the parrot's cage. The parrot came out in a stately manner, as if he knew he was wanted on business. You can't exactly sign, said Titty, but lots of sailors can't. You must wet your dirty claw and make your mark. Pieces of 8, said the parrot. He's asking about his pay, said John. The able seaman wetted the parrot's very dirty claw and put the paper under it. The parrot stepped firmly in the right place and left a good print of his claw, though he did put the point of one toe through the paper. Titty wrote beside it, "Polly, his mark." "Ready about!" cried Susan, and John and Titty ducked their heads as the boom came over, and Swallows slipped round and off on the other tack, hesitating for hardly a moment, and then butting cheerfully through the waves. "Doesn't Amazon look fine?" said Susan, looking at the little white-sailed boat ahead of them, with her fluttering black and white flag and her 2 red-capped sailors. "Swallow must look just as fine," said Captain John. "Finer," said Titty. "We've got a brown sail." They sailed on, tacking from one side of the lake to the other and back again, till they were within a mile of the steamer pier at the foot of the lake. Here they were passed by one of the big lake steamers, crowded with passengers, who came to the side and pointed. The captain, who was steering her, took out his binoculars and looked through them at the little Swallow. By now the news had run all over Rio and up and down the lake about the way in which the Swallows had found the box that had been stolen from Mr. Turner's houseboat. Suddenly a loud cheer sounded over the water, and again and again. The passengers waved their hats and shouted. "What is the matter with the natives and the steamer?" said Roger. Then one of the sailors ran aft the flagstaff at the steamer's stern, and the big red ensign dropped a half-mast and then rose again. "They're cheering at us," said Captain John, turning very red. "How horrible!" "They've saluted," said Susan. "Oughtn't we to answer? The Amazons are." They could see Peggy at the halyards, busy dipping the Jolly Roger. Titty shut the parrot in his cage and lowered Swallow's flag and raised it again. "It's a good thing we're going away," said Captain John. "They'll have forgotten it by next year." The big steamer hurried on. The Amazon headed into a little bay on the western shore of the lake. The Swallow followed her. There were woods all round the bay, and a little stream ran into it. The Swallows and Amazons landed close by the mouth of the stream. "What a splendid cove," said Captain John. "It's one of our most private haunts," said Captain Nancy, "altogether free from natives. The road's miles away on the other side of the woods. No one ever comes here except us, and no one can see we're here, even from the water, lest they happen to look right in." They made their fire and boiled their kettle by the side of the little beck, noisy after the night's rain. The jetsam on the shore was very wet, but in the wood they found a few dry sticks here and there. They started the fire with a handful of dry moss. It was not easy to get it going. Once it was well lit, the fire burned well enough to boil the kettle. Here, away from the island, they spent their last day, until Captain Nancy noticed that the lake was nearly calm. "It's going to take us a long time to sail home," she said. "What orders, Commodore?" John started. He had been thinking of something else. "The fleet sets sail and steers north," he said. Very slowly the 2 little ships moved out of the bay into the open lake. There was very little wind, though now and again a cat's paw hurrying from the south helped them on their way and darkened the smooth small waves. "You'd never think it could have blown like it did in the night," said Roger. They sailed up the lake with the booms well out. Up in the woods the high hillside smoke was rising. They could hear the noise of the charcoal burners' axes in the now quiet air. "They'll still be here when we're gone," said Titty. "Who?" said Susan. "The savages," said Titty. The wind was dropping. The booms swung aft, and the main sheet now and then caught the water and trailed in it. "Sit on the lee side, able seaman," said John. "That'll keep the boom out." Nancy and Amazon were sitting on the lee side for the same reason. "Hadn't we better row?" said Roger. "You want a motorboat," said Captain John. "No, I don't," said Roger. "Sail is the thing." Slowly the fleet slipped past Wildcat Island. The island was once more the uninhabited island that Titty had watched for so many days from the peak of Darien. And yet it was not that island. John, looking at it, remembered the harbour and the leading lights and a swim all round it, and the climbing of the great tree. For Roger it would always be the place where he had swum for the first time. For Susan it was the camp and housekeeping and cooking for a large family. Titty thought of it as Robinson Crusoe's island. It was her island more than anyone's because she had been alone on it. She remembered the path she had cleared, and waking in the dark and hearing the owl.
She remembered the dipper. She remembered getting Amazon out of the harbour. She looked suddenly across the lake to Cormorant Island, then at Amazon slipping silently through the water a cable's length away. Had she ever really been anchored in Amazon out there in the dark? As they passed Houseboat Bay, Captain Flint rowed out to them to say goodbye once more. "Goodbye," they shouted. "Till next year," he shouted back, and rested on his oars and watched the fleet as it sailed slowly on towards the Peak of Darien. Under the Peak of Darien, the fleet broke up. There were more shouts of "Goodbye," "Remember the Alliance," and "Come again next year." "3 cheers for Wildcat Island," shouted John. They all cheered. "3 cheers for the Swallows," shouted Nancy. "And for the Amazons," they shouted back. John hauled his wind and stood in for the Hollyhour boathouse. Amazon held on her course. She was soon out of sight beyond the further point of the bay. "I wish it wasn't over," said Roger. "No more pemmican, anyway," said Susan. "What about singing Salt Beef?" said Titty. So they sang. Salt beef is our relief. Salt beef and biscuit bread, oh. Salt beef is our relief. Salt beef and biscuit bread, oh. While you on shore and a great many more on dainty dishes feed, oh. Don't forget your old shipmate. Fold-a-roll-a-riddle, fold-a-row-do. "Susan is the old shipmate," said Roger. "We all are," said John. "What's the song they sing at the end of the voyage?" said Susan. Titty began, and the others joined in at once, for they all knew it. "Oh, soon we'll hear the old man say, 'Leave her, Johnny, leave her. You can go ashore and take your pay. It's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her like a man. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her while you can. It's time for us to leave her.'" "Who was Johnny?" said Roger. "Hello, there's Mother and Vicky coming down the field." End of chapter 31. End of Swallows and Amazons by Arthur Ransome.